Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to welcome everyone to our first 2026 Standing Committee Day and our first day back under the Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development Committee on January 13th. Oh my goodness, it's the 13th already. I would like to acknowledge that the land in which we gather today is a traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Chinanton peoples. We recognize the enduring presence of Indigenous peoples on this land, and we honor their historic and ongoing contributions to our community. We honor the land, the water that sustains us, the air we breathe, and the Mother Earth who provides for all living beings as we move on these lands. May we do so with respect, recognizing the deep cultural and spiritual connections Indigenous people have to this region. I would also like to acknowledge some days of significance this month. January 4th was National Ribbon Shirt Day, honoring the ribbon shirt as centuries-old Indigenous symbol of identity, adaptation, and resilience for Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people. January 14th to 17th marks Thai Pongal, which is a multi-day Tamil harvest festival celebrated by Tamil communities worldwide, traditionally observed as a time of gratitude and agricultural abundance. And leading up to January 29th, the Green Square campaign symbolizes the remembrance and solidarity. The Green Square represents the mosque's carpet where victims last stood to pray by wearing a green square. We stand in support of survivors, reject Islamophobia, and commit to fostering a community where everyone feels safe and valued. I would now like to entertain a motion to enter closed session. Oh, yes, we didn't do roll call. Well, how did I miss that? Okay. Tim, I'm going to ask you to do the roll call.
Regional Chair Redmond.
Present.
We have regrets from Councillor Craig, Councillor Erb, Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Gowing.
Here.
Councillor Harris. We have regrets from Councillor Harris as well. Councillor Hunick. Chair James. Present. We have regrets from Councillor Liggett, Councillor McCabe, Councillor Nowak, Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councillor Salonen, Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbanovich, and Councillor Wolf. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so moving along, item 3 on our agenda. I would like to entertain a motion to go into closed session. I will please note that the second item is meant to read proposed transfer of Part 3 and Part 9 Provincial Offences Act prosecutions. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Gowing and Councillor Foxton. So we'll now start the vote in e-scribe. Where's your e-scribe, councillors? Okay, that is carried. Is everyone here? Okay, all right. I am going to entertain a motion to reconvene in open. I need a mover for that. Councillor Rodriguez, Councillor Verbanovich. You will be prompted in e-scribe. Okay, that is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary conflict of interest? Okay, seeing none, there are no presentations. We'll now proceed with delegations as listed on the agenda. I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. For those who are joining us in person, please proceed to the podium when you are called upon to speak. Please press the button at the base of the microphone. If the light is green, that means it's on and we can hear you. For those who are joining us electronically, please leave your video cameras turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called upon. For the delegations who have registered before the due date and timeline, you'll have 5 minutes. Anyone who registered after will have 3 minutes. If any of you conduct yourself in the following manners, it will result in immediate removal from the meeting, interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and any hate speech or defamatory comments. And one last reminder, if there are no questions from councillors, we are also listening, and as you are all aware, for much of what's on the agenda today, there will be discussion around certain reports. So with that, I will call on Antonis Pideris. You can correct me and tell me how to correctly pronounce your name once you get to the podium. The CEO of Smart Crossing. Virtual, okay.
Yeah, virtual. Yeah, my name is Antonio Paredes.
Good morning. I'm Mike. Our associate Nadia will be starting us off with the presentation.
Good morning, members of council, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm Nadia, and these are my two colleagues, Mike and Antonio, and we're here on behalf of Smart Crossing LED, a division of DNG Group, a Canadian-owned company specializing in innovative roadway safety solutions. Today, we are introducing a new, highly visible in-ground LED gateway system designed to dramatically improve school zone safety. The objective is simple: make school zones distinct and impossible for drivers to overlook, even on busy and complex roadways. We'll be briefly outlining why this approach works, why it is especially timely now, and how it aligns with the Provincial Road Safety Initiative Fund, and how Waterloo can lead Ontario in adopting next-generation school zone safety infrastructure. Next slide, please. Research shows that drivers respond faster to visual cues that are integrated directly into the roadway. Traditional road signs and overhead flashers remain important, but in many environments, they blend into visual clutter. In-ground LED lighting sits directly on the driver's line of sight, making it far more noticeable. By having the roadway itself communicate slow down, driver attentiveness increases, particularly in high traffic, low light, or visibly busy environments. If we want drivers to understand that they are entering a protected space, the roadway itself must deliver that message clearly and immediately. Next slide, please.
Here's a view of the entering the school zone. Next slide, please. This is a view with vertical lights on the ground. The previous ones was horizontal. Next slide, please. And this is the view of the opposite of the entranceways that would be an exiting the school zone. Next slide, please.
So in terms of why this matters, Ontario's ban on automated speed enforcement has created a gap in how school zone compliance is reinforced. Without ASE, municipalities must rely more on design and visibility infrastructure that prompts immediate slowdown rather than enforcement to introduce driver behavior. Influence driver behavior. The province anticipated this transition and introduced the Road Safety Initiatives Fund to support engineering-based non-enforcement solutions that improve safety through roadway design. This creates a timely opportunity to implement infrastructure that works continuously and without issuing fines. Next slide, please. Through the RSIF, the province has committed $210 million to municipalities transitioning away from ASE. An immediate funding envelope is available now for shovel-ready projects with additional funding to follow. Waterloo is well positioned to access this funding by advancing a visible, scalable, and implementation-ready solution that directly aligns with the province's stated objectives. Next slide, please. The Smart Crossing LED system uses high durability LED strips embedded directly into the roadway, extending curb to curb to form a continuous illuminated threshold. Key features include activation by schedule or synchronization with existing beacons, high visibility in daylight, darkness, rain, snow, and heavy traffic, a clear visual gateway that immediately alerts drivers they are entering a protected school zone. The result is a consistent and unmistakable message to every approaching driver. Next slide, please. This system is engineered specifically for Canadian conditions, designed to withstand winter conditions, snow plows, heavy traffic, and road salt. It's low maintenance, energy efficient, and available in solar or low voltage configurations. It has minimal disruption. Installations can be scheduled on evenings or weekends, and it's fully aligned with RSIF eligibility and funding priorities.
Nadia,
Next slide, please.
Just to let you know, Nadia, you have about 30 seconds, okay?
Okay, so we would recommend implementing this in a phased-in measurable way that would identify key zones and school zones that we would then work with you to be able to implement within a very short time period if this is something of interest. Ultimately, this is a great solution with funding available that we would hope to work with you on in order to bring about more roadway safety in the absence of ASE.
Okay, thank you, Antonio and Nadia. We do have a few questions from councillors, so I will start with Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nadia, for your presentation today and your team as well. Could you clarify how much it would cost to implement your system into one crosswalk or into all the crosswalks eligible throughout the region? And then could you clarify if you have some understanding of how much of the provincial funds that Waterloo region might be eligible for in 2026? I know you said the large envelope, but I don't know that Waterloo region is eligible for all of that funding specifically.
Yeah, to give an exact price, it all depends with the infrastructure of the school zone. For example, if electricity is close by, if you have to run electricity, if it's if it's a 2-lane road, if it's a 4-lane road, all this adds into the cost and to the final price. So it's hard for us to give an idea, but something like, just to have an idea approximately like what we see on the picture, a 2-lane road, beacons and everything, the lights on the street, installation included, we're looking about around $35,000 to $40,000. But again, I don't want to get in. It all depends, a lot of factors to give the final price.
But approximately $40,000 each is what you're...
Yeah, what we see as an idea.
So what we would do is we would work with staff who would identify the locations they would like done. We would go out there, we would look at it, and then we would come back with a more exact price.
Okay, thank you.
And just a quick response to part B. Waterloo, we're not exactly sure what their portion of the $210 million would be, but whatever portion that Waterloo would qualify for, this plant would qualify for whatever Waterloo wanted to use out of that envelope.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and starting this program, because as we've had many conversations around this horseshoe and across the province, the safety of children, particularly our very youngest, and people with a variety of accessibility issues, or, you know, just the ability of people to move safely around our community, it really is one of the top priorities of any elected official. And we know that we know that speeding is a real problem. Yeah, we know that speeding is a real problem. That certainly was very clear in the reason why we were pursuing this. And again, I still remain disappointed that it's not something that we're able to do. But be that as it may, you're mentioning Waterloo. I just wanted to make sure you understand the distinction between, you're talking to the region of Waterloo right now,
Right.
and then there's the city of Waterloo. So there's two, and it's, you know, obviously two-tiered municipal governments are very confusing. So just you're talking right now to the region, and then there's also the cities in this as well. And so I guess my question is, could we just direct this information to go to Commissioner Spooner and his staff to take a look at? And if you want to provide this information, I'm not going to speak for other area municipalities, but to the city of Waterloo, I think we'd certainly be interested in taking a look at it. And you know, I would again just direct you to talk to our transportation staff to see if this is something that might be viable. So could I just leave that with you, Commissioner Spooner? Okay. You can't see him, but he's nodding his head. So
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, just a quick response. We do recognize the difference. So just to let you know, we've approached the region, and we've approached all the cities within the region separately.
Okay, thank you. And I just have a question, Nadia and Antonio, and that's regarding where this is being implemented. Are you in municipalities across the province or the country right now, somewhere that, in doing research, looking into kind of the way it is in other municipalities?
So this technology has been used extensively in Europe. We've just kind of brought it over now in response to what happened when the province canceled the speed cameras. So we have been approaching a lot of municipalities. We've gone to like City of Vaughan, York Region, Peel Region, Brampton, and we've gotten a great response from them. But we don't have one in yet. We anticipate having a pilot project in, or the first couple of projects in, hopefully March or April, so not too far off. And we're also in discussions with the Ministry of Transportation, just so that we can see if we can get this facilitated, so that any municipality who wants to take part, they'll have a lot of the questions answered, the technical questions answered at the provincial level.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you for joining us today and sharing the information with us. I will now move on to...
Thank you for the opportunity.
No problem. Our second delegation, it's Leslie Maxwell, Student Transportation Services of Waterloo Region, Road Safety Program and School Zones. Okay, and Leslie, you do have 5 minutes. When you get to a minute, I'm told there is a light that's going to flash on the podium there for you, so you'll know you'll have a minute.
Thank you, Chair James, and through you, I do have a presentation if it is brought up. Thank you. I'm Leslie Maxwell. Most of you know me as the lead for school travel planning at Student Transportation Services of Waterloo Region. I'm here to speak in favor of the motion for funding for a road safety program to support the ultimate aim of what was our speed camera project that was terminated last fall. Second slide, please. If you drive around the region at bell times, you will know that most or many school zones feel like they're made for cars. What I mean by this is it seems drivers assume that they need to be accommodated before children are. Next slide, please. In 2024, a province-wide survey showed that people are accustomed to witnessing illegal and dangerous behaviors within school zones in a variety of contexts. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It's small, you can't read it, but it is there for you to look at later. Slide 4, please. STSWR observations in our region show that these behaviors are also happening here at concerning rates. Next slide, please. When we look at the data by road type, we saw that higher volume roads tended to see greater numbers of incidents. So this is where we're talking about regional arterial roadways. But mind you, those lower numbers there are still in the hundreds. Just pointing out that none of our roads are great, but the arterial roads do seem to be worse. Next slide, please. And in case it needs to be said, a study by Linda Rothman proved that it shows that a significant association between schools with dangerous driving and pedestrian motor vehicle collisions. So regional roads are a great place to focus new interventions that can reverse those trends. Next slide, please. Student Transportation's family surveys are directed at caregivers across the region, and they show that many parents feel that the school zone is the single most dangerous area on the way to school, fully impacting their choice to use active travel. We hope that these spaces can become more welcoming to children along with this new road safety fund. Next slide, please. Municipal government staffers across the province showed in that survey mentioned earlier that they believe that school zones are for children, ranking children's safety above any vehicular movement as the reason school zones should exist. The experts on your staff have been fully supportive of this notion as well in our experience, and they've been great to work with. Next slide, please. However, the Highway Traffic Act doesn't necessarily make children's safety the focus, so it requires funding like the road safety plan that you have in motion here, outside of the norm to provide comprehensive evidence-based solutions to provide road security for children on their way to school. Next slide, please. Looks like we have time. I just want to highlight some of the things that the region of Waterloo has done for children in the past year alone. And our team proudly has been working to identify some of these spaces. At Moffat Creek here, sorry, on that last slide, at Moffat Creek, a new ramp and crossing reduced the number of parked cars along the side of the road, and it provides access to houses across the street for children that used to have to walk close to a kilometer out of the way to get to school. Next slide, please. More simply, the pedestrian crossover at Cortland PS had an immediate effect on speeds and aggressive driving. And then if the next picture shows Chicopee Hills on Fairway Road, a new multi-use path means students don't need to bike against traffic on the way home in a bike lane, and children are not passing each other on that bike lane, but on foot either. Final slide, please. These are great improvements, and we hope that you will support ongoing funding for additional improvements on regional roadways. In the meantime, please look for our newest campaign to support these efforts coming to schools this spring. We're calling it School Zones Are for Kids, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. I do have a question from Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie, for coming in, and really appreciate the data that you're able to share, that your team collects on a regular basis. I think making these types of data-informed decisions is really helpful. In your experience, is there a difference on, say, a quieter local road or a regional road, and in terms of safety at those bell times that you spoke to? I know we saw it when we went out in November, but could you maybe just speak to that? This is a challenge, across or where that challenge exists across the region.
Yeah, that challenge is on all kinds of roads, and it really depends on the context and geometries, the volume of students at a school, and various attitudes towards traffic and towards driving in neighborhoods across the region. And in many cases, speed isn't the only problem. I know you and I witnessed a lot of concerning behaviors on a residential street just next to a school, but on the arterial road that we were also facing, it had a problem, but a different problem. Speed was the problem maybe on the arterial roadway, where U-turns and double parking and letting children out in the middle of the street was the problem on the residential street. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you for the presentation. I know that there's forever been concerns about school zones and drop-offs. And so my question is, how can the schools and the municipal governments, area municipalities and the region work together better to make, and you've brought up some solutions here. I'm thinking maybe more specifically of drop-offs, because I know we requested a long time ago that new schools have drop-off zones, but then they're not being used. And so how can we work together better to make something that's really usable?
Thank you for your question, and through you, Chair James. We have observed school zones for years, and colleagues like me across the province and across Canada have observed in their own areas, and we all kind of come to the same conclusion. If you build it, they will come. So you build a drop-off zone, more people drive, more people come to that zone, and we cannot possibly accommodate the number of vehicles that show up. And that creates a focal point for cars instead of for children. So when we can create spaces that are safer for children, they look like, well, like interventions like I just showed you. And that the one at Cortland Public School I'll bring to mind first. There's no drop-off zone at Cortland. Cars do use side streets to drop off. And in front of the school where that pedestrian crossover was introduced, the administrative team says that pedestrian crossover immediately slowed traffic, brought attention to children, and actually gave them an opportunity to cross the street where there was none before. They say it's working like the speed cameras did. And so depending on the context, depending on the geometry of the roadway, there will be different interventions that can have those kind of effects. And my team is here to work to bring together the school boards and the municipal staff so that we can all work together on solutions that work, including, yes, the built environment, but also what we can do, bringing in education, bringing in encouragement, and trying to shift that attitude, starting to shift that attitude. I think it's the best way. It's the most proven way so far.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you for coming in today. There's no further questions from council.
My pleasure. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we will have Joseph Pupulo, co-CEO of Palo Corp and Urban Initiatives. And Joseph, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, through you, the chair, and to the rest of my colleagues and people sitting around the horseshoe. Obviously, this is a pressing issue, and it requires immediate action for us to address it. I think there can be a lot of energy put into how did we get here, why is this a problem? I want to focus the majority of my presentation on trying to figure a solution out of this problem and working collaboratively both between government and industry to make it happen. Next slide, please. I want to focus first on the impacts if there is a delay in action, and I don't think that there can be. I recognize that there's multiple heads of council at here of the lower tier municipalities. My principal concern is that if development is now frozen and development charges effectively dry up, this is going to have a huge chilling impact on the finances of not only the lower tier municipalities but also the region as a whole. It's huge. All of the capital projects, all the capital budgets are built upon the notion of continuing development. So we need to move quickly and aggressively to address this issue. Secondly, we're already facing unprecedented economic situation in the industry due to external factors. To now have an additional problem within is further complicating, and I worry that there's going to be a further exodus of talent and trades supporting the construction industry. And then when we are ready to build, we're not going to have the talent there to be able to build as we intended on. The next is investment will be directed to other municipalities. This is a worst-case scenario that I do not want to see, whether it be public or private. I've had multiple financial institutions based out of Toronto and otherwise reach out and understanding whether the quantum of the problem. Financiers are paying attention. This has a huge impact about how we grow the region, and it's going to have a huge impact on a go-forward basis. On a middle to long basis, I worry that private investment will again further be directed to other municipalities and regions. And I think it's important to understand that taxes will increase to the entire tax base. It's not just a stop in development. It's how those costs, how the capital budget plans get allocated across the number. The growth is built into that equation and needs to be considered accordingly. So next slide. As probably some of you have done, I spent an inordinate amount of time over the holidays going back through just about every regional water report and then spending an inordinate time trying to understand the basics of how our water system works. Obviously, I'm not an engineer nor claim to be one, and I'd like to work with engineers on the solution, both public and private. But we need to, we have two systems, but we have one region, and we need to look at how we allocate our resources and reallocate our resources to make sure the region as a whole is successful. So I want to jump quickly into an action plan, recognizing that I have limited time to speak to. Next slide, please. I think the most important thing from an immediate standpoint coming out of today's council meeting is clear direction from council that planning approval should be separate from water allocation, and the appropriate comments on new applications should be given. This is a fundamental issue, as many planning applications are already in very different stages of process. Are they necessarily going to develop right away? Not necessarily. Therefore, there should be appropriate comments given understanding the downloading and planning responsibilities to lower tier municipalities. I was heartened to see last night at Kitchener Council, two proposals were approved, granted with a holding condition, but I think this is an important precedent, and it needs to be looked at all lower tier municipalities. Second is to initiate a plan to link the Middleton system and the pressure system, and they're looking at all the necessary equipment on that. Commitment to immediately start looking at new test wells, and then commitment to start the refurbishment of the Mannheim system immediately, which I understand that's the most immediately capital good. On a 30-day basis, immediate capital infrastructure being put in place and clearly defined. I would like to call a meeting between the industry and government. I think there needs to be some trust building exercises to understand recognizing we are in a problem, how do we get out of that? And we need industry and other consultants need to be at the table. We need to meet with the 50th biggest water users and look for opportunities to conserve. On a go-forward basis, we need to get an action plan and an immediate plan to get the Mannheim refurbishment well underway. Detailed design, transferring reserve from Mannheim to Middleton system needs to occur. Summer plans for conservation should be in place as soon as possible, and then we need to find additional candidate wells. Recognizing that the EAs take time, we need to clearly define them and have it publicly available what EAs we want, and we need to make appropriate steps to expedite the province. And then on 6 month to 1 year, we need to have construction well overway for the Mannheim-Middleton transfer. New wells need to be identified. Additional conservation measures were appropriate, and re-examination of existing capacity through detailed unassigned capacity mapping, so we can detach modeling of usage from further proof. I apologize for taking a long time, but I thought I'd have a longer time to speak on this very critical issue.
You know, I was just about to stop you, Joseph. So thank you for wrapping up and coming in and providing, ways in which solutions can happen, although it's a bigger systems approach, but appreciate that. We do have a few comments questions from councillors. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Joseph, for coming in, and quite frankly, the work that you and others in the industry and the discussions you've been having with many of us over the past few weeks to address something that's, I think, equally concerning for us, both as regional councillors as well as those of us who have dual responsibilities with our area municipalities. A few questions I have from you. You talked about the exodus of trades and talent, and I think that is an important issue that hasn't been spoken about enough. This isn't simply about the theoretical issues of putting projects on hold. This is like painters, electricians, plumbers. I mean, the list goes on and on and on of people who are involved in everything from a potential rental project of a basement suite for in-laws to large, developments that'll provide new housing. If you can talk a little bit more about how critical that is and the risks that we're exposing ourselves to of losing these people to other communities.
There's a huge, thank you for the question, Mayor Vranovic. There's a huge risk right now that we're facing. We're already facing probably the most unprecedented economic conditions for the building and construction industry in probably a generation since the 90s. So at the end of a 30-year cycle, there's already huge pressures that we're facing from an international standpoint, and it's causing people to be more conservative. If people are not seeing an immediate future in being able to rely upon being able to do their job as a painter, plumber, electrician, there are people, talent is needed greatly across Canada and internationally. People will look elsewhere if they see their opportunities and prospects drying up. Now, do I necessarily see that that's going to be the case and that it's a binary 1 and 0 decision that that this will inevitably happen? No, I want to be hedged and nuanced in that. But I think it really relies upon the council working with industry to come up with solutions in the short, medium, and long term at a pace that's will seem uncomfortable to government at times, in my opinion, but it will be extremely necessary in order to forestall this outcome.
And I agree with you, because this is fundamentally, I mean, folks, these are already challenging economic times, and these folks, need to be able to, pay their rent, pay their mortgages, put food on the table, all these kinds of issues. And if they can't do it here, they'll go out elsewhere. And so that's a concern for me. You talked about taking investment elsewhere, calls from financial institutions. I'm hearing this as well. And it all speaks to, messaging. And one of the most significant concerns I've heard, whether it's from, people who are looking to invest in the area, companies that are who are already here looking to expand, those in the construction industry, is messaging around, are we still open for business? And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how important that is, in terms of this overall situation.
I think messaging and communication is extremely important, and I want to both commend staff and council to being open to taking calls and discussions during this time. It's only working together that we're going to figure our way through that. That said, and this is the guidance that I want to offer council and staff, is how we communicate back out to the industry will be mission critical for us also getting out. I think by us giving any sort of smell that we're not open for business will invariably have huge impacts for years and years to come. I would like to figure out a more nuanced approach with better modeling, where we can still manage to keep some semblance of not only development approvals but development in general going while we try and solve this problem collaboratively. I think that's the safest way to go. Specifically, one of the issues at place is what the percentage rate is on capacity reserve and what is the appropriate thing, and then looking at real actual modeling from a monthly timeline. Specifically speaking, it looks like August to be our worst pinch point in terms of water availability due to the seasonality. So it's like, how do we take advantage of that time between that to get as much available capacity, and what available capacity could we bring online in 3 months, 6 months, 10, 12 months, and then plan collaboratively with not only industry but staff accordingly. I think there's solutions to be had, and I'm hoping for a nuanced approach.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Madam Chair, if others don't ask my other questions, I'll cue back in.
Thank you. Okay, moving along, Councillor Hunick.
Through you, Chair James, thank you, Joseph, for coming in today. I just want to reassure you that each of the concerns that you outlined are on the radar of Regional Council, and we are doing everything that we can to mitigate them expediently. So, thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. And at the risk of, we know we have another number of other delegations, so I won't ask all my questions of you, Joseph. I'll save some for the others too, but thank you for making time to be here today and coming with a solution-focused presentation. And I do have a couple of motions that I'm going to table this afternoon that speak to some of those, and particularly I have a lot of questions around the resiliency piece and just, is 20% the right number? Can it be phased in? Things like that. But I was quite curious about, because one of the motions I have is around the conservation and piece, and you referenced that you wanted to have 50 of the largest water users together for a meeting. And so I'm curious if you have a sense of how many of those users or how much of our water, and I know you're not a water engineer, but are using potable water that could be using non-potable water, and how that might play into helping us address this capacity issue.
I think the short answer to that is we don't know, but we need to know very, very quickly. Whether it be aging like data centers that are potentially using potable water that could use gray water or closed loop geothermal solutions, we need to get creative, and what we save will buy us some time to bring on additional capacity. So I think we just need to have very frank and earthy discussions. I think it's really going to come, one of the other things I would like to see in the motions, quite honestly, is the ability to start being able to access the reserve funds so that we can start implementing it. I recognize I'm not exactly sure of the appropriate budget actions that will be required in order to allocate funds, but I would proffer to you that we need some sort of working mechanism to be able to access those funds outside of the typical capital cost budget, so that when we see an opportunity that has immediate potential benefits, that we can move on it very, very quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll save the rest of my questions for other delegations. To give you a
Thank
break.
you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and welcome, Joseph. So the region is working very diligently and very hard and looking at funding to fix the problem. And they do have items that we should go through. Love your suggestion of finding the 50th biggest users and working with them. But I think all of us should be very aware of the situation and work together. And I think that's exactly what the region plans to do, and keep the builders informed, because we want the trades to remain. We want you to build. We want it to happen, but we have to be ensured that we can provide the water you need. And that's our first priority right now, and that's what we're working towards full-heartedly.
I know that was a comment, but if I could just relay a quick comment in return. I think there's been very good examples of industry working with regional staff on large-scale infrastructure projects. There's a few examples that come to mind, but having working groups, not only informing the industry, but having them available at the table to help craft solutions and better solutions, either that can be done quicker or cheaper or help us hit our desired results. So I would like to use a whole region approach in terms of the solution. I'd really like to see a committee stood up so that people can open those lines of communication, us to rebuild that trust and look for the best and optimal solutions in a quick and fashion.
Totally agree. Working together, we're stronger and better. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. Joe, I want to thank you for coming in too, and this is a blanket comment to everybody who's making delegation. I think the developers and the construction industry in Waterloo Region are second to none. And to echo Councillor Chair James' comment, really appreciate the fact that everybody's rolling up their sleeves and coming with solutions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Just a question that came to mind when Councillor Foxton was speaking, and that is to developers, and maybe you can help me with this. Are you starting to look more to using things like cisterns or sort of collecting water and perhaps using gray water? I know that's there's a lot of infrastructure involved with some of those pieces, but are developers starting to look at that as a way of helping?
I think there can be a lot of practical solutions at the detailed design phase, and that's really candidly where I want to decouple the notion of, okay, we're going to freeze development or slow development versus we're going to look at development, but also look for opportunities. I think there's a conservation piece, there's a redirection piece, there's also a larger overall capacity and allocation piece across the entire system. So I think there's lots of technical solutions can be brought to the fore, and that's why I don't think a one and zero binary switch to do this is necessarily the right solution for us at this time.
Thank you. I see no further councillors in the queue. Councillor Verbanovic, I do want to come back to you if you do have one question. You're good? Okay. Thank you, Joseph, for coming in and speaking candidly with us.
Thank you.
I will now call on David Galbraith, President and Principal Planner, UP Consulting. And David, you have 5 minutes. There will be a light that flashes when you're down to about a minute, okay?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dave Galbraith. I'm a registered professional planner and the president of UP Consulting Limited. I'm here today as a planner and concerned citizen with regard to the capacity constraint at Mannheim and the service area. We've all read the report, and I suggest many of us have similar questions. How did we really get here? Why is this issue escalated so urgently to warrant a complete halt in development? And how will this issue be resolved, and what can be done to do so quickly? These are certainly all questions that need answer, but at this juncture, similar to Joseph, I think it's imperative that we focus on what can be done right now to resolve the issue as soon as possible. The fallout of a prolonged clamp on water will have profound impacts on our community. Further stagnation of the development industry, direct impacts on local economic development, compromised project financing from private lenders as well as through CMHC, direct impacts on the constructions and trade industry, erosion of trust, functional elimination of development charges for the area municipalities, the region, and school boards, direct impacts on housing delivery, including affordable housing, direct impacts on the ability of local municipalities to achieve their housing targets. And with that comes the risk of losing critical infrastructure monies. Impacts, and then finally, impacts on existing policy initiatives, including Kitchener's new OP. This list may seem dramatic, but I want to be absolutely clear that the impacts of this matter are far-reaching and pronounced. This problem requires urgent action and resolution in collaboration between levels of government and the industry itself. I agree with the recommendations put forward by Joseph this morning that short, medium, and long-term actions should be action straight away, as well as conservation messaging out to the general public. In addition, the slide before you today has several targeted recommendations. Recommendation 1 is focused on supporting development through this process. The region and its area municipality counterparts need to work collectively to ensure that projects can still move through formative approvals, like a 4-unit development that went to Kitchener Council last night. Likewise, local government should explore where allocation has been granted to date but not acted upon. Engage with these owners of this allocation and see whether it can be reallocated on a temporary basis. Recommendation number 2 is that the region consider a phase-in of the proposed resiliency target, as mentioned by Member McCabe. While the goal of having a 20% buffer is great on paper and a good goal to strive for, given the situation we're currently in, we should consider a phase-in. Recommendation 3 is focused on working to protect existing infrastructure funding, grants, and revenue sources. With regards to strong community grants and half funding, these are linked to housing starts, so there should be a focus on achieving these targets. Recommendation 4 recommends a review of planned capital projects being undertaken by the region this year and next. The region should ensure that this is priority number 1. And recommendation 5 proposes the establishment of a public and private sector working group, as also indicated by Joseph, for constant communication throughout this process. The final recommendations on the screen focus on working with federal and provincial counterparts, which I understand has already been initiated. Final recommendation is just to review the situation and how we can avoid similar situations moving forward. I appreciate your time this morning, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, David. We do have a few questions. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thanks for coming in, David, and trust a planner to pull together a great infographic for this. I guess a question for you is, I believe between the two of you, you've spoken about it in different ways, but would it be fair in your experience and what you understand from your colleagues that there's the infrastructure issue, there's this hard engineering challenge that we need to overcome, and there's sort of the math and the paper of it all, and that there are perhaps separate things that can be worked on separately but together. Is that a fair characterization, perhaps, of how we might be able to go forward in a good way?
Yeah, through the chair, I think you've captured that pretty well. Certainly within a water model, you have to account for developments that have already been approved, but as we've seen, certain projects get to this stage of approvals, even site plan approvals, but don't ever action the building permit. And there's economic reasons for why that's occurring, and other reasons for why that's occurring, general market conditions. So I think there really needs to be a deep dive into this issue specifically to say what's the paper issue, what's been approved, what could be potentially reallocated. And then again, as an industry, I think what I've been hearing, I've probably been on the phone about 60 hours in the past week and a half on this issue, and much more in December as well, is that there's certainly a drive to work together to make sure that our trades are still busy, that projects that can move forward, that there is a business case right now that they can still advance.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you very much, and thanks, David, for coming in. And yeah, I too thumbs up on the infographic. I saw it on the weekend on social media, and it was great. So just further on those allocations, because I do think that this is certainly a step in the solution going forward. My sense is that there's a few realities at play right now. There may be projects that have been on the books and maybe won't come forward for another 5, 6, 7 years for a whole variety of reasons. So I think that's part of what you're talking about. But the other reality is there are projects, because of the economics, the shift from, let's say, condo development to the rental market right now, in terms of projects that are density related. Folks may have a planning approval for 30 stories, but the numbers really only make 17 or 18 work right now. And so is that the kind of stuff you think we need to really dig deeper with yourselves as an industry to understand and use that as a pathway to move forward in the short to medium term?
Through the chair, absolutely. I think I don't really have much to add to that, but I think we need to have these types of conversations. Some will be easier, some will be more challenging, but again, as you noted, the project financing that may have worked 2018 or 2017 might not be applicable anymore, right? And yeah, I think there needs to be that kind of conversation with the industry as a whole.
You referenced a 20% buffer, and that's obviously something that we're going to need to talk about. And I know that that's a staff recommendation, but in talking to others and learning about sort of what exists in other parts of the province, and everyone's water system is different. But that buffer number seems to be different in different places. Some of them may be cities that, for example, rely on the lake directly, and that's a different scenario, obviously, than us who, rely on groundwater primarily and the river to a certain degree. But is there a question there both in terms of what's the right number on a short-term basis, and ultimately is 20% the right number on a long-term basis? Is that a little bit of what we're hearing from you folks?
Yeah, through the chair. Again, I think, water's critical for everything, right? And I think as a region, we need to protect ourselves long-term. So striving for this resiliency buffer, I'm not an engineer. I don't know what's commonplace between different municipalities, but again, if this is a long-term goal, treat it as a long-term goal, accept a certain degree of risk in the short term, just also recognizing the risks of a potential fallout of the situation. So, I think it's a great goal to work towards, ensure that we have a resiliency buffer there. But I think from my perspective, given the situation we find ourselves in, this is something that should be explored.
And last quick question, both you and Joseph have referenced the public-private working group. Prior to today, has there been that request of our team here at the region, and any feedback on that, or is this sort of the first that it's being formally requested?
Through the chair, so there's no existing working group. I think in different forums, regional staff are great with meeting with groups like Build Urban, which I represent from a planning perspective, and have met with the Home Builders Association. But I think what the industry is really looking for is just clear, consistent messaging on this issue. It could help with situations like a bank that's knocking on your door, what's going on in this world where financing's in question. If we have consistent messaging that can be brought back, it can help mitigate some of those issues. So I don't think there's a formal working group on this specifically yet with the industry, but certainly something we'd look to see.
And because there's sort of a three-way partnership on this issue, the region from water, municipalities from planning, and then obviously the industry on this, would it be helpful that there's some representation from area municipalities on this working group as well?
Yes, through the chair, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. And again, thank you, David, for spending, you said, I think, upwards of 60 hours over the recent holiday season answering questions or seeking information, it sounds like, or in meetings. So, thank you for doing that work. It's obviously not the way people want to spend their time, generally speaking. I was going to save this question for Melissa Durrell, because I know she has a communications background, but since you raised it and you were talking about the need for consistent, clear communications, can I ask, do you have concerns around that the messaging has been inconsistent or unclear, or maybe, I don't know, use another adjective that you'd like? How has it sort of been landing with the sector?
Through the chair, I think, this is a very quickly emerging issue, right? So we were first notified of this in early December, and limited information was provided at that time due to a lack of information at the time, right? There was a need for additional study, but I think there was a general concern that we just need improved messaging on this. So I think, it is a new issue. It's not like this is a long-standing thing that we've been aware of as an industry. So just moving forward, I think it would help both the region as well as the development sector, just to understand what's transpiring.
Okay, thank you for that. But my other question for you then is, and I realize I'm asking you to speak sort of on behalf of the whole sector, but you're here. So I'm just wondering if you could maybe articulate what you feel are the top short and medium term issues that the sector is facing, like for, the next 3 months, the next 6 months, and like really in 2026. What are the key immediate issues that you want Regional Council and our staff team to be thinking about and taking action on?
Through the chair, I think for most developer clients who are looking to break ground, whether it be, a car wash or a high-rise building, maybe car wash is a bad example that you're referencing right now, but certainly it's just about how will development applications be processed? Are we going to be able to advance them to a certain point? We're looking for consistency between the affected municipalities on how these issues will be treated. I think in addition to that, I would say, Do we need to go towards a full halt, or can this be, as I mentioned before, can this be phased in, monitored very closely throughout the process to allow for certain forms of development? It's obviously not 2018 when we were really in the thick of the big boom, but there are projects that are moving forward, and they're projects that are deeply needed in the community. So how can we facilitate advancing certain projects given the overall situation here, and what types of projects are going to be prioritized? And then I'd say third, we just need an understanding of, what are the fixes, the short, medium, long term. We understand there's that report coming, but this is, it's raising hairs in the development industry. They're anxious to understand, is this going to be a, how quickly can these things be actioned? Is this a 3-year EA process plus longer build out, or what are the short-term fixes? We just really need to understand what it means and how quickly will they be able to get back to business.
Okay, thanks for that. I really hear the need for urgency and acceleration of that. The motion that I put forward was to accelerate that list of repairs so that we at least have a better understanding more quickly of what are the short, medium, and long-term, as you just articulated, the short, medium, long-term actions that we need to undertake. Thanks very much, David, for coming in today.
Okay, thank you, David. I see no further questions. Appreciate you as well coming in to speak with us today. Next, I think the next delegate has withdrawn, so we will move on to Melissa Durrell, Executive Officer, Build to Urban. Melissa, you've got 5 minutes, and when that light flashes, you've got about a minute left.
Okay, thank you very much. So good morning, Chair, regional councillors, staff as well. As mentioned, my name is Melissa Durrell, and I'm here on behalf of Build Urban, which is a coalition of about 17 developers actively building housing, commercial, mixed-use projects across Waterloo region. So I want to be clear at the outset, we fully support the region's responsibility to provide a safe, reliable drinking water supply. Protecting water sustainability is essential, and the development industry does not dispute that. What we're here to talk about today is clarity, coordination, and timing. The region has advised that it cannot support approval of new development applications in the Mannheim service area at this time, and it will not enter into new servicing agreements. And this has had significant impacts for projects already in the planning and approval pipeline. Many of these projects were approved or advanced under previous growth assumptions, and developers have already invested heavily in land, planning, design, engineering, and finance. When servicing expectations change without clear timelines or path forward, uncertainty takes hold. And uncertainty is the real issue here. Every project depends on financing. Banks and lenders and institutional investors are deeply involved at every stage, and they're highly risk adverse. When approval, servicing, and timelines become unclear, capital looks elsewhere. This is not speculation, this is already happening. And it's important to be precise here, because the region has indicated it cannot approve new applications at this time, but it has not issued an outright ban on development. So the current lack of clarity around what can proceed, under what conditions, and on what timeline is being interpreted by the market as an increased risk. That perception alone can delay or redirect investment, even while technical work continues behind the scenes. We are hearing inconsistent messages on the ground. Some planners are suggesting projects may still move forward, while others are advising that applications cannot advance. That inconsistency creates confusion, not just for builders, but for municipalities, consultants, lenders, who are all trying to interpret the same information differently. So the question our Build Urban members are asking is very simple. What can proceed, and how quickly can this issue be resolved? Another important factor is the application of a 20% operational resiliency buffer. This is a significant requirement with major implications for development. While resiliency is important, applying such a conservative threshold at this time, we believe, is premature. Projects in the planning and approval pipeline require clarity and stability first, so that necessary adjustments can be made without creating unnecessary risks or delays. So that brings me to the request, which you've heard, and I'll reiterate it one more time. Build Urban is looking for the immediate creation of an industry water capacity task force, working alongside regional staff, municipalities, and technical teams. This task force must include active builders and developers who can provide real-world input on phasing, timing, and feasibility. And we're also urging the region to continue advancing applications through planning and approval stages where possible, while infrastructure challenges are being investigated and addressed. Allowing projects to continue to move through formative stages helps avoid a future backlog and provides confidence to financial partners and the region that we are actively managing this issue. Finally, we're asking the region to be consistent in its public communications. Language matters. Technical statements, when not paired with clear next steps and timelines, can unintentionally signal instability to investors and employers. Clear, plain language communication will help maintain confidence while solutions are being developed. Builders matter to this region, and we're delivering the housing, employment opportunities, and economic activity that communities depend on. As mentioned, there's thousands of people that are employed here, and we continue to invest because we believe in this region. But if this issue drags on without clarity, investment's going to slow. So to summarize, first, clarity, we would like clear answers on what can proceed now and how quickly capacity constraints can be resolved. I believe Regional Councillor McCabe has a motion to that effect. Second, direct industry involvement and immediate industry water capacity task force with real builder representation and access to data and assumptions that are driving the decisions. And third, urgency and consistency. Coordinated action and consistent messaging across the region and local municipalities while maintaining a safe and reliable water supply. This is a serious issue, but it's solvable. Build Urban stands ready to work with the region to find practical solutions and keep housing and employment development moving responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. We do have a few questions from councillors. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Melissa, for being here today. And I think it's actually really helpful that you're here because not only are you wearing your current hat, but you also sat around a council horseshoe before, and so you kind of have a lived experience in terms of how all of this is playing out. My first question to you is you talked about the importance of clear language. How this is impacting financial market investors, the whole piece around being open for business. And that is probably the consistent message that I'm hearing from so many in different sectors.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, particularly, as someone who has sat on our side of the horseshoe, but also as a communicator, how important is that and how critical is that in order to make sure we're not jeopardizing future investment, not just in the short term, but in the longer term?
I mean, we can manage what we say around this horseshoe, but what gets said outside really, really matters. And while no one in this room has said stop development entirely, that is what's being said in the comment sections, in headlines, from other leaders in this community. They're talking about, is Waterloo region closed for business? They're asking these kinds of questions right now. That is absolutely not the right kind of messaging we want out about this community. I think we really need to be careful about how we're talking about what this issue is and how we're solving it and being very proactive around that. And I think because it's been so ambiguous that people are filling in the gaps. I mean, this is a $1 billion issue, like millions today, billions in the next decade issue. So yes, people are looking for answers. And when we look for answers, we look all over. And what you're seeing out there in those headlines and in the comments are people trying to fill in the gaps. Has to be a really strong regional message. We are open for business. We have enough water. We're working on solutions to get more water available. That kind of language matters.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just elaborating on that, in terms of the messaging, and no disrespect to the companies, because they're an important part of this, but I think really how this hits home to people in the community is, how this is or isn't addressing the housing crisis and how it's in reality going to potentially impact the thousands of jobs in our community. Mm-hmm. And wondering if you can speak to the importance of really honing in on that from a community perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I was at your council, Mayor Verbanovic, not too long ago, where, and I mean, regional council here talking about the encampments. We know that housing is a massive issue here. And so I think what we need to be talking about is how we open up capacity. Our eye is still on the number one goal, which is creating housing in this community along the housing continuum. And so what does that look like? We have small fixes that can happen, medium-term fixes, and long-term fixes. We are open for business in this community.
And so my last question to you is, and a number of us, I think 4 or 5 of us, have motions that we're planning on bringing forward as the day goes on. But one of the ones that I'm focusing in on is the need to, for the region to share its data with both the area municipalities and the industry for 2 reasons. Number one, so that everybody has that access to that data and can really dig in and have a deep understanding of what's being talked about. But secondly, just in the interest of full transparency, so that this is a big issue, and the more information that's there, reliable, trusted information, and you don't get any more reliable than good data. I'm wondering if, from an industry perspective, if you have a thought on the importance of that motion and sharing the sharing of that data.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Chair. I really think that you've nailed it when you talk about the fact that transparency and having eyeballs on that data is important. There has been a little bit of a loss of trust over the last, I guess, since December 9th. I'm not doing my, just over a month. We don't have answers. We don't know what projects are moving forward. We don't know. The quickest way to start to remedy that is to have what we're proposing, and this is one of the things we've talked about within the industry. What can we do to start to understand what's going on behind the curtain? Is to have eyeballs in there. We're not talking about a ton of people. This has to be efficient. We don't want to create another place where everybody's going to be sitting and wasting hours and hours of time. This cannot be done in an email. This is the kind of task force that's actually going to come up with solutions and move things forward, and then be able to report back to the home builders, Build Urban, and the other organizations. I think it's imperative from this moment forward, that moving on, that the industry is involved and actually sees the data.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, and thank you again, Melissa, for coming in and for the work that you do with the Build Urban and the development community and the public service that you've provided. And I just have to say, it's great to see a woman up here as well, representing the development community, so don't want that to go unnoticed. I was going to ask you some communications questions, but Councillor Verbanovic covered most of those. But just the one communications question I will ask you, putting that hat of yours on, like you're talking about, it sounds like the lack of clarity and the lack of consistency in that. It sounds like you're not getting the information that we think we're providing. So I'm just wondering if you had any specific comments on like changes you'd like to see to the communication and the key messages that we are sending, or some advice.
Yeah, there's really 2 parts to this. I think overall, our industry needs better insight into what's happening in water management in this region at this time. This has been a huge issue for my industry, for the development industry, massive. And when things happen, people start to pick up the phone. And what has happened is we're getting different information from different groups, from planners, from municipal staff, from regional staff. So I do think there needs to be a combined effort from the region and the municipalities to come forward and to say, this is the plan going forward. I mean, we have projects, we don't know whether they're going to move forward or not. They've been approved. We do not know. That's unbelievable in this community today.
Yeah. Okay.
So we need to know more, period.
Something that has that task force that you're talking about. It is a real challenge. Like in Waterloo, we've got around 4,100 housing units for 2026 that we need to figure out an answer for. So I certainly
multiply that by how much that's worth, and think about the industry right now and how stressed out.
Yeah. So I can certainly, do the multiplication effect of that. I'm just with the task force, and I understand, you know, you want it to be, it needs to be nimble, and we need to have decision makers at the table and all that kind of stuff. I'm just wondering, from the conservation side of it, about having some representatives from Reap Green Solutions, Sustainable Waterloo, representatives like that, if you'd be open to that, in addition to, I think the reference was already made to having area municipalities on that table too. I mean, I'm conscious of not getting it too big, but but also we've heard from David and Joseph around conservation methods and things that we need to be considering as well. So I think I'm curious about the lens that they would bring to a table like you're suggesting. So just interested in your comments on that.
I think that there's room for that in the future, but today, what I would like to see is it would be one of our developers who would be a water engineer. I think the people around that table need to know what they're looking at when they're looking at those numbers so that we can be lean, mean, and nimble at the beginning. If in the future, as we move into the medium and long-term goals, we expand to consumption, which I think is a really a good idea around conservation, I think at that point, perhaps the task force could increase, but I think today, what we need to actually see is, like, what does this well do? If we fix this, this will allow this much more development. I think we're at that micro stage right now, which the fewer people around that table to be able to make decisions to move and allow development to happen is the number one goal.
Okay.
And then we can move on to other ideas later.
Okay. Thanks for that. That's helpful information.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rodriguez, you're next.
Thanks for coming in, Melissa. I appreciate at the beginning you acknowledged the challenge that we're confronted with, right? That there's this engineering challenge and there's this...
I'm happy I'm here.
this real challenge that we have to grapple with. And so, but acknowledging that and going forward, and so what from now, do you have a sense from your members and the folks that you're talking to that there is an openness and a receptiveness to a nuanced approach to this, that this isn't normal times, that there may have to be some winners, there might have to be some tough conversations, but that those conversations are important to have about what can happen right now, what can happen at the end of this year, what can happen for this construction season. Is that something that you're hearing as an openness, that, you know, there's different pathways for different types of projects?
Councillor, we are open. We don't know anything. Right. We don't know what's on the table, who might have to say, I'm going to take, I'll put my building on hold for 2. We don't know anything. So at this point, I can't crystal ball to say what we can look at for the next bit. What we really want to know today is, what are those, not Q1, but end of January, if that motion goes forward, what are those short-term fixes that can allow growth to happen? I know my developers, Build Urban members are open to having conversations 100%. The region's success is our success. Like, we all are in this together. But at this point, I think that crystal ball thinking, we're just not even there yet. We have to
really dive into it,
really dive into it. I mean, we're at a point now where we can, we're talking. We need to stop talking and start doing. And I know that that's what part of today is about, but that's how big of a deal this is to us.
Really appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
So, Melissa, thank you for coming in. And I just want to quote one of the things you said at the very beginning, and that is, this is a huge issue, but it's solvable. Yes. The only way it's solvable is we all work together. One of the communication challenges, I think, for all of us, and I've talked to lots of people in this room and lots of developers outside of this room, and I'm sure other people around the horseshoe have as well. I started out saying, we don't know what we don't know. This is a very iterative process. As we go along, we look at the measurement, and I'm confident everyone will stay here and listen to our staff report in some of the motions that have been coming forward. But it's very difficult to give clarity of communication when it's iterative. It harkens back to the COVID-19 pandemic to me, when science told us different things, when experts made it more clarified, when we would be able to be more focused. We were then able to make make different decisions. Every conversation that I've had with a provincial minister is that they're open to hearing what our solutions are. But how do we grapple with the fact that this is a moving target and we know more every day, and we're sort of focusing in on what those solutions are, which clearly we all have to work in tandem. And I hear loud and clear from many of the delegations that involving the development community is a really smart way to move forward. But the message is going to change as it becomes clarified.
And that's good practice. Don't say what you don't know. But at the same time, be really careful about what you're saying. Because when you say that we are pausing all development, that has a massive implication. I mean, I question whether that was needed. Maybe the third-party report where actually we understand what this actually looks like, that actually will give you answers. So that's something that we can talk about. Right now, all we know is that we don't know what we don't know. And that's really hard.
And again, thank you for coming in, and just know that you have our commitment that we will journey together because we all have to be part of the solution.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much, Melissa, for being here today. And I really just want to say thank you for echoing a lot of the concerns that I know I have had throughout this process. But also I appreciate hearing that feedback because for me, I'm trying to reconcile what I thought had been shared or communicated effectively, and clearly it's not coming off the same way. So I really appreciate you highlighting that. Hopefully that will be reflected in the motions that I know myself and some of my other colleagues are bringing forward today.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thanks, Melissa, for coming in as well. One of the notes I put down, Chair Redmond spoke about, was COVID. When we had information coming in and had to sort of put it all together and figure out what we're going to do with it, and then inviting the community in, and I'm hoping that's the process that's going to happen here. You talked about it being a month. It was a month and a month over holidays and everything else. So I think we've been trying to move really quickly, and our planners, CAOs, heads of council have been meeting and just trying to wrap our heads around it before we invite the community in. But I really appreciate you pointing out that the community needs more and better information. And I too hope that that's forthcoming soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. I see no further questions. Thank you for taking the time to come in this morning. Okay, next we have Larry Kotzeff, Vice President, Real Estate Development, Solo Wave Investments Limited. You have 5 minutes, Larry.
Chair James and members of committee, my name is Larry Kotzeff, and I'm the Vice President of Real Estate Development for Solo Wave Investments in the City of Waterloo. I'm here this morning on behalf of the company regarding the redevelopment of the former Krauss Carpet Factory site at 65 Northfield Road West in the City of Waterloo. Madam Chair, all of us as community builders and leaders within Waterloo Region are yet again facing the challenge that needs to be addressed expeditiously and collectively. We are here as part of the solution as we move forward to advance ways and means to deal with the water capacity issue identified at Mannheim. The solutions will be evolutionary, we realize that, but immediate action by council is necessary. I'm confident that the challenge can and will be dealt with appropriately. However, Madam Chair, we are seeking some clarifications, and I will begin by setting the context. Our property is located immediately east of Highway 85 and south of Northfield Drive in the city, and consists of 7.27 hectares. I know that members are familiar with the property. The redevelopment of our site is divided into 2 stages to provide for residential and commercial uses. The respective planning instruments, official plan, zoning bylaw, draft plan of subdivision, are approved and in effect. I would like to focus on the first stage, Stage A. This stage will consist of 6 buildings that will accommodate approximately 1,600 residential units, located short walking distances from the Northfield and Conestoga LRT stations. The registration of Stage A and approval of site plan application for the first building located at the corner of Northfield Drive and Conestoga Road are imminent. Also, we have met with city building staff and are collaboratively working with them on our detailed drawings. We are hopeful to begin construction of our first building early this summer. Madam Chair, our request for clarification is regarding the statement on page 8 in paragraph 2 of the staff report that, I quote, "The region is not entering into new servicing agreements," and how this statement applies to the Crouse lands that are already fully serviced. The analysis conducted by our engineering consultants at Walter Fetty and attached to my letter of January the 9th, 2026, indicates that the historic water demand of the Crouse Carpet Factory exceeds the demand proposed through the approval of residential development in Stage A. The Walter Fetty report indicates that no new water capacity for development of Stage A is requested, and secondly, that Stage A would be serviced with a lower demand on water supply than the Crouse operations. Specifically, Walter Fetty's analysis indicates that the demand on water supply would be reduced as a result of the redevelopment. Further, the build-out of Stage A is anticipated to occur over approximately 20 years, which spreads water needs over a considerable time period. This net reduction in water supply is in line with recommendation number 6 of Appendix B of the staff report. Here, the consultant, Agile Infrastructure Limited, through its water supply peer review and assessment, recommends a short-term action to aid the region in better addressing immediate needs, including recommendation number 6 on page 42 of the report, which states, working with industry experts to identify potential water supply opportunities that could be expedited, we feel that the redevelopment of Stage A of our property is aligned with this recommendation as it reduces water supply requirements at our site. As stated in my letter of January the 9th, had it been clear that the historic servicing capacity associated with the site would not be carried forward through redevelopment, the 550,000 square feet of factory space would not have been demolished in 2024 at significant cost. Instead, the site would reasonably be operating today with new industrial tenants by transitioning these lands from industrial use to a phased residential use. The project would first reduce overall water demand. Second, improve system flexibility in the near term. And thirdly, support the region's stated objective of addressing immediate capacity pressures while enabling housing delivery.
Larry, you have a few seconds left. I'll let you kind of wrap
Chair
up.
James, just timely clarification is important, and I wanted to make mention to the committee that we've dealt with staff, Commissioner Regier and his planning staff, who are now aware of the water supply circumstances as they relate to the site, and that there are no additional supply requirements for Stage A to proceed. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks, and I'm willing to answer any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming in, Larry. We do have a few questions. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and thanks, Larry, for coming in, and thanks for your work on this this project at the former Crouse lands. It's a pretty big project. I'm just wondering, just for the rest of Regional Council, because they're probably not as familiar as I am, because it's in the city of Waterloo. Can you just give us a sense of what the overall housing units that are planned for that site in the fullness of time? You said it'd be about 20 years, but then also what you're looking to start in 2026, like right. How many housing units?
So I've addressed Stage A of 2 stages, which contemplates approximately half of the units, approximately 1,600 units, residential units, to be developed on the site. The second half would come much later. I've also specified that the 1,600 units proposed for 6 buildings would evolve over a period between now and 2040 something. We have been working diligently with city staff to, in fact, move all these requirements forward from a registration site plan approval point of view to start construction of the first building at Northfield and Conestoga at that corner in the summer of this year. So we're almost at the goal line, but need to just kick it across the goal line. So from the perspective of registration, it's imminent, but there's certain conditions to be met, one of which I made reference to in the region staff report about servicing agreements with the region. Well, I hope I've made the case to the members of committee that this was a service site. This is a service site, and it has been serviced for high water use, which the Krauss Carpet Factory was enduring over a period of time. So the capacity is there. Its use through the redevelopment will be A, less, and B, extended over a long period of time. Mm-hmm. So that's really the point we're trying to make, and we really feel that within sort of the situation we're discussing today, that it's a solution to allow activity, residential development to happen, and aspects that generate assessment for municipalities, which is important. So yes, I mean, we're ready to go. Just some, I won't call them minor, but some aspects to kick over the goal line.
Right, and thanks for that. I think that's helpful. And I mean, I know in the city of Waterloo, like I was saying previously, we've got about 4,000 housing units that are, very imminent, right, in terms of going ahead. So, and this is one of them, but you could multiply that. Like this example that you're giving us is one of, I don't know how many examples exist in the other area municipalities as well. So I really appreciate you explaining how, this is a real solution, but it's also, there's some nuance. There's a lot of nuance in this. And as Melissa was saying, just saying this hard, like the message that has gone out is that it's like a hard and fast stop, whereas there are some solutions and places where, the capacity already exists and is already accounted for that I think we really need to take a look at and see, and work, as, your colleagues have said, on an industry table and with regional and area municipality staff to say what is possible to move ahead in a really responsible manner, and what do we need repairs to the system to do to accommodate. So thank you for bringing that overview to us, because I think it's really, really helpful because that's a really, really specific and really real-time example of what some of the industry are facing. So thanks, Larry, for that.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Larry, for coming in and I guess bringing more of a micro-level perspective to a specific project with some very interesting nuances. Versus some of the macro level issues that we've been hearing from others, specifically on the issue of the water data and the fact that the projects that you're talking about will be using less water than the old manufacturing plant that was there. Have you had an opportunity in your discussions with staff to understand how that has factored into their numeric analysis? Like, are they has staff looked at that property in the context of zero water consumption, future water consumption in terms of, the projects that you're talking about, or past water consumption, in terms of the Krauss plant? Because, that data, that information obviously will impact the modeling.
Sure. A good question, Vanovic. We met as recently as last Friday with regional staff, planning staff, and had a discussion about this. We provided them with the analysis that Walter Fetty prepared on our behalf that we attached to our letter of last week. So it's now being considered. It's now being looked at in more detail as to what it means to answer some of your questions. I don't have the immediacy of an answer, but it's part of the equation. It's part of the equation, and what we felt it represents is an ability to make something happen and move forward within the discussions we're taking. However, It's a good question, and I'm quite sure Commissioner Rodriguez is going to be assessing it from that perspective.
Sure, and so you actually touched on something, and you may not be in a position to sort of answer this, but I mean, a little more than 20 years ago, you sat around the inner horseshoe as the commissioner, and obviously the community's changed a lot in that time, but you know, in your role at that time, you would have considered things like the official plan, amendments, water issues, and so on. Is there any insights or perspectives from that experience that you can offer up to us in consideration of you know, what we're looking at today, recognizing 20 years is, I mean, I was in IT 30 years ago and the world's changed a lot since then. So, you know.
It's an interesting question, and I've been posed it by some of my colleagues. Again, if I was having to comment on it, lots has changed. The pattern of development has changed with the LRT and intensification, trying to take advantage of public transit versus automobile transportation for a number of reasons. So my view would be, where can we find ways and means to deal with the specificity of what I just described today for a particular development on a site within the larger context that we're trying to resolve, versus taking a black or white view of the world and saying, we're going to stop this until we do this. As Melissa has indicated, by stopping what we're doing, it's not sending a message right to the community. At the same time, we need housing supply. So this is what I feel our part in this development with the City of Waterloo to make something happen positively, while at the same time, we're looking for a longer-term solution. And some of the questions we've asked from Build Urban's perspective with respect to the issue at Mannheim we're talking about. Is this a today problem, a tomorrow problem, or a 2051 problem to accommodate 1 million people? And we don't have the answer to that, but that's a very important question to answer, because we can't stop everything from happening here in the region. The region, I think, has been a leader over time and has to continue being a leader over time, and not send the wrong message out there to have our prosperity or whatever else move somewhere else.
Thank you. Those are helpful perspectives.
Okay, thank you, Larry, for coming in and providing your perspective.
Thank you very much.
No further questions from council. I will now call on Larry Masso, Policy Advisor, Waterloo Region Home Builders Association, and you have 5 minutes, Larry.
Thank you, Chair James and members of the committee. My name is Larry Massio, and I'm a policy advisor for the Waterloo Region Home Builders Association. My message today is going to be actually very similar to much of what you've already heard. So I'm going to kind of pare that back a bit so that I'm not as repetitive, but I do have a few important matters to our members that I want to make sure I do highlight. And there's probably a couple other things that maybe haven't quite been raised or raised in the right context that I'd like to address as well. So to begin, the water capacity constraints identified in the Mannheim system represent, at this point, an effective freeze on development, and has put our members in, frankly, an untenable situation. The decision will trigger a cascade of severe, long-lasting consequences, constraining housing supply, driving up costs, destabilizing municipal finances, exposing the region to significant legal risk, and undermining Waterloo's economic competitiveness for years to come. This moment requires clear, decisive leadership from Regional Council, and we think direct provincial oversight. This will help restore community confidence using transparent data and establish a credible path moving forward. WRHBA is here today because we are the region's largest development and housing partner, And we are here and we're ready to help, both directly and constructively, and also with solutions. But we really cannot accept a complete halt to development without sufficient credible evidence. And so far, we've really not seen that evidence. So first, I'd like to address how the region is framing this matter. And we suggest that this matter should be framed as an engineering challenge, and that will be addressed in a staged manner and with the least community impact possible. I'd also like to address some of the technical concerns that we've heard. First, this is not a water emergency. There is no water quality or public health crisis, and new development already meets strict water balance and infiltration requirements. Secondly, peer review relies on extreme, highly unlikely scenarios, such as losing an entire treatment plant or multiple well fields for years, scenarios that, quite frankly, are not standard planning assumptions in Ontario. Thirdly, the 20 to 30% resiliency buffer is extraordinary. It's undefined, and it double counts risks already addressed through the province's permit to take water process. Fourthly, the region's own peer review notes that the Mannheim plant is operating at only 40% of its intended capacity due to asset limitations. If a public asset is underperforming, the solution is to repair that asset and accelerate upgrades, not to halt housing development. Finally, I'd like to address some process and business implications.
Larry, you have about 1 minute left.
Thank you. So one of the biggest issues we have moving forward is what this may mean to the longevity of the freeze, what it might mean to development approvals in the queue and our ability to meet housing targets, as well as, just frankly, much needed housing in the community. And the other aspect is what impact this will have on the collection of not only regional, but area municipal development charges. If this issue is with us for 6 months or a year, there will be millions of dollars that will be delayed, or in some cases possibly foregone entirely in terms of collected development charges. And we question what impact is that going to have on municipal capital forecasts and development programs moving forward. Are the area municipal and regional councils going to be able to meet the planned growth and investments in the coming year, in the coming perhaps 5 years, if those very important development charges are not collected or are substantially delayed?
Larry, do you just want to wrap up?
What does that mean? So thank you. Sorry for extending beyond, but we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, we do have a few questions from councillors, Larry. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Larry, for coming in today.
You're
And
welcome.
appreciate the you adding your perspective to this important topic as well, because we've obviously heard from Build Urban and some of the companies that are building more intensified and taller buildings. So it's really important to hear from the Waterloo Region home builders and the members that you represent as well. I'm just wondering if they've talked to you about this task force idea that has been recommended, and if that's something that you think that you would be interested in participating in, and what your thoughts are from that perspective from the members that you represent.
Absolutely. That was actually in my presentation. It just didn't get said because I ran out of time. But absolutely. We ask that an industry-focused technical working group comprising the WRHBA and other key partners be established to evaluate and guide specific actions and to ensure workable interim solutions that ensure new housing can be delivered as we move forward.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear, because it's obviously the type of housing that you build versus like the members of Build Urban and that are different, but obviously very important, and they meet needs of various residents and future residents of our community. So, but it's in my mind, it certainly makes sense to have you at the table as well, to have your perspectives and your input around that table as well. So I just also, because I'd asked Build Urban, David, about the top priorities for Build Urban, and what you're representing, I think it's over 200 or 300 members. So could you just share what your top priority of the membership is for like the immediate short term, midterm, like sort of 6 months, a year?
So I think the immediate priority for our members would be we need clarity. We need to fully understand exactly what the issue is and how severe that issue is or isn't, so that we can establish very firm and well understood ways forward in terms of, can certain types of development continue to move forward or not? If not, why not? Because we need, quite frankly, the industry needs that clarity. Secondly, I think we need to be assured that we are devising and implementing the correct solutions moving forward that are going to allow our industry to continue to build homes and to allow this community to thrive right to the horizon of our current official plans. So, and I think thirdly, I think we need to do this with some really fine-tuned financial oversight, because our suspicions is that this could be very, very expensive. And we got to understand how any upgrades that are necessary are going to be funded. Are they within the capacity of the regional municipality of Waterloo to fund? What is going to be the impact on development charges? There's considerable concern amongst our members in terms of development charges, for instance. So if you understand, just over the last 10 years alone, the regional municipality of Waterloo has collected, in our estimation, about $150 to $160 million worth of regional development charges just for water infrastructure. So we question, was that infrastructure are those funds put to the correct infrastructure? And if upgrades are necessary, is it essentially a double dipping if you try to finance those through development charges again? So we're going to have a lot of questions going forward in terms of those kind of issues. And so I think, this council needs to be very aware of how any infrastructure upgrades are going to be funded, and hopefully the province is prepared to help.
Right. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
I mean, your clarion call of clarity, I mean, we've heard that, I think, pretty clearly from everyone who's presented today, but also just your reminder of like what developers have paid through the development charge process into the system already. I mean, from what I understand, and I'm sure we'll talk about it later this afternoon, we do have a pretty healthy reserve for the water, wastewater infrastructure. So, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to that point of the conversation. But I think it's really helpful for council and staff and, anyone listening to really understand your members' priorities and your concerns and the questions that you have. So thanks for bringing that today with clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rabinovic.
Thanks, and thanks, Larry, for coming in. And it's been really helpful for me to hear the mix of people that have come in tonight. across the sector. And, while your membership is primarily those involved in greenfield and missing middle, your membership is broad, but it sort of adds that voice into the discussion. And it is an important one because I think it does speak, particularly from a local perspective, in terms of the impact on the economy. And I touched on this with Melissa earlier today. And, really the impacts of messaging and how we handle these situations on housing supply and affordability, as well as the impact on the tradespeople and so on. And, I'm wondering if you can bring some more perspective and nuances, particularly to the sector you primarily represent, and how that will impact them on an ongoing basis.
Sure. Well, first off, from the trade perspective, from what I've heard from a lot of the builders locally is because of the slowdown we've seen over the past year and a half, they're already seeing a reduction in the availability of some trades. And there's a lot of concern that, you've already heard that. Once those trades leave, they often don't come back. So, that is a big concern. We also need to have, for lack of better words, I'll call it a pipeline of development, of land, of building lots, because, our members don't operate on a 6-month or 1 year horizon. I mean, we've got members that are looking, multiple years and decades ahead in terms of, ensuring that they have the adequate supply to meet what they see as the market, their own business models, and they have to be also have the land and approvals in place to give them flexibility to meet different challenges in the market, notwithstanding challenges like this.
Okay, thanks for that. The second question I wanted to ask, and you referred to it a little bit in terms of sort of getting at the data and the facts and so on. It's a question I asked Melissa as well. Amongst the various motions that different folks are bringing forward, one of the ones that, the one that I'm bringing forward later today is actually a sharing of data with the area municipalities and others, which would include the industry, so that everyone can do their own assessment of everything and ask questions where appropriate, and so that we're all working on a common understanding. Wondering if you can just speak to how important that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So our members have spent a lot of time over the last month trying to figure out on their own what the extent of the issue is and whether there is in fact really an issue. And we're having trouble, frankly, determining that. We have access to previous water and wastewater monitoring report information that was available as of recently as 2023. So it's only a year, just a little bit more than a year old. But the way some of the capacity such as monitored in the reports available to us is different in terms of the way it's characterized in the consultant report for this concern. And it's hard doing the math to try to figure out, well, what did we have then? What do we have now? It's difficult for us to understand whether the numbers before you in the staff report for this matter reflect the 20 to 30% operational capacity constraint or not. So we're really in the dark. We don't know, and what we don't know, but it's hard for us to participate. It's hard for us to advocate appropriately, and it's hard to for our members to manage their businesses when they don't know this fundamental information.
Yeah, no, fundamentally, and I think that is true, and I believe that the best way to start getting to answers is actually being very transparent with the data, so that everyone can be on the same page and make their evaluations. Thank you again for coming in, and again. You also brought the perspective of someone who's been in the private sector, the public sector, and now in an advocacy role with your organization, and that's been helpful.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
Larry, thanks for coming in. We've spent the last month figuring out what the extent of this issue is too, so we're on the same page with that one. I just have to continually be impressed with the fact that people are coming here with solutions. And you mentioned advocating. You may have meant on behalf of your membership, but you're one of the delegations that's sort of zeroed in on the expense of this. And I'm wondering if you've turned your minds to being an advocate with us when we go to the provincial government to look for additional funds to fund what we know are probably several remedies that are going to be needed. And I'm sure if you haven't read already, that you'll stay around for the staff report. But has your membership considered doing advocacy to the province on behalf of resolution of this issue?
It's being talked about in real time, absolutely. So I think our association is prepared to step up in any way we can with constructive solutions, advocacy at the provincial level, whatever we need to do. I mean, our members want to continue to do business and they want to stay in business. So this is important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry, and to echo Chair Redmond as well. Thank you for coming in and offering solutions, as many have as well this morning or afternoon now. We have 2 more delegations scheduled, and then we are going to take a short break and then come back with our agenda just for council in terms of process today. So Sam Nabi, I have you next, Director Hold the Line WR, and you have 5 minutes, Sam.
Thank you, Chair James and members of the committee. My name is Sam Nabi, Director, Hold the Line Waterloo Region. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee today about this water capacity issue, which frankly I'm coming to you with more questions than answers about, which I know we're all working through in real time. When the news broke a month ago about this capacity issue, it was a shock. It was shocking in the context of a regional growth management strategy that's been a core part of how we plan for growth over the last 20 years. In the context of the regional official plan and the amendments, most recently a couple of years ago, where we had lots of in-depth conversations about the infrastructure capacity, the market conditions, the environmental constraints, and how we grow as a region. So to learn recently that we don't have an integrated urban system, that we have 2 separate systems, these are issues that for me as an advocate for the last 10 plus years and talking with planners, in that whole process, that had never come up. I imagine that engineers making comments about water capacity issues for all the infill developments that have been happening in this region for the last couple decades, I find it hard to believe that this last month and the news that broke was the first time that we had encountered one of these issues. Again, I'm coming with a lot of questions. In the public discussion around the regional official plan, even if we look at the water supply management plan from 2015, they talk about an integrated urban system. It talks about new treatment plants. It talks about future investments and what we need to keep our system resilient. The master plan from 2015 says that there are ways we can increase our supply to the system and points out pumping stations and different types of infrastructure that we need to look at due to their location and the interconnectedness of this integrated urban distribution system. That interconnectedness is really in question right now. And what's most surprising is that any of this is a surprise. It's concerning that we've been using provincial modeling that doesn't account for our local groundwater context. Further reason to retain our local control and our local expertise as much as we can as the province seeks to combine conservation areas. I really don't think that the solution to this issue is to take away local control and to impose provincial oversight. We have to work with the province. We have to work with area municipalities. We have to work with industry. But this is a problem that is solvable. This is a big problem, and there are several urgent fixes that need to happen. But in the context of that big issue, I don't think the answer is to throw our hands up and say that the province should take over this process. We need to get back to full capacity with our ability to pump water from the Grand to our Mannheim treatment plant, adding new wells, which is an ongoing process to replace the wells that have been exhausted or are less effective. That's an ongoing process, and we need to make sure we're keeping up with that. And recommitting to long-term health of our water system. When we think about long-term, we think about managing the permeable area. The way that we have been redirecting growth to infill rather than greenfield has been a big reason why potentially we're here today and we weren't here years ago. Infill development is less resource intensive. It helps us grow in a more efficient way. And nothing about this process and the big challenge that it is should cause us, should give us pause or have us let up on our vision for regional growth management strategy that prioritizes compact development, transit supportive development, and the fact that infill development had not been counted in the way that we thought. Again, it's an engineering challenge, it's a policy challenge, but it does not mean that our approach has been wrong.
You have about 10 seconds, Sam.
I'll just finish with the issue of transparency and accountability. When we're sharing data, I would appreciate that environmental groups such as Grand River Environmental Network are included in that, as well as REAP and some other organizations that have been mentioned. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my comments.
Okay, we do have a couple questions. Councillor Verbanovic.
Yeah.
Thanks, and more a comment than a question. Just Sam, I want to thank you for coming in and for your groups and other groups involvement over the years. I think it's important that we today heard from, I'll say, a representative of civil society in terms of this particular issue. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, we've spent a lot of time talking about communication, the message. We've talked about the impact of freezing things on housing supply and affordability, and impact across a wide range of jobs. Any thoughts and perspective on both messaging as well as the sort of that broader community impact on everyday residents in our community?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. I believe that the messaging so far has been appropriate to the scale of the issue that's evolving and that we're being faced with right now. A pause on development comments is a logical conclusion when we look at those numbers and we look at the current population and the current capacity of the system really bumping up against that limit. When we think about that 20% buffer, which has been mentioned a few times today, that's a long-standing part of water management in this region and was included even back in the 2015 Water Supply Master Plan. So I don't think the solution to an issue like this is to reduce regulation or just continue with business as usual, but is really move quickly on fixing those issues that we know need to be fixed. And there are multiple improvements to our water infrastructure that really need action right now. And when we do get to those, we will be able to continue with that business as usual.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Sam, for coming in and bringing this important perspective as well. I just want to say, I mean, I absolutely agree with you that we don't need provincial oversight or we need the provincial dollars, there's no question, and we need to work with them in partnership. But certainly, and I would also say, I mean, I haven't heard that there's any suggestion of any kind that we reduce any of the regulations or anything like that. So certainly agree on that point. And my understanding, because I did have questions about the infill development and what was being reported, and I'll ask this question of staff because it's not an appropriate time right now, but that the infill piece actually, I mean, it has been being captured. There was just, I think, more of a misunderstanding by the way it was explained or reported on. With all due respect to our media partners, it's a really complex issue. But because, I mean, Waterloo, primarily all of our development in the last 10 plus years has been infill in and up and, using pockets of land and things like that. So that, my understanding is that those numbers have been included. But I'm curious about just on the conservation side of things, like if you don't have to have like things off the top of your head, but just I'd be interested to hear from yourself and members of your organization as we get further into this around particularly conservation recommendations. And as you mentioned, like, the more permeable land we have, the less concrete, the less paving and things like that we have, the better it is for our overall water system and infiltration, et cetera. So just wondered if you could comment on that or provide your input, in the upcoming month or so. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, infiltration is how our aquifers recharge, and we know that, especially on the west side of our region where we have the moraine and it's a huge recharge area, we have site-specific policies in certain neighborhoods along the west side of Waterloo, which I'm sure you know, for a certain percentage of permeable land. And we need to continue to strengthen those policies to ensure that those wells are being replenished. I know that wells get decommissioned and we need new wells as time goes on, whether they get too salty or they get nitrates in them, or they are not, they don't have as much water as they need. And we do need to be sort of moving to where the groundwater is moving over the years. And so as part of that, we also need enforcement. We need to make sure that in these neighborhoods where it was 30% permeable when they were built, is there oversight and enforcement happening on an ongoing basis? Are people paving their backyards? Is that something that we should be watching out for? This is a small thing, but a small thing that could be multiplied over many, many properties. So every little bit helps. We talk about groundwater impacts of mining as well, which I know is a provincial issue, and the fact that below water table mining is a thing in our region is concerning as well. Again, one more impact to our aquifers. So it's a lot of little things that all stack up together.
Thanks for coming in, and I think certainly we all certainly share the belief that, I mean, water is water. It's vital and it's important, and we need to be really, really mindful of how we use it and how we're building and how we're building and how we design these buildings so that we are capturing as much of that infiltration and protection as possible. So thanks very much, Sam, for continuing to work with us on this.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate you coming in and providing your perspectives as well. We have Christian Lamanna, who's next, and I believe you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christian Lamanna, Vice President of Development at Madison Group. Madison owns significant land holdings on the east side, including properties in both Cambridge and Breslau, which are directly impacted by the water supply issues recently identified by the region. I'm here to address the confirmed water supply constraints in the Mannheim service area and to propose a balanced, risk-managed approach that supports continued growth while long-term water supply solutions are advanced. My delegation focuses on 5 key requests. Given the confirmed water supply constraints in the Mannheim serviced area, we are requesting that Council direct staff to evaluate and report on opportunities to temporarily utilize available capacity in the Middleton service area to support Mannheim, where technically and operationally feasible. This review should focus on short-term and interim solutions intended to provide operational flexibility while permanent supply expansions are advanced. Secondly, committee is also requested to have staff confirm that developments which are already registered and executed servicing agreements in place are not impacted by these capacity constraints. These developments represent substantial, good faith investment with public infrastructure already funded and advanced by reputable developers in the region, based on previously confirmed servicing capacity. Altering or suspending servicing or building permits for these projects would introduce significant legal and financial risk and would undermine the confidence in the region's growth management and infrastructure planning framework. Thirdly, have staff continue commenting on and supporting draft plan application approvals using holding provisions where appropriate. This would allow the planning process to move forward, maintain housing and employment momentum, and ensure construction only proceeds once water capacity solutions are in place. Fourth, engage a technical working group as soon as possible, not only with the region's engineering team, but with other water resource engineers in the region. And fifth, provide clear direction on existing, registered, and service development impacts. The intent of this direction is to avoid retroactive impacts on legally secured developments, to maintain investor and market confidence in the region, and to ensure that any interim capacity measures are applied prospectively while longer-term water supply solutions are planned and delivered. This approach balances risk management, fairness, and operational reality, while ensuring the region continues to protect public health, system resiliency, and long-term water security. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. I do have a question from Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Christian, for joining us virtually and sharing your perspectives. I agree with you, that we need to look at things like how Middleton could potentially be used and so on. But I want to get down to your fourth point, which was around engaging an external technical working group. Now, I know part of it maybe is aligned with what we heard from some of the others, like the industry, who would like, a group that involves the industry, regional staff, area municipalities, and so on. But it almost sounds like you're suggesting that maybe there is external expertise with some of the other engineering firms and so on in the region who have been involved with water issues for a long time, and perhaps we should engage them in part of this group. Is that what you're suggesting?
That is exactly right, Councillor Verbanovic. We are recommending that potentially the development community, provide key contacts with other engineering teams that can assist the region to develop the appropriate solutions that are going to be required to bring this solution to fruition. But yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Hold on a moment. There's Councillor Shantz as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Christian, for coming in and speaking to us. I know we've got a lot of growth on the east side, and that's an important area. Most of the things that you've brought up have been raised before, and so hopefully we can, when we look at the report later this afternoon, we can bring a little bit more clarity to you and the rest of the industry. So thanks for coming today.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz.
Excellent. Thank you, Christian. I see no further questions from council. Thank you again for coming in and providing, solutions or things to consider as we navigate this at the region. Okay, that concludes today's delegations. We're going to move to the consent agenda, but we are going to take a half-hour break for lunch, and then we will come back and continue on with our agenda for today. Gone now. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are going to move on to the consent agenda. Regional transportation staff are delaying the report under 8.2.1 proposed pedestrian crossover at George Street, Regional Road 42, and Crescent Place in the city of Cambridge in order to further address some concerns brought forward by the City of Cambridge staff and their local councillor. These proposed improvements relate to our recommended operational adjustments and associated bylaw amendments on George Street in downtown Galt. Okay. Staff's recommendations includes removing the existing stop control and providing addition of a level 2 type C pedestrian crossing. Design work is not yet underway. Okay, so I need a mover and a second. Oh, okay, Are there any requests to remove items? So Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. If I could pull item 8.2.2, please, the street design guidelines.
Okay, so 8.2.2, we'll take that momentarily, and then Councillor Shantz.
Same report.
Same report, okay. So we will remove 8.2.2. The remainder of the consent agenda, do I have a mover? Councillor Wolf, seconder. Councillor Hunick, okay. You'll be prompted in e-scribe, and then we will discuss Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Shantz. You can speak to 8.2.2 in questions. Okay, that is carried. All right, Councillor Salonen, do you have questions regarding 8.2.2?
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for bringing forward the guidelines, and I know that it does accompany the later report, but in this particular guideline, and I appreciate it's just for information, I must admit I was a bit concerned at the rural Main Street definition under the definition of typology. In particular, I don't agree with the underlying assumption as it outlines that rural main streets will have primary function of mobility with some placemaking, and I just don't agree with that assumption. The main streets in our downtown towns and villages are actually a huge placemaking space, and I would really like our future policy to acknowledge that priority, as well as, I don't think it's a surprise, but I'm not a fan of what we did to downtown Baden, and I don't ever want to see that happen again in a downtown core with street design that the region is doing in communities. So I was hoping that staff could take back the definition and revise, in particular, I don't have issues with the other ones, but the rural Main Street definition, revise the guiding assumptions so that it actually reflects our downtown cores, our primary center of placemaking, community identity, and economic activity. And if they could report back on the regular agenda to the February committee meeting, which is February the 10th, with that updated definition, if possible.
Okay, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Two things, if I could. First of all, I just want to clarify these are guidelines, not policy, and so it's sort of a starting point. So if I can just have that clarified, because I've had some discussions previously about policy that was very rigid. My second, and I saw you nodding, so that's good enough. My real concern is really in this section on horse and buggies, and I guess I would ask who you were consulting with, or who the author was consulting with. One of the things it says is preferred design approach has been informed by community feedback, and it talks about a 2.5 meter wide shoulder consisting of 1.5 meters paved asphalt to accommodate people cycling, and a 1 meter unpaved gravel portion. And then it just disappeared. But then it goes on to say that buggies are 1.65 meters and they can straddle. You know, a car can straddle as well. Do you want to drive half on asphalt and half on gravel? It's not good information, and so I question. I question a few of the pieces. Also, I didn't see any reference to farm vehicles, which are wider than one lane these days, many of them. So I think at least the rural, where I spent the most time, that section needs some editing.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you both, Councillor Salonen and Councillor Shantz. So first part is serve it at your pleasure. So happy to go back and have a look and update. Councillor Salonen, I think your thought on February 10th makes sense. Councillor Shantz, as you know, we're about to, and Mike's going to tell us about this shortly, launch into integrated mobility plan consultation. So, you know, ongoing engagement and learning. So we'll go back and take a look at both horse and buggy and the farm vehicles and just make sure that we've got those pieces right. And we've heard from our road users that that's what they want to see in it as well. And just to make sure, yes, guidelines, not policy, and this will become clear through Mike's presentation. What you're seeing there, especially in the visuals, are an unconstrained cross-section. We never get one of those, right? You never get the widest road. You always have constraints and things you need to do to kind of manage. So the key point being these will come back every single time as project approval on individual projects, but the guidelines are important for our team, so we'll make sure we've got the definitions and pieces right.
Yeah, if I can say, I do appreciate that, but I would also appreciate that the guidelines where they're not accurate be updated, because I've seen that staff rely on them quite a bit. And if in fact you have consulted with the community and they've come back to say that, yes, we like driving our horse and buggies, half on gravel and half on asphalt, I would be curious. I would like to know who you've consulted, because the folks I've talked to don't.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and absolutely beautiful, and I love all the lanes and that. How does anybody cross the street? With a walking lane, a bike lane, a buggy lane, 2 lines of traffic, LRT down the middle. How do you get across the street? And how long will it take you?
Through you, Chair. It's a really good question, Councillor Foxton, and it speaks to some of the challenges we have on regional roads, right, where we move significant numbers of people and freight, and we need to do that in wider corridors. So, look, there's some pieces in there about single-lane roundabouts. As you know, we use pedestrian refuge islands or spots at halfway across the road. We've had a lot of discussions at this table about signal timing and adequate signal timing for crossings. We're also running the roundabout safety pilot, as you know, looking at raised crosswalks. So you know, moving people and goods is the first challenge, and making sure that we can do that through intersections is part of that challenge. So I know it's not specifically referenced in there, but I think we've got a lot of work going on intersections and roundabouts. So.
Thank you. And I also thought about, you know, a walkway over the roads, but people with disability can't get up the walkway to go across the road. So yeah, I'm just thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Spinner, in other countries in the world, the pedestrian crosswalks are located at least 400 meters from the roundabout, which to me seems safer for everyone and more effective for everyone. Do you know, could you speak to why in Ontario we're aspiring to crosswalks in the roundabouts or pedestrian crossings within roundabouts?
Yep, pretty straightforward. Through you, Chair. So people like to get to main destinations and bus stops and other things that tend to exist at intersections. And so to take a vulnerable road user, such as a pedestrian, and make them travel an extra 400 meters on foot to get to their destination is not how we like to approach it. So it's the time challenge. And again, on roundabouts, we know we have better pedestrian safety than we do in managed intersections. But again, it's really that time inconvenience and that time loss. And we feel like we are doing it at the roundabouts, and will continue with the roundabout safety pilot to get that right. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Acting Commissioner Spooner. That concludes our consent agenda. That was a report for information. Councillor Rodriguez, you have something to add or a question?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And now that this is changing from a for information item, I'll have to declare conflict on this item. So I'll file the necessary paperwork and get that over to the clerk. Thank you.
Okay, regular agenda. The first item we have is a report regarding the expropriation of lands for road improvements to Fisher-Hellman Road between Bleams Road and Plains Road in Kitchener. This does come with a recommendation. I'm going to call on Fiona McRae, the regional solicitor, to provide an introduction for this report.
Thank you, Chair James, and through you. This report relates to the commencement of the application to expropriate. So this is the first step in the process, and the lands identified are 6 temporary easements for construction purposes, grading, restoration works. Phases 1 and 2 of this project were completed in 2021 and 2024 respectively. This is for the final phase that is commencing in the spring of 2026. Of the 6 temporary easements, 4 had previously been expropriated and had since expired, and so they need to be renewed through the expropriation process. The project in total will impact 14 properties, 5 of which are owned by the city of Kitchener and the school board, and an agreement is anticipated there. There are 3 temporary consents to enter that we will be negotiating for smaller grading activities, and then 2 easement requirements have already been agreed to by agreement with 2 other owners. All of the affected owners or their representatives have been notified of this report coming forward, as well as the need for the property, and have been in contact with real estate and legal services staff regarding the proposed acquisition.
Thank you. I see no questions, but I do need a mover and a seconder for this. With my Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. You will be prompted in e-scribe. Okay, that is carried. We are now moving on to item 9.2, Equitable Services and Opportunities, the Integrated Mobility Plan Project Outline. This is for information, but I would introduce Doug Spooner, Acting Commissioner of Transportation, to provide information.
Thank you, Chair James. Council, I'm really excited to introduce and launch the Integrated Mobility Plan today with you. As you know, in 2025, with your support, we confirmed the advancement of 2 key transportation plans, advancing Ion Light Rail to Cambridge and the adoption of the GRT Business Plan. The Integrated Mobility Plan will now consume those plans and incorporate them, and then set our transportation priorities for the region for the next 25 years. Since our last transportation plan in 2018, our region continues to change and grow. And as you know, transportation is also changing. Rideshare services, same-day deliveries, autonomous vehicles, and new mobility devices are all starting to ask for space in our roadways and our corridors. It's important that our new plan reflects these changes, but keeps us thinking forward towards growth while managing our own assets efficiently and wisely. Council, we're going to start with 3 themes: safety for all users. As you know, we have an average of 15 deaths and 100 serious injuries each year in our shared roadways. This is a focus for our team today and every day, and will remain so in this plan. Performance, this is about network performance and more accurately, networks, plural. We've got networks of roads, transit, cycling, walking, horse and buggy, heavy freight, local goods movement, and all of these have ever-changing needs in our networks, in our overall network, but it's how we get there, but also how the things that we want and need to get there. And finally, choice and affordability. So it's a critical element. We talk about this a lot for the region in terms of our assets and operations maintenance into the future, but also for our residents. Some updated numbers. The CAA reported that in 2025, the average cost of car ownership for a year was $16,000. Auto Trader reported that for 2025, the average cost of a new car is $64,000 and a used car is $35,000. Just because selling never stops, a GRT monthly pass for an entire year is roughly $1,200. So if we are talking about affordability, we have some real options that we can provide to residents of the region. Council, as you've seen in our previous transportation plans, we'll engage the community and stakeholders and will ensure that this plan reflects things that are important to our community while we align with the region's strategic plan. And I'd now like to welcome Mike Henderson, Director of Transportation Services, to take us through the report and presentation, and we will welcome questions following. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Spooner. I'll be brief on the agenda, and through you, Chair James. Thank you very much, Council. We're really excited. The Transportation Division is really excited to bring the first step of our integrated mobility plan and present that to Council. I'll be brief. I know we have a lot on the agenda today. Those are the issues that I'm going to discuss in my presentation. Next slide, please. Today we are introducing the beginning of Waterloo Region's integrated mobility plan. Today we are introducing the beginning of Waterloo Region's integrated mobility plan, a long-term framework that brings together transportation, land use, climate goals, and economic development into a single, coordinated vision for how people move across our region. As Waterloo Region continues to grow, our transportation network must evolve to meet those changing needs. Residents and businesses require safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable ways to travel, whether it be by transit, walking, rolling, cycling, driving, goods movement, or any of the emerging mobility options. This plan recognizes that no single mode can meet those needs alone. Instead, it focuses on equity and integration, connecting services and infrastructure and policy, so that moving around the region is simpler, more efficient, and more inclusive for everyone. The integrated mobility plan will be grounded in solid transportation modeling, which is guided by extensive data analysis, community input, and collaboration across all of our municipal partners and agencies. It supports our commitments to climate action, equity, accessibility, and economic competitiveness while preparing the region for future growth and innovation. Today's introduction marks an important step forward for a more connected, resilient, people-focused transportation system for Waterloo Region. Next slide, please. Since 1999, Waterloo Region has continued to advance our transportation network over the past 3 master plans. In 1999, integration of a municipal transit service created a unified regional system that improved connectivity and coordinated planning. In 2010, the rapid transit recommendation aligned transportation with growth and intensification, providing a high-capacity backbone that supports economic development, viable alternatives to driving. By 2018, road space rationalization shifted the focus from not only moving vehicles to moving people, enabling safer, more inclusive streets, a better use of our limited road space for all residents. Next slide, please. The integrated mobility plan is guided, as Doug stated, by 3 core pillars: safety, network performance, and choice and affordability. Safety prioritizes protecting all road users through improvements to street design and commitment to reducing serious injuries and fatalities. Network performance focuses on moving people, goods efficiently by improving our road network condition, reliability, connectivity, and the effective life cycle planning of our existing infrastructure. Choice and affordability ensures residents have access to a range of convenient, accessible, and affordable transportation options that meet our community's diverse and ever-evolving needs. Next slide, please. Getting into the street design guidelines. The Region of Waterloo has updated the draft street design guidelines, which prioritizes streets that are safe, inclusive, and designed for people of all ages and abilities. They adjust the focus from moving not only vehicles to moving people by balancing space for walking, cycling, rolling, transit, goods movement, and driving within our limited right-of-way space. The updated guidelines provide a consistent and flexible framework that supports safety, climate goals, vibrant communities while accommodating growth and changing mobility needs. The updated guidelines also provide a decision matrix for our engineers and designers to consider the specific right-of-way constraints in order to tailor the design to the typology's key deliverable needs. Next slide, please. Discussing the different and new typologies. First, we have a rural connector, which primary function of is mobility with low level of placemaking, low density built form with large setbacks that is typically not street oriented and have a high degree of access control. High vehicle speeds and volume is in this context, but it also serves slow moving agricultural vehicles and horse and buggy traffic. No curbside activity, low frequency of intersections. That's just a generalized context of the rural connector. The rural main street's primary function of mobility with some placemaking, limited density, large setbacks with modern degree of access control. Moderate vehicle speeds and volume context may also serve slow-moving agricultural vehicles and horse and buggy traffic. Some curbside activity with low-frequency intersections. Next slide, please. Onto the urban connector. Its primary function is of mobility with a low level of placemaking, low density built form with large setbacks that are typically not street-oriented, and a high degree of access control. Moderate to high vehicle speeds and volume context. No curbside activity, low frequency of intersections. Moving on to the urban avenue. Balanced functions of mobility and placemaking, mixed land use with varying setbacks that may become street-oriented and moderate degree of access control. Low to moderate vehicle speeds and volume context, limited curbside activity with medium frequency of intersections. Onto the urban main, primary function is, next slide, oh no, stay on this side, sorry. Primary function of access and placemaking over mobility, mixture of street-oriented built form in varying size with small or no setbacks, with vehicle access is provided via rear laneways, low vehicle speed and volume context, high frequency of curbside activity at intersections. Next slide, please. The region's 2018 Moving Forward Plan established a solid framework to optimize the transportation network by investing in projects that improve efficiency, reliability, and safety. It also promoted travel choice by prioritizing transit, active transportation, and strategic road investments that support diverse mobility needs. This approach helped to strengthen the regional economy while ensuring our transportation investments supported sustainable development and long-term growth objectives. Next slide, please. The IMP's new model will re-examine the proposed schedules and needs for all major projects, including the Elmira Bypass and McQueen-Shaver Boulevard, to ensure that these major projects continue to align with the current transportation priorities, growth patterns, and evolving community needs. This review assesses their role in optimizing the regional network, supporting travel choice, and advancing economic and sustainable development objectives. Next slide, please. The engagement schedule, as seen in this slide for the Integrated Mobility Plan, is structured in 3 phases to ensure broad and meaningful input. Phase 1, March to July of 2026, this year, focuses on gathering the residents' perspectives to identify priorities, pain points, and options. Phase 2 engages community groups, council, and committees of council to explore these topics in more depth, while Phase 3 follows up the draft plan to validate feedback, identify gaps, and understand what stakeholders support or oppose. And with that, I would say thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Mike. We have a number of questions for you and staff who are here as well to help respond. So Councillor Hunick, I have you up first.
Through the chair, thank you, Mike, for the report and for the accompanying excellent presentation. This is very exciting. My question is with respect to safety or the perception of safety. So I'm sure that our LRT Ion Station guidelines comply with the Ontarians with Disabilities Act. Yet, when I go on the LRT platform, particularly when I have to pass by other customers, or there's a shelter that kind of occupies the middle space, I feel very unsafe, as though a small misstep would cause me to fall off the platform and not get back on. So, could you clarify, is this a good stage? Would there be an option to widen LRT stations for phase 2? Are there other safety features we can introduce, such as a railing or something? I don't know, but improving perception of safety here.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Hunick, I'll take that one. So I think you've hit something interesting, and I think it's a good thought for council to have, which is the AODA gives us a design spec, and so in some instances it'll tell us you need to have a pathway that is 1.6 meters wide. Great. And then when we do engagement, Councillor Hunick, you and I have had this specific conversation with the community. 1.6 meters isn't wide enough for 2 power wheelchairs to pass each other, and so. While we would have built it to standard and I would sit here and say, yep, we've hit everything in the AODA from a user perspective, we would not have.
The design specs are frequently inadequate, and right. That's not GRT's fault.
And so, I think the answer here is universal design is beyond the AODA, but there's also a considerable bit of work for us to do on what does that mean? More pavement is more expensive, both in terms of constructing, but also in terms of operations and maintenance. We think about stage 2 LRT. We talk a lot about the large median that's down by Sports World. There's a plan for all of that space. But Councillor Hunick, I would say the plan that Mike and his team will put forward will address universal design. It will address accessibility. I don't know if it will get specifically into LRT platform widths, but we have another team that is happy to take a look at that. So we'll take that under advisement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And through you to Mike, thanks so much for the presentation. Really excited to see this come together. A couple of questions. Just on the last slide, you spoke to, I guess, some engagement with council in the later half of the year. Are there any, I think one thing that we see with this council is a lot of great conversation about transportation projects on an ongoing basis and how can we funnel those into something like this. And so do you expect there'll be any workshops or anything in sort of small sessions for us to have conversations and really talk, I think each councillor, each person around this table has ideas to share and things that their community would like to see reflected in a plan. So could you maybe comment on when council will have those opportunities to weigh in?
Take that. Yes, it'll follow the original, or it'll follow the first engagement with the public, and we'll be following up at about the middle of the year and setting up some good discussions where we'll get into the details of the plan and get feedback. So it'll be, I think, as I alluded to, the middle of the year. So you'll start to see some emails from our transportation staff gathering and setting up these sessions.
That's awesome. And I think my other question just relates to the always evolving legislative context that we find ourselves now operating in with respect to transportation. And this might be a little premature, but can you speak to how we can set up a plan that actually works for our region and perhaps rises above some of the noise that we're seeing right now with respect to provincial legislation around our road space and provides your team the flexibility to do the work that you do, allows us to meet provincial requirements and as those change, I suspect they'll change in the years to come over the life of this plan. yeah, I think, we can't get to a place where we're not doing things, or at least thinking about how we want them to be in the future because of something that we might be locked in with right now.
Yeah, certainly agree that some of the recent provincial legislation has been difficult for us in transportation. I think, I talked a little bit about our new model. We are looking into an activity-based model. That activity-based model really changes from the existing model that we're using now, which is trip-based. And the core of an activity-based model, which we are very lucky in this region to be able to get into the Transformation Tomorrow survey. Our data is based on that. And so what the new activity-based model will do is really help us understand the existing travel patterns that are actually occurring in the region. It will break down why people are making those decisions. It will allow us to become more integrated with what is actually happening with the residents and the businesses of the region. So it's going to be much more reflective of the existing travel patterns that are happening and provide us more focus in specific and strategic areas with how we go about prioritizing some routes being more vehicle-centric, some routes being more pedestrian-centric. I would give an example of King Street in downtown or uptown Waterloo, excuse me, and University Avenue. Those are areas that have a much higher concentration of students. They travel differently than does a 50 or 60-year-old man like myself. They make different transportation choices. So an activity-based model is going to really help us understand what's happening with our community and how they're traveling. It's much more focused on the adjacent land use. So it'll give us some great flexibility, hopefully in understanding those patterns and understanding where we need to go in specific areas of the region. We, of course, have a mix of rural roads and urban roads. Those have very different needs and demands. People that live in rural areas need to drive in many instances to work, where someone who is living in downtown Kitchener or downtown Waterloo may not even need to own a car. So an activity-based model is really going to help us get a deeper understanding of those travel patterns and help grow along with our community and matching those community needs. So again, of course, some of the legislation has been challenging lately, but we are finding solutions through understanding land use and understanding how our public is actually traveling and how they will travel.
No, that's great. And I think you touched on a really important point that I'm hoping, as this process evolves, is that these difficult and perhaps tacky conversations can happen with the community and council about what we mean by when we say something like prioritizing an active mode. That means deprioritizing other things. And I'm speaking in a very urban context right now, but I think there's some there's some trade-offs that I hope come to light through this process that the community can understand and really see themselves in this plan of where they live or where they work, how they get between those places. I think this messaging came through with Stage 1 Ion, where it was, we want you to ride it, but we're not asking you to sell your car. This is an option for you should you choose, and in fact will make your driving experience better as we take cars off the road. And I think that message has to keep permeating our conversations to keep us out of culture war territory on this. So just some hopes for this plan, and I'm really excited to see it come together.
100% agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Yeah, I love it. It's beautiful. My question is, so you want to change the existing road work, or is this just for new roads?
No, with the plan?
Yeah.
We through you, Councillor Foxton, we continue through our 10-year capital plan to make adjustments to roads that need repair in addition to new roads.
And so then you would implement it, just because I was thinking about it and driving here today, and I was going up Weaver Street, and I thought, well, if they did this plan here, you'd have to remove all the houses. See, a lot of the downtowns or main communities have houses that are right at the sidewalk. So there's no room to put a walking path, a bike path, the 2 lanes plus an LRT.
And so part of If you recall, the new street design guidelines, draft guidelines, replace a document called the context-sensitive corridor design guidelines. And context-sensitive is important context in this instance, in that it provides the designers and the engineers a guide to consider exactly those kinds of scenarios, Councillor Foxton, where we have constraints, physical constraints. So it allows the designers to prioritize based on a decision matrix and have trade-offs, because we do not have a lot of unconstrained corridors. So our engineers are always working with the street design guidelines in principle to try to deliver the multimodal needs. And so one of the other differences in regional roads from local roads is we just have a lot more stuff packed into that corridor, a lot more infrastructure, a lot more built-up environment, a lot busier roads, more traffic. So we're certainly sensitive to that, and that's part of what the street design guidelines will help our engineering team decide. It's always with context of the built-up environment.
So would it be fair to say you'll do what you can where you can?
Yes, while balancing all of the transportation modes as equally as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you very much, Mike, for bringing this forward and presenting it. I'm really excited about some of the stuff. I am going to loop back to some of the rural context I was talking about before. In particular, looking at the main street design, and I appreciate what you've said, that it's, you know, this is kind of a representation, but contextually it would depend on each area that we're looking at. But one thing that I noticed is no on-street parking shown at all, which is pretty important for our local businesses, especially because we have limited parking in our downtown cores. And as you said, most of us do rely on vehicles in rural. Actually looking at it on StatsCan data, the median of all of the townships, 92% of people rely on a vehicle to get to and from work. So definitely wondering if you could speak to kind of how that element ties in, and then also curious, and again, I get that these are just visualizing tools, but I'm going off of what I'm seeing, is that we have pedestrians on one side of the street, but not pedestrian access on both sides of the street, again, referring specifically to the main rural street design, and wondering if there were any assumptions made about the fact that demographically speaking, we have aging populations, and so actually there should be a bit more of a contextual need, in my opinion, on both sidewalks and vehicle access over the bike lanes. Not to say that we shouldn't have them, but maybe looking at a pathway that's both for walking and for cycling and for mobility aids. So curious if you could speak to any of those points, and yeah.
Sure, great question, Councillor Salonen. Yes, certainly I'll answer the parking question first. As Regional Council is well aware, these are some of the challenges that we're facing on a project by project basis. So again, it's about context. We are never going to go into a project and completely say we are removing all of the parking. That's a collaborative, context-sensitive, if you will, decision that the designers are making to try to balance all mode shares. So that will be a continuous discussion with the area municipalities. It'll be a continuous discussion amongst the engineers and designers, again, trying to balance the needs. That happens on every project. It's happened in Arthur Street in Elmira. It's happened in Ainsley Street in Cambridge, and we are working with the local AMs to try to find a resolution that suits both the businesses and the people of the larger community as a whole. So the second, could you remind me the second part of your question?
Yeah, so again, just in the mock-up drawing here, it has pedestrians just on one side and cyclists on the other side of the road. So speaking to that and looking demographically how we have an aging population and better suiting their mobility needs.
Yeah, so again, in most of the rural contexts, in most contexts, we would like to separate cycling and pedestrians. There are speed differences. So as those facilities become more well-used, you end up having more conflicts between the people that are cycling and the people that are walking. We try to build those as wide as possible to prevent those conflicts. But in a rural context, certainly the region is about providing active transportation facilities on both sides of the road where possible.
And just another follow-up, if I may.
Follow up, and then that's it. We got to keep this moving.
Yep. And what about snow removal responsibilities? Because as I see those bike lanes, that's terrifying to me. And I know in Baden on the regional road, they are not being plowed right now. So curious what that looks like in this plan.
Yes, so when we build new sidewalks or MUTs, those are transferred down to the area municipality and are the responsibility of the area municipality. That's why it is so important that we get consensus on these issues. I know that through this last winter season and through this winter season, we do have challenges in snow clearing and snow removal because when you add active transportation facilities and sidewalks, in some cases where you have a confined environment, you actually take away some of the local snow storage ability. We have worked proactively with our active transportation committee. We will continue to do so to try to find solutions for snow removal on both the MUTs and the sidewalks. But it's certainly a challenge when that snow needs to be lifted and removed. So we're conscious of that. The new street design guidelines, draft guidelines, have certainly had a significant impact from a maintenance point of view. So we have gathered impact from our maintenance team and the area municipalities' maintenance teams, and we continue to work with the local area municipalities to understand their challenges for things like snow lifting and snow storage. In the really bitter cold winters that we seem to be having lately, and the massive amounts of snow that are accumulating. So it's definitely a challenge with that added infrastructure, but not one that's not overcomable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. I really appreciate the presentation. I know that one of the pillars that we're looking at is a safety lens. I'm assuming when I look at the street design, and I've tried to look at the little mock-ups too, but is lighting part of this discussion? Because I know how things are lit is a huge contributor to safety. I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Yes, we are certainly working proactively to continue the evolution of the illumination policy. We have staff right now that are working on updating that illumination policy, looking at things like pedestrian level lighting, looking at areas in roundabouts that traditionally have not been very well lit. So the illumination policy update is also happening this year and will be included in a presentation to council probably later this year or early in 27 as we work through those issues. So lighting is certainly a concern in the street design guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, through you, Chair. Most of my questions have been answered. I would fail at jeopardy on beeping in here, so. But I do like the design. I know I've had some questions from constituents along the Victoria Street area, and if we had something like this, because they don't like the mixed use cyclists and walking, just because there's no real definition. And I know I've talked to Commissioner Spooner about certain things. So just to reiterate, we are not, this isn't going to be here's a rubber stamp, we're going to put it all over the place. We are going to take into account different areas like the rural areas, because I know that, as it's been said, most of the calls that I've received from constituents is, do not get rid of my parking. So.
Yes, always context sensitive for sure, and we are, when these issues come up, we would bring those for regional council deliberation with the project approval report. So certainly understanding that there's challenges in implementing this infrastructure. It's context, as I said before, context sensitive. So It gives us a bit of a guideline while trying to meet these multimodal needs of the community with understanding the reality that not every corridor is a wide open space, that we have unlimited space to place that infrastructure in. So we're trying to make smarter decisions that strategically focus on the areas that we're in and what those areas' needs are. I spoke a little bit about that answering an earlier question, but certainly these street design guidelines are also a living document, Councillor Gowling, as well, that we continue to improve and reflect best practice.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. 2 questions. Thanks for the presentation. My first question is one that I need to ask for my community, because you specifically mentioned the Elmira bypass and also McQueen Shaver in terms of Cambridge. So I know both of those were brought forward by council and suggested to be a high priority. Where does that leave these at this point?
Want me to take that?
Through you, Chair, yeah, Councillor Shantz, I'm happy to take that one. So you can see in the image that was up there, it's not up there right now, there was a number of projects in pink, which were those beyond 2041. So the exercise we're going to do this year, and Mike had mentioned along with you, Council, is just to take a look at that. There's over 70 projects on that list. So obviously in plan and budget cycle, we had advanced as a placeholder the example of the Elmira bypass. So then the question becomes what will get displaced, right? There's a pie to be divided. We need to do these projects, we know for various reasons, but we'll do that activity together through the year.
Okay. And if I can have a second question. I was really interested and happy to hear you describe activity-based decision-making in terms of what happens, and again, thinking more specifically in the rural areas. My question is related to that, but it's a little more general, and that is, I understand as a region we have certain roadways, certain lands that are ours to manage, but how do you and how will you work with area municipalities and with other corridors? Because I'm not convinced that every major corridor needs to have a cycling lane attached to it, especially in Arthur Street, of course, comes to mind, where there's, you know, half a block away, there's a road that would actually work better, but it's not a regional road. So how in the future will you sort of look at that? And is there a place for us as a group of municipalities to look at? You know, it's like I know someone who cycles occasionally from Kitchener to St. Jacobs, and they take the Iron Horse Trail, they take the trails, and they prefer those. Yeah.
Did you want to take this one?
Yeah, if I could, through your chair, Councillor Shantz here. This is the discussion we were hoping to have today, a bit of detail about the plan. So just because you had mentioned the activity-based modeling, I'll harken back to support that we've been given at this council around the implementation of the Mile Vision program. So as a reminder, that gives us the ability to manage signals dynamically. So we don't have to go out there, we can do that and help speed up traffic. The other thing it does, though, is give us data on each of the modes traveling through every intersection in the region. And so our ability to get to an activity-based model and predict, you know, the numbers of vehicles versus horse and buggies versus pedestrians, actually from the investment we've made together in MyoVision. So I'm very excited to get into that and to see, can we become a service provider as well to our municipal partners when they say, hey, we'd like to know the impact of making a change or doing something, that we can actually model out that impact and predict what it will look like next year, in 5 years, and 10 years as we grow. So that predictive capability is a big piece of this plan. You've posed 2 additional questions that we will answer through the development of this plan. And the first one is, do we want all modes on all roads? And I would say, you know, you can see from some of this, we do try to pursue opportunities for multiple people, but that question gets really interesting when you consider land use. So if I give you a really easy example we've all been talking about is the hospital and the emergence of the hospital in our planning. So up until a few years ago, before we started talking about the hospital in a location in North Waterloo, I would have told you I knew the function of Westmount and Fisher-Hallman and King and Weber as north-south travel opportunities. And I would tell you today we have a whole lot of work to figure out how our ambulance is going to get to the hospital, how are people and families going to get to the hospital. So this is one of the examples of change, but that question remains. Do we need all modes on all roads? The second part to that is your question about cycling specifically. So as I've shared with you, I am in pursuit of a completed regional cycling network, whether or not that exists on regional roads. And so I would simply like to say and produce a map that is very easy for our cycling community of about 15,000 people. Here's how you get places. And then, we've been having discussions about what does that look like in a winter context. We struggle to keep cycling lanes clear. So could we develop a winter cycling network where we look at a slightly modified network and make sure we provide a really high level of service? So those questions will come out. We're hopeful that the community brings forward more like that. And to your last piece about the role of the AMs, look, as I talk about all of the networks, it's one network. When I take the bus to work, I don't care if I'm on a regional road or a local, it doesn't matter. And so part of the role will be the integration of this plan. The reason we do it now is that we actually do our integrated mobility plans together so that they match and they meet each other and they achieve the same thing. So you've hit some of the key questions, the role of the area municipalities and the role of the modes in our network. We need to talk about that, and it's a pretty public conversation we're about to have, so excited for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, and thanks to staff for all of the work on this. I think the one thing, and it gets into like a lot of the questions, particularly as it relates to the rural areas, but it also impacts the urban areas, is a change in terms of how we've handled projects of this scope. So there was a time going back up until a few years ago when we created project teams that included regional and city staff as well as elected representation both from regional council and the area council. And that often brought a lot of sort of the issues and concerns up early on so that they didn't bubble up. Regional and municipal councils sometimes brought different perspectives from the kinds of things that they were hearing from their constituents and so on. And I found that those committees were very helpful. And it's something that we stopped doing. I'm not sure if it was because of COVID or another reason, but it is something that I think would be very helpful to bring back. I'm seeing some nods in that regard, and so I'm wondering if that's something that can be looked at as part of this process as we go forward.
Through your chair, yeah. So on a project basis, I know today we have project teams, on Stage 2 ION that include regional staff and area municipal staff. I don't believe I have any that include elected officials. In fact, I do on the Elmira bypass. Happy to take a look, Councillor Verbanovic. I don't know that change predates me, so happy to take a look.
Yeah, that would be great, and happy to have a discussion with you about it offline as well. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Something that you just talked about, Doug, was, figuring out the cycling and how it's happening. A few years ago, we did a master plan on cycling, and then we involved the region, and then we involved the province. And so we've got that all on a disc. So if you get a hold of Andrew, I'm sure he'll supply it for you, because it's quite handy.
Through your chair, if I just quickly respond. So yes, we will consume any pre-existing integrated mobility plans, network designs. We've got them from each of our 7 partners. We got to look at ours from 2018. We got to spin them all up into this big master plan. But yeah, absolutely.
Okay, no further questions. Commissioner Spooner, I just have something to comment on. You mentioned this very early on, and it was around the universal design. And honing in on that a bit, because we often focus on AODA, and I feel like that is it is a base. It's actually kind of flawed legislation. Can you just speak to the universal design and how that looks in terms of street design, just for an awareness piece, but also, being looking at things holistically for everybody?
Yeah, through your chair, James. So council, the concept of universal design is that regardless of that design, we can all use it. And I use that we royally as to every single member of our community. And so if you think about the requirements of that, Councillor Hunick, I don't think you'll mind me sharing the story. Councillor Hunick and I were planning to have a coffee together, and part of our decision-making around where we would get a coffee includes delicious coffee, delicious donuts, and is there a step in front of the store that we can get in? And there was, and so we had to pick a equally delicious donut shop. But that's the idea, is that we don't have to pre-plan these things. We don't have to think through them. You know, the design is the design, and it works for every member of our community. So we'll pursue that. As I mentioned, the standards that we have today don't always achieve that, so that's part of that community conversation. This plan will obviously be consulted with GRAC and our partners from the accessibility community. But again, we're pretty excited to go back out. We had a busy year last year with the GRT plan engagement, and we'll plan to do a similar level of effort talking about the entirety of travel in the region. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Doug. And universal design is used in planning, but also in education and other sectors, so it's very, very, very broad. Okay, thank you. That report was for information. We are now moving to item 9.2.2, the Mannheim Service Area Water Capacity Constraint. And colleagues, before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the water issue capacity, it is deeply important and concerning to the public, to us, to our partners, area municipalities, to staff, and essentially everyone in this community who is impacted by water. And I think we all use it, all ages. Today's report is intended to provide council and the community with clear information about the issue, as well as the actions staff have identified as necessary to address it. There are many factors contributing to the current constraint and to why it is being identified now. These include the complexity of our local water supply system, improved data, tracking and analysis, a more mature asset management program, and increasing water demand. As owners of the water supply system, we should keep this context in mind to allow staff to address the issue holistically while prioritizing their work effectively. So I ask that our discussion remain respectful and focused. We should refrain from assigning blame or public criticizing any individuals. If matters arise that involved identifiable individuals, those discussions can and should take place in closed session, in accordance with our procedures. In order to go into closed, again, we will require another motion with the reason to go into closed clearly identified and set out in the Municipal Act. I will look to both legal and clerks if this should occur. With that in mind, I ask that your questions and comments stay grounded in the content of the report before us. And if I feel that discussions are moving away from the focus, I will step in and redirect the conversation accordingly. So with that, I look forward to the discussion, the dialogue, the respectful dialogue amongst us as colleagues, and I would like to call upon Matthew Getsky, Acting CAO, to provide an introduction, and Nicole Zapata to then introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This report is a for information report, as you mentioned. It follows the capacity constraint that was identified by staff in November of 2025, and this is the first report that we're bringing into the public realm on this issue. The report and the presentation will explain why a change in the methodology for assessing available capacity was required, and what were these changes in order to adequately reflect how our water supply system actually works. The package that you've had today also includes the full third-party review that staff has commissioned to verify our findings at the end of last year. And so we'll be open to having some questions on that. So I'll pass it over to the team to run you through this presentation, starting with Nicole, who's the senior engineer who has been leading this work within the water team.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for having me here to discuss this topic. The region of Waterloo's municipal drinking water system is unique and often referred to as one of the most complex in Canada. 80% of our drinking water supply comes from groundwater that is pumped from over 100 municipal production wells. The remaining 20% comes from the Grand River. Next slide. The purpose of this presentation is to provide information regarding a water capacity constraint that has been confirmed for the Mannheim service area. While originally identified by staff, a third-party review has verified staff's findings and the revised methodology that identified this constraint. There are many factors contributing to why there is a constraint and why it is being identified now. These factors are related to the complexity of our local water supply system, improved data tracking and analysis, a more mature asset management program, and a shift to increasing water demands. Next slide, please. The largest municipal water supply system within the region of Waterloo is referred to as the integrated urban system, which is shown in the green and blue shaded areas. While this system is integrated in the sense that there are connections throughout, there are limitations to how water can be transferred. Breaking the system up into the Mannheim service area and the Middleton service area is a more accurate representation of what can operationally be achieved for transferring water. On this map, the Mannheim service area is shown in blue and the Middleton service area is shown in green. Next slide, please. The annual water and wastewater monitoring report is one of the important tools used to monitor the water and wastewater system capacity. The report looks ahead 10 years and provides a summary of recent water usage and the development expected to come online in the near term. This data is compared to the system capacity to determine how much capacity is remaining. The remaining system capacity is used to inform the review of development applications throughout the year until the next annual update. It provides an indicator of water and wastewater servicing needs based on the amount of remaining capacity reported. If we have a large amount remaining, additional capacity may not be required. If there is a low amount remaining, it is a gate check for staff to ensure this is captured in the longer-term planning processes. Similarly, the remaining capacity can also be used as an indicator for operational resiliency. Operational resiliency is a buffer amount that is required to ensure we have capacity in the system if infrastructure needs to go offline for repair or we need to respond to an emergency situation. Next slide, please. The previous methodology used in the annual water and wastewater monitoring report has been in place for many years. It follows guidelines developed by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks and is consistent with practices used by municipalities throughout Ontario. While this represented industry best practices, the region of Waterloo system is complex and unique. It was determined that this methodology was not the best way to represent what can operationally be achieved to support development within the integrated urban system. There are 3 key changes that have been made. First, the previous methodology looked at the integrated urban system as a whole. As I discussed earlier, a better representation is to look at the Mannheim and Middleton service areas separately. Second, the previous methodology looked at maximum system capacity to determine the remaining system capacity. While this may work well for lake-based supply systems, it doesn't work as well for groundwater systems. For example, some wells can be peaked for short durations based on permits or how much groundwater is available, but they cannot operate that way on a continuous basis. A more accurate way to represent what can be done on a continuous basis for groundwater supply is the average sustainable system capacity. In addition, the region of Waterloo is a leader in water efficiency and conservation. This means that our peak water use is lower than other communities. As a result, a constraint in capacity will be evident for our average sustainable system capacity before it shows in our maximum system capacity. For the region system, it makes more sense to look at both maximum and average sustainable system capacities when assessing remaining available capacity. The third change for the revised methodology is setting a minimum operational resiliency target of 20%. We know that systems cannot be operated with everything at 100% all the time. We take things offline to do preventative maintenance, or we may have unexpected things happen like equipment failures. Operational resiliency is needed to be able to do this work to fulfill Council's obligation under the Safe Drinking Water Act to maintain the water system in a state of fit repair. Next slide, please. There are several observations made by staff that led to the revised methodology. The first is an increasing frequency and duration of shutdowns for water facilities. Whether it was a planned project or an unexpected failure, things that were previously thought to be more isolated events became much more common. The second was observations of operational indicators that the water system may be operating under stress. These included indicators for both built infrastructure and the natural environment. For built infrastructure, lower levels were being observed more frequently for our large treated drinking water storage tanks. For the natural environment, key thresholds were being observed in the groundwater aquifer levels. Based on these observations, staff took a proactive step to do an in-depth review and better understand the reasons behind them. The increased frequency and duration of shutdowns was straightforward. A maturing asset management program to proactively maintain our infrastructure, combined with aging infrastructure, was leading to the increased shutdowns, and we have better tools and data tracking to monitor this. The operational indicators are more complex, and there are multiple factors to consider. As discussed, the integrated urban system has interconnections, but the Mannheim and Middleton service areas are a more accurate way to represent what can operationally be achieved. Another factor is the amount of water reliably available has changed. This is related to how much water was available from supply sources, changes in the quality of the water that required operational adjustments, and a better understanding of what water treatment equipment could reliably do on a continuous basis. It is important to note that many of these changes happen over time, where extensive study and multi-year trends are needed to confirm what supply can be relied upon. Despite efforts to expand and build new water supply capacity, the overall system capacity has been declining in the Mannheim service area, with one example being the Mannheim Water Treatment Plant, where a process constraint for one of the steps in the treatment process was noted. All of these pieces came together in a time we have shifted to increasing water demands. After years where water conservation and efficiency efforts outpaced the rate of population growth and we experienced declining overall demands, we are seeing a transition. While water efficiency and conservation is still very important to maintain the gains that have already been achieved, the rate of growth is now outpacing the declining trends, and overall water usage is increasing. The last piece that I would like to highlight is the shift in type of growth the region is experiencing. As we have more growth occurring through intensification processes, there is an opportunity to update the methodology to better reflect these changing patterns. While the methodology for what development was included in the monitoring report followed the guidelines, it is recognized that a lot has changed since it was developed in the 90s. As one of the fastest growing communities in Canada, combined with strategic development through intensification, it makes sense that the region of Waterloo reassess the way development is tracked through the annual monitoring report. I will now pass the presentation over to Commissioner Reguer.
Thank you, Nicole. So here we have a slide which outlines the nature of the relationship between development and the demand for water. In order to qualify this constraint, we estimated the developments that will be coming online in the Mannheim service area. And I'd just like to walk you through the chart here very quickly. Row A illustrates the existing connections and the issued building permits. In other words, we've included the figure of all current active building permits in this figure, and we have water systems supplying approximately 481,000 people and delivering about 1,356 liters per second to these existing users. The next row, row B, identifies the potential demand that
registered plans of subdivision, which are expected to be developed over the next 1 to 8 years. And here we're talking about a process where it may take time for some of these particular subdivisions to actually move to full build-out. They can accommodate approximately 14,000 people and will draw an additional 40 liters per second. Column or row C refers to site plan applications that is primarily inside of the urban area. These are largely intensification locations. We have site plan applications underway expected to be built out over the next 1 to 6 years, which could accommodate up to 25,000 people and draw an additional 71 liters per second. And row D talks about draft plans of subdivision. These are in the earlier stages of design and development, probably taking in excess of 10 years to achieve full build-out, but they're able to accommodate up to 45,000 people and draw an additional 125 liters per second. So in combination, our existing population plus the anticipated growth in these identified developments will draw approximately 1,600 liters per second. The column F identifies the fact that our current system has a maximum capacity of 1,455 liters per second, indicating that this is less than the amount of that can be provided or that is going to be demanded by all these developments moving forward. However, if you incorporate the 20% operational resiliency factor, we have to reduce the total available to 1,164 liters per second. As you can see, the existing connections already show a shortfall in our available capacity to when we factor in operational resilience. We can see that further developments within this 12-year forecast will exacerbate this issue, and until new capacity can be brought online. We are working with our municipal counterparts to refine our timing as it relates to commitments, because we know that each and every one of these developments is unique in terms of its stage of development and its the planning conditions for the developer. While planned development is going to take some time to draw on the water supply, significant infrastructure and investment are required to be able to support these future growth needs. Next slide, please. This means that until available water capacity is confirmed, development applications within the Mannheim service area will receive advisory comments. These comments outline that there is a water capacity constraint within the Mannheim service area, and the region does not support approval for development applications at this time. The region is not able to enter into new servicing agreements that result in additional servicing capacity that being required. We anticipate that there will be further evolution on this approach to commenting as more becomes known. Building and occupancy permit issuance falls within the jurisdiction of the area municipality, and I'd like to point out here that at this time, the region has not asked area municipalities to withhold building or occupancy permits or revoke existing permits. And I think I'm going to pass it over to Amy here.
We just might have to go back. It's just the bottom of the last slide. Yep. Yes. So the other piece that we are having to entertain is that Oh, it's just not close enough, sorry. Yes, so regional staff will need to evaluate any Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Park Form 1s when those are received for the addition, modification, replacement, or extension of a regional owned water main. We will be evaluating those on a case-by-case basis moving forward to determine if they will result in additional servicing capacity being required and whether they can be signed right now. Next slide. So what everyone is wanting to know is what work is underway. I can assure you that staff have been diligently working on solutions to address this water constraint since it was identified. Some of the short-term opportunities include repairs to existing infrastructure to regain lost operational resiliency. So the Parkway Water Treatment Plant and the Greenbrook Water Treatment Plant. Work on these projects have been underway for some time with a goal of having both systems back online in 2026. We are looking at optimization of existing sources like wells. We're leveraging the work that's going on the water supply strategy update to identify opportunities to potentially expedite water supply projects. We have immediately created an internal technical subtask force that began looking at innovative solutions, opportunities like well optimization, pilot projects and technologies to increase water supply capacity. Staff have been fine-tuning and evaluating the mid to longer term solutions, including designing and building new water infrastructure projects to add net new supply capacity. We also are in detailed design for a solution to resolve a technical constraint at our Mannheim Water Treatment Plant to regain that lost treatment capacity that you heard about this morning. We are also working with the province to fast-track any required approvals and have had several meetings with them to date. Next slide. So next steps. As staff continue to work on potential opportunities, a technical working group including industry experts, regional and area municipal staff is being put together and will kick off this week. And we also are having 2 workshops put into the calendars already. A planning-focused working group with regional and area municipal planning staff is also being established, and the first meeting will be this week as well. We are bringing on external technical resources to assist, and we're continuing to work with our provincial and municipal partners for any streamlining infrastructure opportunities. Our ongoing updates will be provided as available, and we will continue to keep residents up to date on our website. I'll pass it back to CAO Getsky.
Thank you, Amy and Rod and Nicole for the presentation. So this concludes the presentation. We appreciate this is both a very important and very complex topic, and we're happy to take questions. Some of those questions may require answers from multiple teams, so I'll be there to help as needed to ensure that we can direct the question to the appropriate staff member. And with that, I'll hand things back to you, Chair James.
Thank you. And again, thank you to staff who've been working tirelessly on this since everything has come to light. Okay, so I know that there are about 6 motions that are at some point going to come forward. I'm conscious of time. It's not the barrier, but there is a time, we're under some time constraints. So how we are going to move forward with this is questions specifically to the report. So clear, concise questions directly to staff regarding the report, 1 question, 1 follow-up. And then after those questions are done, those motions that have been submitted will be introduced in order that they came in, okay? So for this portion, questions of staff for clarification, and then we'll go into the motions, as I know there are about 6 that we need to go through. Okay, and I will start with Councillor McCabe. Is it your question regarding the motion?
It's questions.
Perfect. Okay.
I'm going to follow the rules, Chair. Thanks very much, and thanks for all the information. I've got a number of questions, but I'll start with, the chart that you just referenced. It has housing developments were highlighted, but where in this process are water needs for businesses existing, expanding, and other uses? Where is that being captured? And then I also just note that that this has come as an information report to regional council or regional committee. But I'm curious about what role regional council has in setting the methodology, given that this is going to have very far-reaching implications for us, for our area municipalities, for the development industry, for economic development, public health and safety, et cetera. And then just one quick comment. The comment that you made, I think it was Rod made about not telling area municipalities about that. I missed well, one of them was about not saying that we have to take back our building permits. I mean, we can't. So that's a bit of a non sequitur because we actually, by legislation, can't revoke a building permit unless there's some kind of safety issue.
Councillor McCabe, we're good to get to your question.
But that's important to for people to understand. Once a building permit's been approved, unless there's safety issues, we can't revoke it.
But you've asked a question, so I want the commissioner to answer the question, and if you have a follow-up comment, and then we can move on to the next person.
Yeah, through you, Chair James. I will speak. Ask my colleagues in water services to speak about the heavy industrial users. We do accommodate heavy industrial or the industrial and large scale corporate users in this model. My understanding is that that they account for a relatively small percentage or portion of the total demand, and that there's a relationship directly between population and overall use with the corporate sector as well. I'm sorry, I lost track of your second question.
Oh, well, there's a corporate sector, but there's also like other users, hospitals, universities, other large users as well. But then the other one was around council's role in setting this methodology. I think that might be more for CAO Getsky.
Just through you, Chair. So just on the efficiency piece, it's true. There's a whole water efficiency team that works with all the large water users, whether they're industrial or corporate. We're happy to expand on this if you're interested.
Well, I just think if you're giving us all the numbers and information about where our water capacity is and where our water use is, that we should have that full picture. Even though, like you said, Rod, that some of the numbers that you just had there, were much smaller than others, but still, I think we need to see the entire picture. But, I mean, up to council.
Commissioner, or Acting CAO Getsky, do you want to just respond to that? And then Councillor Salonen, you're up next.
I'll respond to the second question regarding the methodology. So I know we've looked at what's the responsibility of council as the owner of the system versus what's the responsibility of staff in setting the technical parameters, whether they're through operations and the methodology. And today, I would say that the methodology piece is a highly technical document. It's informed. We don't bring it up to council very often. We usually seize the water supply strategy to make any revisions to that methodology. So at that time, council may be asked to work on the supply side of things, and we would inform of any changes to the methodology. But up to now, we've been considering this as a technical document. Informed by technical work, and there because of the significant changes, we had it reviewed by that third party.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe, if you want to cue back in after, you can. Just want to keep this dialogue going. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm just picking back up on the methodology component. So will council ever see what exactly the new methodology is? Like, I'm talking about the maths and the assumptions behind the maths and what exactly has changed between the MECP one that we were using and now this newly identified one.
So through you, Chair, just to be clear, so there's still, both the methodologies that we were using and the one that we want to use, they're both compliant with MECP guidelines. So there's broad MECP guidelines that kind of provide a framework within which we have the ability to determine which are the parameters that best reflect operations. In terms of the details, the three changes, and then I'll pass it to Amy, who will have a more detailed response, but the three changes were those that Nicole underlined today, which are to consider the service areas as separate, to include a 20% operational resiliency buffer. And you'll see it, and we can go into more detail if you have questions on where does this 20% come from. And there's a lot of information in the peer review report on this. And the third change is the use of the average sustainable capacity as opposed to the maximum capacity. These are the three parameter changes that we're introducing. But now, maybe through you, Chair, I can pass it to Amy to any additional considerations.
Through you, Chair. I was just going to clarify that when we decided that we were making this recommendation to move to a revised methodology, we immediately went and met with the Ministry of the Environment at the end of November to seek their clarification and/or approval and/or endorsement to change the methodology from the D5 guideline, which is what we were following as industry standard. The comment that came back from the ministry was that we have the authority to change it as the system owner / regional staff have the authority to make changes to the methodology without their approval, and that it just needed to be technically sound and protective of the drinking water system. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for that clarification. Sorry, I may have not articulated what I was asking effectively. I understand and I know that we are still sticking with ministry approved capabilities in our methodology. I'm more so talking about when are we going to see the math behind the assumptions of that 20%. Like, I want to be able to understand what is underpinning the decisions now that we are making in the methodology. So that's what I was wondering, not questioning that it's right or wrong, just curious about that additional context component.
Through the chair, there is information that is available through the peer review report that gives specific details on the recommendations from the technical experts. The operational resiliency, I know, has been the topic of a lot of discussion today in terms of is it justified or where did this come from? There are a couple of considerations that are really important when we're talking about operational resiliency. So one is that there was an in-depth review of our specific supply facilities and looking at each of those supply facilities and what are they contributing in terms of the overall percentage for the water supply. There are breakouts of graphs and information of that in the peer review report that can be referenced, and you can see that when we look at our treatment facilities, and it wasn't just a broad sweeping look, like we looked at our largest facilities, does it make sense for them to be offline? Not completely, but there's 2 treatment trains, so we considered 1 treatment train being offline. So a lot of that information specific to the facilities is there. Another consideration is what have we been demonstrating that there's a need for based on our asset management programs and based on the unexpected. We know that we do have equipment failures, things that are unplanned that are happening. So we looked back at this data trending, and there are graphs in the peer review report that speak to that on a monthly basis, and they say this is what the demonstrated need has been. So there has been some information sharing that is available in that report, and hopefully that supports the review to give everyone that level of confidence that this is an important aspect of our operations that we need to protect to maintain reliable water supply to the community.
Okay, so you guys are carrying forward the assumptions from that peer review activity then? Okay, that was the part I needed to know, so that information is sufficient, thank you. My second follow-up was, has this methodology been applied to all of our service areas? I'm mainly referencing how New Hamburg and Baden are not serviced by the 2 identified ones in the presentation today. Is that new methodology, however, being applied across all of our well systems in the region?
Through the chair, the constraint that was identified for the Mannheim service area was based on ongoing monitoring and work through the water supply strategy update. So to date, the focus for the methodology has been the focus of the integrated urban system specifically, because that's where the challenges were noted. There hasn't been time yet to do a full methodology review for the other service areas. Again, I think you can see through the information that's shared in the peer review report, there were a lot of considerations that were specific to the integrated urban system. So we'll need to look at those other systems and see if there's modifications that are warranted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James. Thank you for presenting this very difficult report. This morning, we heard from several delegations representing developers who offered to work collaboratively and wanted to be involved or engaged in a meaningful way in the task force or the working group or the workshop or whatever it should be called. And so I'm wondering if staff have ideas in terms of how we can involve the developer community in a meaningful way.
Through the chair. So as I mentioned, we already have set up, well, we had an internal working group, technical working group, and now we're expanding that to include industry experts and area municipal technical staff. And I think hearing that this morning, there's definitely an opportunity to bring in some of those individuals into our existing technical working group, depending on the topics that we're talking about, and start to information share and to troubleshoot with a larger audience. So I think there's opportunities to expand that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So excuse my ignorance. If we could go to the graph on page 8, please. And basically line A. And while they're doing that, I'll ask the first part of the question. So it says on line A, existing connections and issued building permits as of 2024. And we've been told that we can handle what we've got today. So does that mean the permits that were handled in 2024, which will bring us up to the 1,356 liters per second, like a lot of the 2024 permits will not have been built yet. So are we saying they can go ahead because they fall under that number and that rate, because that's already in the existing, and we've told what's existing is fine?
Through you, Chair James, that's correct, Councillor Foxton. We are considering issued but as yet unbuilt building permits to be the same as existing connections.
So to be clear, builders that filed and did all this in 2024 can go ahead with their building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, because I don't think that was made clear, or wasn't sure if it was made clear, but I think we need to make that clear then. If we haven't, and I apologize if you have, but if you haven't, then I think we need to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rodriguez. Matthew, you were going to respond. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
through you, Chair. Just a bit of a qualifier on we're fine, because in that table there's 2 lines, and what we're saying is today, with the maximum supply that we can produce without that operational resiliency buffer is sufficient. But we are using a significant part of that operational resiliency buffer today. I know the team earlier today said that today, January 13th, we are using 16% of that operational resiliency buffer because of a number of wells that are offline or things that are parts of our capacity that we're not able to mobilize today. So that means out of that 20% buffer that was estimated, we only have 4% buffer left. If a piece of infrastructure that makes more than 4% of our water supply goes down, we're not able to supply the water to these existing and issued building permits. So we have to be, it's a bit qualified, so it's not exactly fine because we do not have that operational resiliency buffer
So it's
protected.
a case-by-case basis for the permits for 2024, correct? Maybe?
So just going through you, Chair, I'm going back to your statement on we're fine for that. So I'll park that a little bit. With respect to authorizations, we have a specific role, and I think Rod clarified it, which is to comment on development applications and Form 1 connections and service agreements. So if these are in place, today we're not being consulted on those, so these will continue to build.
So maybe we shouldn't have put the 2024 permits in that line because we're not sure they can be dealt with. Because it's confusing. If I read the chart and I was a builder, I would say, hey, I'm good if I have a 2024 permit. But you're saying possibly, possibly not, which means it changes this. I need to know good information.
Through you, Chair, so let me try again, and Rod, maybe you can help me out if it's not crystal clear. Developments that have a building permit a water servicing agreement and do not need another connection to a regional water main will continue to get built. And we do not have an opportunity to comment on those, so they will continue to get built.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So I'm just going to pick up on that line of questioning, Mathieu, in terms of like smaller scale developments. If you're on a local street and you tear down your detached house and you put up a triplex, there's no planning application, it just goes straight to building permit. Like, is that something we're going to be catching and stopping? It's just not abundantly clear like where the line is between like requiring a permit and scaling up of a use on a property versus what's there today.
Yeah, thank you for the question through you, Chair James. There are some nuances here for sure. As you know, at this point, we are only a commenting agency on development applications. So where development is already serviced, there are no Form 1s to be signed. There are no development applications to be provided with advisory comments. We are not providing comments. And we are not advising the area municipalities.
Okay, so I think this is where I get really, and I think what my motion that we'll see later tries to deal with is just these different pathways for different things. And I think it just needs to be really like, I understand it a bit more than other people, and you understand it a lot more than other people, but I think it really needs to be crystal clear. So I appreciate that clarification. Back to questions, a quick one, just have we spoken to the school boards about this issue with respect to their plans for building new schools, capacity, collection of educational DCs or anything like that? Just curious if we've engaged with those partners.
We have not had a formal meeting with the school boards at this point. It's certainly something that we're planning to engage on, and we are also reaching out to the universities and colleges on their plans as well. But we've been meeting primarily with the development industry over the last week, and have primarily focused on the development industry over the next week as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, cue back in if you have another question. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I appreciate this is really complex and there's a lot of pieces and moving pieces. I wonder if I can try to simplify it. I'm not sure I'll win, but let's give it a try. There's, you said there's 100 wells and a river, and that's where we get our water from. So I see there's three main pieces to this. One is the source, the aquifers and the river. The second is the capacity of our treatment facilities. And the third is our storage capacity in our water towers and other places that we might store things. So if we were to break it down, can you identify that one of these is the sort of the area that's causing the constraint? Or can you simplify how they're put together? Because there's a lot of people out there that look at methodology and it just sort of goes whoosh.
Through the chair, I may tag team with Nicole on this one, but one particular solution is not going to solve this capacity issue. I can say that clearly. One of the things we really want to do is get the Mannheim water treatment plant back up to full capacity. We have lost a significant capacity at that site, and so we are in detailed design right now for a solution to try and repair that situation. So we're hoping that we will alleviate some of the stress on the system when we get Mannheim water treatment back up and running. With that said, we still need additional infrastructure to be able to deal with some of the capacity constraints that we have. One thing I did want to point out is in that chart that we were showing, those numbers assume that all of our systems are online and working, right? So we all realize, like Nicole said, we have to take things offline. We have some wells offline due to water quality concerns. We've got some wells offline due to infrastructure repairs, some down for planned repairs. So we rarely, if ever, have all of our well supplies online at any given time. As CAO Getsky mentioned, right now we have 16% of our Mannheim service area water supply offline for various reasons.
If I can just follow up.
One more follow-up, and then we're moving on.
Yeah, thanks. So the 16% was coming to mind as you were speaking, because that chart, I understood that chart to be based on actual numbers of units that are out there and the actual water taking. But if 16% is offline now, how are we even managing?
So through the chair, that's where we keep harping on the operational resiliency. So because we're using that is the buffer, we like to call it. And so as a result, we are pushing our systems harder than we would like to. And that's where we're starting to see some of these observations about lower storage in our storage tanks, and also the well fields, seeing a decline in this. So we are managing, and our goal is to get some of that operational resiliency back as soon as possible to give us a little bit of breathing room while we construct new infrastructure for net new capacity. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Not quite.
Cue back in, Councillor Shantz. Councillor Verbanovic.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to staff for all the work that's been done since this was first reported to council in I guess it was late November, early December. I guess, and I want to sort of. I think it's really important as we sort of reflect on all this is to reflect and answer these questions, that we reflect on what we heard this morning and the importance of clarity and consistency in terms of, our answers. And where I'm really kind of struggling a little bit here is sort of the journey from where we've been to where we are today. And, we heard this morning, and I've heard this from numerous people and know it myself. I mean, going as far back as 2015, we talked about an integrated urban system. We never talked about two systems. And Mr. Nabi talked about that. We, went through the whole rope of 6 process. There were no flags raised or anything. We have, for the last few years, been talking about being 1 million ready. And that, and we continue to say that. We talked about at the standing committee, at the provincial standing committee that occurred back on January 18th, 2024. In fact, we said there's no development right now that is being held up by a lack of water or wastewater services in the region. As a matter of fact, if asked, we could build another 120,000 homes in the region today. Yes, we have that capacity. And, in Kitchener, we've been going through our Kitchener OP official plan process, and early December, there was sort of no mention of any of these concerns. And now—
So, Councillor Verbanovic, I'm just going to try and get you to streamline this a little bit and get to the question.
And now we're trying to reconcile all that with, what's being shared with us and how this impacts on housing affordability, impact on jobs, being open for business and so on. Help me, I'm struggling. I'm struggling in terms of what do we tell people in terms of how we've made this jump and this leap?
So before staff answers, Councillor Verbanovic, it's around the communication. I think what you're saying.
I have a separate question around communication.
Okay, so
I'm talking about, this is a big leap from where we were to essentially we're commenting on things saying we can't support new development. It's a big leap from where we've been the last decade to where we are today.
So essentially, how did we get here?
Yes.
How do we get here? Okay, so Amy and Mathieu, you want to start off? Okay.
Maybe I'll start because I think that was the purpose of what slide number 7 in the presentation that talks about why did we revise the methodology. So there's no aha moment or single event that is making the difference. It's an accumulation of a number of things, and every percentage point of our capacity counts. And so it's a multiplication of multiple factors there that interface with each other, and that when taken cumulatively and put in perspective, as staff did as we were preparing the work on the water supply strategy, has come to this realization that we're beyond that we're using the system beyond its sustainable capacity to do so. So with respect to one example, maybe the Middleton service areas and Mannheim service areas, they're physically connected. We can use them for emergency purposes in the right direction from a pressure standpoint, so from Mannheim to Middleton, but we can't use it in the other way. So that's one example where these are actually connected. So there's some level of integration that can be used for emergency purposes, but it's not fully integrated. And so that, when you're looking for every little percentage point, that's a piece that becomes critical and that needs to be looked at. I don't know, Nicole, if you want to add.
Through the chair, maybe just one point that I'll add to that is that there are fluctuations within the system. So if we have a change that is something that might be a one-off or occurring less frequently, then we don't want to show that as a reduction in capacity. So the changes that are being reflected are something that required multi-year trend analysis. It was often needed to truly understand what was happening and why, and it was how all these pieces came together. And as was alluded to, there's multiple different factors, and when it's a small change here and there, sometimes it can be hard to see just how much that's adding up to lead to this overall constraint.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I think there's a lot more to dig in there, and I'll leave that for another day. But for my second question, I do want to get deeper into the communication piece, because I did think we did hear a lot about that earlier today. And I really want to understand two things. I look at what other cities have done, different situation, different crisis, broken water pipe in terms of Calgary twice now. But the way they've handled it has been through a large press conference, everybody's together, all the media's hearing the same thing. They're, feeding off each other in terms of the questions that get asked. It really creates for more transparency in the whole issue. My understanding is that's not the approach that we took. We took the approach of one-off meetings with individual media outlets that really, does not allow for that same treatment. And that has been a source of concern. It's a source of concern for me. I believe it's a source of concern for transparency and our local media. So I want to understand how we got there. And then on the second part of that is understand on the issue, there was a comment made, particularly as it relates to area municipalities and, somehow linking all this to Bill 23, and that the region no longer has a line of sight on infill developments and detail. And yet I know that, for example, in Kitchener, we forward all projects and details to the regional account. I know there is an annual report that's shared. I am understanding that the same thing happens with other municipalities. And so to say that, reportedly, as was reported, and so if it was incorrect, we should clarify that today, to say that, there is no line of sight it seems to me not accurate. So I'm wondering if we can get clarity on both those questions, the approach and the issue of what's being shared from area municipalities.
Okay, so Councilor Bannock, I'm just going to summarize your final two questions and have staff prepare for that. So it's around the communication, so that like how things were disseminated, and it seemed in a very desegregated way as opposed to having everyone together. So just some of the thought process around that. And then the other aspect was around that infill and clarification around how information is getting between the area municipalities for some of that infill development that and how it's being shared. Okay. Hopefully that helps. Okay.
Thank you very much for the question and through the chair. So in thinking about how to work best with our media partners to inform the public, this is a very highly technical issue, as I think many people have iterated today. And so, you know, to use Calgary as an example, a water main break is a fairly simple infrastructure issue for people to understand. When we're talking about a very complex methodology with a very large number of factors, we really wanted to be able to give media the time to really in-depth understand, to have a conversation, and also to recognize that different media outlets have very different needs. And so we know through working with our media partners that sitting down with a few, you know, fantastic reporters at the Record, they want to have a very different conversation than our friends at CTV or those who work at 570. And so we did take a very intentional approach to work with our media on what would work best for them. You know, we always take feedback, and if there are other approaches that might be best in future, but really wanted to take the time to have those in-depth, lengthy conversations, which took many hours of our acting CAO's time to explain to media. So that's just a bit of the thinking behind it, to sort of try to get the best information possible out there for residents.
And to my second question?
Through the chair, I'm going to defer to Nicole. Thank you.
Through the chair, I think the second question provides a great opportunity for clarification in terms of that there has been a lot of really great ongoing collaboration with area municipalities and data sharing. In terms of specifically with respect to intensification and the discussion around that, I think it's important that we clarify that there are ways that that data was being shared and was being tracked, and then we've identified where there's areas where we can enhance that tracking on the water and wastewater monitoring report. So in terms of development applications that are submitted for review by the Region of Waterloo based on the Planning Act, these are all assessed based on available capacity in the water system at the time of the application. Through the water and wastewater monitoring report, we do capture growth through a projection for the coming 10 years in terms of what that maximum week demand looks like. And again, that projection is based on population growth that's intended to account for all development types. Where there's an opportunity to enhance is there's a specific reporting mechanism for committed capacity, and committed capacity tracks specifically development that follows the plan of subdivision process. So I think some of the narrative around that and maybe some confusion is that there's that one opportunity for enhancement, and it was not meant to reflect there wasn't data sharing or collaboration.
Yeah, so I guess what needs to go with that then is, you know, I know, I mean, it's out there publicly. I mean, Mr. Getsky, you had referred, like, you had answered the question to the media and are quoted. And so are we asking the media to correct that if it was misquoted in terms of the response?
Okay, so we're going to, there's already been 2 questions and follow-ups, Councilor Urbanovic. So I think leave that, you know, in the end, if we need to come back to that, especially with some of these motions that are coming forward, opportunity to respond to that whole media taking something and you know, making it seem like it was more of a concern than absolutely it was in terms of that infill. Okay, so we'll...
To close this out though, can Mr. Getsky answer the question? Are we going to ask for a correction from the media?
Okay, you can go ahead and answer that.
Through the chair, I know we've asked for a couple of corrections from the media, things that were not reported accurately. So we've already said that. On that specific point, maybe I'll lean into Connie on what exactly was brought back to the media.
Thanks, Matthew. And with that, I think media have done a really great job reporting on what is a highly technical issue. We have had some reach outs today, and we'll work with media to make sure that we've been as clear as possible and that they're able to report the best information possible on this.
Well, and I think this discussion here with the answering with a question shows that, you know, there should be some sort of correction, recognizing the media are not technical engineers and hydrologists. So there's an opportunity potentially that should be corrected. Okay, moving along, Chair Redmond.
Thank you. I'm looking for some clarification from staff on some of the input that we got from the delegations this morning, because we didn't go to staff questions because the report wasn't before us. And Amy, I really appreciate the fact that you've already acknowledged that we can incorporate some representatives from the development community on our working group as we go forward. There also was a concern by existing capacity. It was Larry Kotzip that brought this up, and that maybe they're notionally, their capacity is already in the system, but they're not building out. So I guess I would just look to have that clarified and that confirmed if we're going forward with sort of drilling down to that level of detail. And also just to excuse me, reference that our water reserve, I believe, Wayne, has $100 million in it.
Through the chair, let me clarify. We have a water capital reserve that has approximately $100 million that is linked to projects. We have a stabilization reserve that has $9 million.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just if staff wanted to comment on some of the issues, the 20% resiliency has already been clarified really well, but that was the other issue that I heard delegations sort of questioning, so I'm glad that that's been clarified.
Okay, Councillor, so now we're going into the second round. Or are you
Matthew's going to
okay.
Just maybe for the first question, Amy, do you want to respond to that one?
The specific one about taking capacity from a previous industrial facility?
About historical capacity and how that's...
I'm not aware of a situation where we hold capacity if an industry closes down. So I think we've looked at the numbers, and around 2017, 2018, that facility started slowing its processes to almost a minimal amount of flow now. So all of our current data, flow monitoring data, would incorporate what's happening today and not what was happening 7 years ago. So I'm not aware of a mechanism where we're holding previous industrial capacity when they were full out functioning for later use.
Thank you. And if I can just underscore, that's why these discussions are really, really important. And we wouldn't be talking about new methodology and capacity on a go-forward basis if it wasn't for our staff. So please thank all of your teams for us.
Okay, so we are now going into a second round of questioning. And after that, we will go into the motion. So this is the last kind of second round of questioning, then we're going into the motion. So I have Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I still have a number of questions, so I guess I'll just pick a couple of them. Just, I guess, on the clarification piece that we were just talking about with respect to the media and that, because one of the things that I spoke to you, Mathieu, about on Friday was comments that were made around infill development, because what I had read was that infill development hadn't been incorporated. But then when I spoke to you, I understood that that was actually, there was a bit of a confusion around a different report, and that in fact infill development has always and continues to be captured in this data, and in the water flow data, and in the population projections and all of that. So could you just speak to that and provide some clarification around that?
So through you, Chair, maybe I'll start, and Nicole, who's, I think you've already responded to that to some extent, but just to be clear, infill was part of a reporting mechanism on committed capacity where that was not calculated, but every year we look at water usage and we look at population, so we look at the real system, not a theoretical one. So all of the infill was used in our in the way that we assess the need for water and in the forecast as well.
Okay,
But I don't know,
Oh,
Nicole,
sorry.
if you wanted to point specifically to what was missing there?
I think you did a good job of summarizing, like you said, for our existing water usage, any infill that happens throughout the year, that's captured. It transitions from something that is planned to something that is measured in our water use. And as alluded to, the projection for that 10-year maximum week demand forecast, that is overall population. So it includes infill and intensification as part of that forecast as well.
Okay, because there was some confusion, something was reported a bit differently than that. So again, I know it's really technical and that, but just wanted to flag that. So my question to go back to the resiliency piece, does the 20% resiliency factor along with the move from peak to average sustainable capacity, does it have to be so bluntly implemented, or can this be phased over, from now over a few years to mitigate the impacts on the current development pipeline? As you've talked about how we're going to fix things, we're going to bring some more capacity online, and so does it have to be so bluntly implemented? And then my other part of that is, I am concerned where it says the line about water conservation is plateauing. Well, we know there's lots of other opportunities for water conservation and using potable water versus non-potable water and, cisterns and gray water and, you name it, right? Like you would know certainly better than any of us sitting here. So how are those things working hand in hand?
Go ahead, Nicole.
So through the chair, I'll address the first part of your question, which was discussing the change, and it feels abrupt. So the reason why this change is being proposed is because the system is indicating signs of stress now. So this is both in our aquifers and in our day-to-day operations. So the longer that we stay in a state of increased stress, then the higher the risk is that something could happen where we may not be able to meet the water supply needs of the community. So I know it was already referenced many times today in terms of 16% of our capacity is offline now. If we were to say we're going to bring those facilities back online and we're going to defer planned upgrades, we could choose to do that. But then when we're running that equipment in a more stressed state, we could then have unexpected failures. And then we could need far more than 20% based on what was unplanned that happened. So in terms of the need for the change now, it is because we are seeing signs of stress now.
But before you answer the second half of that, but that's not what we're asking. We're not asking you to stop the repairs and the investigations. We're asking, as those are happening, and as we know, development takes, one of the gentlemen that was here today, he said, his development at former Krause Lands is about 10 towers in total. They're going to start with one, and it's going to take 20 years, right? So it's this phased approach. So we're not asking you to stop some of that technical work that obviously needs to happen and increase stress on the system. I'm just wondering, why there can't be, a phasing of it, of this resiliency factor, instead of going from 1 to 20, 1 to, I don't know, do it in steps, 1 to 5 to 10 to 20.
Okay, Nicole, you can respond to that, and then we're going to move on to Councillor's unit because there's been 3 or 4 questions within this question. So
but
please
I do
go
have
ahead,
the other
Amy.
question.
You're not even addressing this correctly.
But the question wasn't, with all due respect, you were answering a different question.
But Dorothy, Councillor McCabe, you interrupted to then ask another question as a sidebar to that question. That is fine, but there is a process that I've established here, and I would expect respect with that process. Everyone is given the same ability to speak with the follow-up. So please go ahead and respond to that, and then we're going to move on to Councillor Hunick.
So through the chair, I'll take that if you don't mind. So as Nicole said, 16% is offline right now. And so if we were to give away that capacity to development, even if we get that back and we put Greenbrook back on and Parkway back on and get all our wells online and we give that away, and something happens, we can't take things offline. I think that's what the point we're trying to make is we have to be able to have that resiliency to take it offline. And if it's taken away, or if we don't have enough, then we are not able to. So even now we're peaking our wells, as we said, and in the summer, we're not doing any infrastructure repairs throughout the summer period right now because of how stressed they are, and that we have to wait till off seasons to do that when the water demand is not as high.
That's not what I asked, but.
Okay.
Councillor McCabe, I guess
the conservation piece was the other part of it. But.
So Councillor McCabe, you know, Councillor Hunick's been waiting as well as others. If Councillor Hunick wants to offer up some of her time for you to ask your question, you can have that conversation with her. But we need to get through this. And you've asked three or four sidebar questions, Councillor McCabe.
These weren't sidebar questions. I was getting to the core, that what was being answered was not what I asked. So.
Okay, Councillor McCabe, or Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. Through the chair. My understanding is that there's 2 water capacity methodologies in Ontario. Sorry, thank you. My understanding is that there are 2 water capacity measurement methodologies in Ontario. There's the one that was recently developed on the basis of our unique water system that was given permission to use by MECP by us in November because our water system is unique. And then there's a water capacity measurement methodology used by every other municipality in Ontario. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, it is much more common that municipalities throughout Ontario are using the guidelines that were established by the MECP in the 1990s. I can't say definitively that all of them are using that methodology, but I can say that it was considered a best industry practice. What I can say in terms of the revised methodology and why the review was initiated to transition to the revised methodology is because we were seeing signs of stress in our system, and that caused us to take a step back and look at whether this methodology made sense specific to the integrated urban system.
And so, thank you. The reason why I wanted to point that out is because I think there is a community narrative that Waterloo Region should have known sooner, and this shouldn't be happening because of what we've been saying for the past 10 years. But I would like to applaud the water team for flagging what they flagged and developing a new water capacity measurement methodology as quickly as we could based on our unique water system. So thank you very much for that.
Excellent, Councillor Hunick. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to understand the nuances of this. So I don't want you to think that I don't appreciate that we need to be very careful of our water and take good care of it. And I do appreciate this coming forward now before it becomes a real emergency. But my question in trying to understand the resiliency piece, I'm going to try to come at it this way. Right now, if I understand it correctly, because we've got some pieces of equipment that we're trying to fix, we're trying to make better, things are offline, and that has taken up about 16% of that 20% resiliency that we had built in previously. So if that's the case, are we looking for 16% plus another 20%? Or is that 16% actually part of the 20% that we're looking for?
I can take it. So I just want to clarify, we have 16% of our Mannheim service area offline, but that equates, and it's very confusing, 11% of the operational resiliency is being used of the 20%. So we're actually using 11%. It's just 16% of our Mannheim supply is offline right now. It's very confusing. I apologize. So yes, you're interpreting that chart correctly, that what we would like to see is bring us below that sustainable capacity line and then bring back 20% as a buffer to get us below that operational resiliency line of the 20%, to give us that room to breathe, to be able to take things offline, or if we have an emergency situation. Nicole?
Through the chair, I'm just wondering if this would be helpful if we could pull up a graphic, because it is a little bit confusing. And if you just bear with me for one moment. We have quite a few slides here. Maybe I won't be able to get at the graphic fast enough. I think, in essence, the question is asking if the 16% is double counting. Is that correct?
Sure. Yeah.
So we have 100% of our system capacity, and then we're saying that we need 20% of that system capacity for operational resiliency. So within that 20%, then that's where we're able to do work that is planned and to navigate situations that are unplanned. When we talk about the 16% reference, that means that we are of the, like, not to get into percentages too much and make it confusing, but we're using 16% right now. So there's 4% left of the 20% that we have for new things to happen. So if we have additional planned work or something else unexpected happens, does that help to clarify?
That's more confusing.
I apologize.
So I guess let's throw away the percentages. Are we at 100% capacity now? I just put a percentage in there. Are we fully, are we at the point of restriction today with the amount of water that we're using?
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So through the chair, the amount of water that we're using right now to meet the community needs is less than 100% of our capacity when everything is online. But what we're using right now is more than what we have online because there's things that are shut down. So we are peaking some of our systems to compensate for the fact that we have things shut down for ongoing work.
Councillor Shantz, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's between your questions and Councillor McCabe's questions around this resiliency piece and this percentage. I'm going to take a 5-minute break and have staff get a clear answer, and you can speak to them about exactly what you mean when it comes to this resiliency, just so there's clarity. And for Nicole, for you to make it as like Cole's notes, dumb it down as much as you need to for us, okay? So we'll Okay, we are going to get going now. I think there is clarity around this resilience and percentages. And I'm gonna call on staff to state what the question is that you've heard from a few counselors, and then explain the answer for us to continue on with the dialogue.
Through the chair, I think we're going to ask Julian Bell, who's the Vice President of Agile Infrastructure Limited, to give us a little bit of a better overview than we can do, and he has a few slides that might help.
Welcome, Julian, an excellent report.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We can go to slide 7. So there's been a lot of discussion and questions around this operational resiliency. Sorry.
The screens aren't working. Is that on your side? Yeah, so it's just on my left.
Okay. So, I thought I'd try to explain this operational resiliency and these percentages and all this discussion from a slightly different approach. So I'm going to use some of the graphs that are in the peer review report. So the concept of operational resiliency is fundamentally, it's the mechanism that allows the region to do repairs and respond to the system to maintain a good state of repair or unexpected events, right? So there's a very complex system. Think of it like a machine. There's thousands of moving parts. Those parts wear. You need to replace things constantly. Just like you need to replace the oil in your car every couple months, we need to take facilities offline to do repairs to the electrical. We need to change the bulbs in the UV systems. We need to do maintenance on 1,000 different pieces of equipment throughout the entire system. So this operational resiliency isn't necessarily to say, what if something bad happens and we lose a facility for 3 years and all that sort of stuff. It's to how can we maintain what we have right now? So this graph here shows the capacity that's been offline in the Mannheim system over the last 4 years. So every single week, the region's operations staff, they do an assessment of what facilities are going to be offline, which well is going to be offline, which water treatment plant is going to be offline, why is it offline for various different aspects. Is it planned, is it unplanned, and they track it. And so this graph shows how much has been offline on average every single month since 2021, about midway through 2021. So what this graph is showing is, say, in January 2022, 20% of all the supply, so that would equate to 100%, all of the 20% operational resiliency that we're suggesting be implemented in this process, was being utilized in January 2022. On that graph is showing in 2023, on average, for the whole entire year, 15% of all available supply in the Mannheim system was offline for one reason or another. So that is 15 of the 20% gone for that entire year. So it only left 5% left to deal with the what if. What if a water main breaks and we lose this other facility for a week? What if there's a spill and we have to turn something off for a week or two to respond to it? So that gives kind of the historical context of, the discussion of, can we phase it in with 5% or 10% right now? Well, we're already utilizing more than 5% on an ongoing basis today. We're using 10, 15% fairly regularly. So another element is the context of, is 20% too much? Could we plan the works differently? What if? So I think if we go to slide 17. Yeah. Sorry, slide 18. Is that on slide 18? The title is Average Monthly Demands for the Mannheim Service Area Compared to Total Available Systems. Okay, there we go. So this graphic here is another way of looking at this operational resiliency concept as a whole. So the top purple line, that's 100% of capacity. That's everything being online, doing 100%. There's nothing down, there's nothing acting up, there's no spills, there's no outages. Okay, the dashed red line, that represents, this is the 20%. That's the target we'd like to have to be able to take things offline, do repairs, do the what if. These colors in the background, what those represent is, those are all the different water supplies in the Mannheim system. So the bottom gray one represents, all the smaller ones combined together, and then the three top blue lines, those represent the three largest individual facilities in the Mannheim system. What it's really trying to show is if we have an unplanned outage of any one of those three facilities, it doesn't quite add up to 20% of that 20% target. But if we lose any one of those three facilities, there's more demand in the system today, as represented by those dashed black lines, than there would be available to supply with all the other facilities available. So part of that 20% operational resiliency is not only that first bet of allowing us to take things offline to repair, but it's also the second bet portion is, what if we lose one of these large facilities for a week? Like, we can lose it for a day, there's storage in the system to lose it for a day, but if we have a large water main break and it's out for a week, we don't necessarily have the capacity to accommodate all of our supply, because that one source that's providing 10% of our total supply isn't available to us, and we don't have the buffer in our system to accommodate it, even for a week or a month. So those are the two rationales as to why we need an operational resiliency. It's, we got to do all this planned work, we got to take things offline. Your car is never running 100% of the time. It's in the shop. When you lose it, it's not available to you. It's the same thing with all these different facilities. And the second one is, if something catastrophic or unexpected happens, and it's a big facility, we need to be able to react to it. The last slide, I believe, is slide, if we can move forward. Yeah, so this slide here is another graphic, and there's the table beforehand. But this is really to try to show a very simplified, we've got a couple colors. We've got, again, that top line, that purple line, that's 100% of supply. The red line is that 20% operational target. The dashed line, that's the average demand throughout the entire system for any given year. So we're already past the 20%. This is outside of peaking and other aspects. And then the orange line represents, that's how much we actually had. So the purple is what we would have in theory, and the orange is what we would have if we were operating everything at a sustainable rate. And you can see, essentially, we're using approximately right now 11% of that suggested 20%. So over half of it just to meet current demands. So that means, although we would like to have 20% available to us to do all these operational works, which we've been using on average 10 to 16%, we only have 11, so 9 left, less than half. And so we can't manage it that way. So what's actually ended up happening is, as opposed to operating at a sustainable rate, we're pumping at a faster rate. So the analogy I would use is, we're redlining their engine while we're driving down the highway and the engine light is on. So we can keep driving or we can slow down, right? And then we can leave the engine light on and not incorporate an operational resiliency, or we can bring it in for repairs to make sure that things are going to be in a good state fit of repair. And that's the operational resiliency component. So as of right now, we talk about, if we implement a 5% or what have you, 20% is an appropriate number, because all the other numbers below that we've already kind of are utilizing them completely or have surpassed those values. So that's hopefully my attempt to try to bring additional clarity or context to this 20% operational resiliency, and particular in the context of the existing system. And just for context, these black lines of these supplies that we're showing, they're not the theoretical what would be, this is the actual measured of what is produced and delivered to the system on an ongoing basis from all the facilities within the region.
Okay, thank you, Julian, for providing some clarity. Councillor Shantz, do you have a question follow-up? And then we'll move along to Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation, and I was never suggesting that we don't need the 20%, but I'm still, what I'm hearing you say is we are using the 20% now. So, and so if there's an emergency, we could be in really big trouble. Do we need more than the 20% is more of my question. Not that I want to go there, but.
I'll defer this one to staff.
So through the chair, in terms of the amount of operational resiliency that we need to have reliable water servicing, we are looking at this as well through the water supply strategy update that looks at the community's water supply needs through to 2051. There was a higher target that was established through the work for that ongoing project, but it was recognized that it takes time to implement that desired target. The 2015 Water Supply Master Plan, it had something, it's very similar to operational resiliency, but it was referred to as the required surplus capacity. So that's something that was already in place through the long-term planning processes. And really through the peer review, the question was, what is the minimum that we should be looking to protect versus what is the long-term target that we should be working towards? So when you say, do we need more than 20%, it would be beneficial to have more than 20%, and we will continue to work towards providing more operational resiliency, but the 20% was considered to be a minimum.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rodriguez, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Staff, I'm wondering if I could get, and then through the Chair, just some insight. When I look around at each of the commissioners here, there's different regional projects that are impacted by what we're talking about today in terms of housing, childcare, transit facilities, and I really think we need to have a big understanding of what the impacts are for these types of projects. And I understand you might not be able to provide immense detail right now, but if we could get some information on that as we move through this, I think council really needs to understand it. So when we say we want to break ground on a major facility this year, where we're talking about new affordable housing projects coming online, or and all of that, I think we need a full and honest conversation about what the impacts are, how we're managing that, and how we communicate that to partners, ourselves, and to the community. So I don't know if there's anything staff have to add now, but if we could get some information on that, do you really appreciate it? I'm seeing some nods. Thank you, Chair.
We're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much. Today we heard from industry about the importance of access to data so everyone can do additional analysis and better understand the situation. I know that area municipalities have requested access to this data last week as well. And I think it's important for three reasons. One, clarity. Two, so our regional partners, municipalities, industry, and civil society can do their due diligence. And most of all, for transparency and the restoration of trust, which we heard today, some people, quite frankly, have concerns around. Presumably this data is available as it has informed the work done by regional staff. I'm talking data such as well flows, system capacities, and so on are all part of this, as is the impact of things like the plate settlers in Mannheim that's referenced on page 28 of the report, as well as additional capacity planned within the 12-year window of the report. And so I guess my question really is, how quickly can we make this data available? There's a motion coming forward later on. So how quickly could we make it available to municipalities and to the public?
Through the chair, maybe I'll start. So I think, and then I'll lean on Amy to give a timeline on this. We can share, I mean, again, we've been working with a third-party peer review, so we can package all of the data that was provided to that peer reviewer and provide that to our area municipalities. Before sharing all of the data with the public, I'd just like to make sure that we have just some legal eyes on from a freedom of information perspective before this is shared more broadly. But I would say to the area municipalities, we can definitely package all of the information that was provided to their peer reviewer to be able to make their assessment. And maybe I'll ask Amy to give a bit of a timeline on how quickly we can do that.
Through the chair, was there a date in the motion that you were proposing? I'm just wondering.
There's not a specific date at this point, I guess, but obviously, I mean, yesterday would be great, but that's not realistic.
I will consult with the staff. I don't think it will be very difficult to package up what we've already sent to Agile Infrastructure Limited. So it would just depend on if that ask kept getting larger, then it may take longer, but I would say a week or two probably would be doable.
Okay, that's great. And just, Mr. Getzke, if you can clarify the bit about legal and the FOI. I mean, it's numbers that have formed a report about usage and capacities. I'm just trying to understand what the issue or concern might be.
Through the chair, I think I'm not familiar with exactly what was provided to Agile. So just to be an abundance of caution in terms of releasing data, that we would just want to do a review to see if there were any pieces of information that are part of that perhaps should be retained.
Okay, well, if we can get it to the municipalities and maybe report back in camera if needed, that would be great. And then the only other question I have is with respect to the infrastructure, and we heard a little bit about, you know, a critical failure as an example. And so I'm thinking about, you know, we know that there's the issue of the plates that I just referenced at Mannheim and the work that needs to be done to deal with that. But something like Greenbrook, if there was a critical failure, as an example, what does that mean? I guess what I'm trying to understand is, are there mechanisms to bring in, you know, on a truck, pumps or whatever, that can keep things running on an interim basis if a critical failure were to happen? You know, because you often hear, like in areas where, you know, an earthquake happens or something, the military comes in with pumps and runs things. So I'm just wondering how that maybe fits into part of our planning.
So through the chair, Greenbrook treatment plant is down right now completely. So I'm not sure if you were referring to Mannheim water treatment plant. So that's the one we more specifically talk about, the catastrophic failure of the plate settlers at the Mannheim water treatment plant. So that is the one I mentioned that we are in detailed design to have a solution for Mannheim right now. So that is underway. We're hoping to regain that capacity. Greenbrook is one of those projects that we've been working on repairs there for some time, and that's the one that I mentioned that we are hoping to have online back in 2026.
Or is any of the challenge, we can just to close up on this one, on Greenbrook, a result of the explosion we had a few years ago because of chemicals, if I remember correctly? There was an incident there. I don't remember all the details.
Through the chair, I might ask Ryan Snyder, who's the manager of water operations, to come down, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, you picked a great example. That facility has had a lot of challenges over the years. It was exploded due to chemical mixing in, I want to say 2016. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah, he's just tall.
Yeah. So the short answer is no, it's unrelated to the explosion. This was other infrastructure failures, major reservoir failure there, and then several process equipment failures as well.
Okay, great, thank you. And just thank you to all, I know there's a whole bunch of you here from the department. Thank you for all the great work you're doing to try to help us through this situation.
Thank you. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair James. I'm sorry I don't have a motion to bring the numbers up to 6 or 7, but and I'm not trying to minimize the importance of this at all, or the number of motions we're going to be dealing with. I just hearing the delegations this morning, which were very, very convincing. We're going to be passing motions and asking for staff to collect more data, which is going to be shared with the development industry and the community at large. I hope we don't come back with competing data with different interest groups, and we're pitting one group against the other group and against the region, where we have different scenarios of what has to happen. I think staff have been working beyond expectations for the last 6 or 8 weeks to give us the information we need. The 6 or 7 motions that are going to be before us today are going to be asking for more work. And if I remember a week or 2 ago, we were dealing, I think, with the alternate tenting site, and we decided that we weren't going to, one of the reasons we weren't going to do it because staff already had plates full. Well, if community services had plates full, water has plates full as well and overflowing. So I want us to be sensitive to the workload, to what we're expecting, what the expectations might be, and we don't set up any competing interests. And the bottom line is to try and do good for every region or every resident in the region. And so I don't want to minimize the impact of the seriousness of this, what we're dealing with, but just to keep in mind what the expectations might be and what we're asking for.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Erb. Okay, with that, there are no more questions regarding this report. As stated, there are a number of motions that need to come forward. Clerks, do you have, we're going to post the motions in order that they were received. You've got the first one. Would the motions be consolidated? Oh. Okay, and this one's Councillor McCabe's? Or they're all together?
There's 2 from Councillor McCabe. We have not combined them at all.
Okay.
The operative part of the first one. But I want to keep this in my head.
I need to therefore be it resolved.
There's a lot of whereas. The end of it is.
Okay, so with that, there is Councillor McCabe's motion. It's moved by Councillor McCabe. I need a seconder to put it on the floor. Councillor Hunick. Okay, so Councillor McCabe, can you, I mean, in the interest of not everyone has seen this motion, just us.
I believe, so the public hasn't. Councillor McCabe did circulate it to council.
Okay.
The public hasn't seen it, which it's on the screen now, but.
Councillor McCabe. Okay, so the motion is on the screen. Councillor McCabe, can you read the therefore be it resolved, and then your motion is on the floor. You can speak to the whereases in a different way than reading it all out like that.
Sure,
so,
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to. Therefore be it resolved that the timeline for a preliminary list of short, medium, and long-term plans for the necessary infrastructure repairs be made publicly available before the end of January 2026, rather than in late Q1 2026.
Okay, so now speak to the reasons why behind this is coming from your perspective.
Sure, thank you very much. And thanks everyone for the questions and the responses and additional information from council and staff today, and of course to the delegations. It has been really helpful, and thank you, Councillor Erb, for your comments that you just made. It is, important that we ground ourselves in that. But why I put this motion forward is because, you know, we've heard it today a lot about like clarity, and, you know, is this a today problem, a tomorrow problem, or a 2025 or 2051 problem? And so, you know, we keep robust waste asset management plans, and I've referenced, you know, the water supply strategy, and there's a lot of work that staff have done, you know, over the years and up until 2025 that like keeps track through our capital plan and our asset management plan about what's the state of our infrastructure, what needs repaired, et cetera, and what's coming up. So, and then today there was, in the report that we just discussed, there was some additional information about work that staff is starting to say, here's some things that we need to do. So I feel like we have a lot of that information in existing reports and through the work that Amy has been leading in the past month, 6 weeks. And, you know, just thinking about the needs of the sector, the needs of the area municipalities, and just, you know, I mean, this is a big, challenging problem. And the more we have information and the sooner we have information, the better this will be for everyone involved. So that's why I was concerned when I read the report and saw that this list of repairs wasn't going to come until the end of March, so that's why I've put this forward to say, can we get that information, at least a preliminary list, by the end of January?
Okay, I know we have a couple of questions from councillors. Mathieu, I want you to kind of weigh in on you know, the feasibility of this and what that may look like.
Thank you, Chair. So, I mean, as you know, I mean, since the issue was identified, the staff have been working, and I think Amy has been explaining some of the ideas that staff are working on, both, you know, working at the same time on short, medium, and long-term solutions, because we need to tackle all of these time horizons at the same time right now. A lot of these ideas, and those that will be the fastest to deliver, are, you know, either some specific repairs or those which were already in design because they're part of our 10-year capital program. So a few of them are in there, and then the challenge is more about moving them forward in the timeline compared to the existing capital program. So we can bring a preliminary list by the end of the month. The only thing that we will not be able to do, there's a couple of things. First, I know Amy's technical workshop with industry experts is there to kind of vet these and the feasibility of doing that. So that's their one thing is we won't have it vetted by the end of January. So it will be an unvetted list. So there's a bit of risk to that. The second thing is Amy is also talking to with the Ministry of Environment about how to fast track some of these projects. So today we're not able to really tell you what a fast track timeline looks like. So that's the other, I would say, the other limitation of what we can bring. And the third one, and that was one of the reasons why in the report we had said at the end of Q1 is we won't have the costs, we won't have the timeline and the associated costs at this time. So we can bring, you know, orders of magnitude at best, but it's going to be hard to cost it. So I won't be able to tie this preliminary list with a recommendation for an adjustment to the budget. So that's something we will not be able to do at the end of January. But bringing forward a preliminary list is, with these caveats, we can do that.
Thank you very much for that response. So given that, I don't know if we then need to go forward with this motion. I mean, I'm satisfied if that's what comes forward. I don't know if anyone else on council wants to comment on that.
I will.
We have 3 people that want to comment on this.
I mean, this could be just seen as direction to staff then.
Yeah.
I don't. I've tabled the motion.
You've tabled the motion. We can discuss if you're going to refer it but I think we should hear from the speaker. So Councillor Hunick.
So I think that, thank you, Chair. I think the delegations made it clear today that the faster we can provide accurate information to them, the more we can quell the long-term negative impacts of this hopefully short-term crisis. And so, but that being said, though, I'm not really interested in providing further tentative information or information that's not vetted, as Mathieu has said. So, yeah, Dorothy, if you want to do it as direction to staff, if you think that's helpful, but I would be concerned about providing unvetted information that yet requires further clarity.
Okay, well, yeah, we're going to go through the speakers list. Councillor Foxton.
I'm leaning towards doing it in 3 phases. The first one being the information we have now, that we get it out there, that it's very clear and very focused. And then we also mentioned that part 2 will be coming, and the timeline after Amy's talked to whatever she's doing in the second part. And then the third part was the province and the funding, right? So, and we do them in 3 phases, because if we wait too long, it only exasperates the frustration that's out there. But if we can give them a piece now, a piece as we get it, they feel more like they're in partnership with us.
Okay, thank you. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. I guess through you to Amy, that the fear that I have, and I have to say, Councillor McCabe, I really do appreciate the fact that you were contemplating whether this should be direction to staff. I've said this a few times, it's iterative, and I wonder the downside of putting forward a preliminary list that may, in 3 weeks, change. I don't think there's anybody that didn't hear about this issue and go, oh my goodness, well, how do we fix it? And I think that's what we heard from delegations, but I don't, Amy, do you want to talk about sort of if this would be a useful tool or maybe cause more angst than help?
So through the chair, I appreciate the need for the information. I also think it may be an incomplete list, because before we even have the industry experts or technical leads from the area municipalities weigh in, we may have additional solutions that need to be vetted. I would also say some of these solutions that are tentatively on our list have not fully been through a risk assessment, right? So I know we've talked about some of the options around moving water from Middleton service area to the Mannheim service areas. There are risks associated with that. So the risk piece will have to be evaluated as well. So I would hate to put out a list that thinks, everyone thinks that we've solved the issue with a list, and then some of those may not technically be possible moving forward. So it's just a caution that if we do provide a preliminary list, that's all it is right now. It's not a vetted list right now, and it may not be a complete list. And it will be a lot of tentative information, like Matthew said, like a range of timelines, a range of financial costs.
Can I just ask if the direction was, or if this motion goes forward, and it was as soon as possible, what would that date look like to you?
Through the chair, we have an in-person meeting with the Ministry of the Environment on the 27th. We tried to push for sooner. We've had a couple of phone calls and meetings with them, and they've said they're supportive of that, but that's the soonest they could get their EA and permission staff all in one room at one time. So we are meeting with them on the 27th, and I think we're creating that list of potential asks based on projects. So in the meantime, we're still proceeding with our technical working groups and trying to get more of that information solid. So,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Councillor McCabe and the others for bringing a variety of motions forward, because I think it is important. I think we heard this from the delegations today. It is important that, ultimately the buck stops with council. And it is important, I believe, that the community is looking to see leadership from around this horseshoe on these issues and provide direction and clarity in terms of the work that's being done and how we're moving forward in a variety of ways to deal with it. I know we have a practice of, giving direction to staff here, but that is not a decision of council if there's no vote associated with it. It is simply an informal understanding we have in terms of how we operate. I think, considering the significance of this issue, the fact that, it has the ability to influence, tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars of municipal and regional budgets, hundreds if not, billions of dollars in development and thousands of jobs, I think it is important that we do things with motions from council and give that direction that way. motion at the end of that.
Okay, just trying to summarize in my head. Okay, so we have no further speakers on the, okay, Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
I was just, through you, Madam Chair, I was either going to suggest end of February or as soon as possible as an amendment to this motion, rather than, I mean, I think frankly that we have a choice of defeating it if you want it to be a motion or amending it, because the end of January is too close.
Okay, Councillor Wolf, are you proposing an amendment to this?
Then I propose an amendment. Would it, end of February be, okay, they're shaking their heads, yes. So I would say end of February as for this motion.
Okay, so is there a seconder for this amendment? And by end of February, you're speaking potentially like the council meeting
Right.
in
whatever.
February. Okay, I will just time and place to
Sorry.
be specific. So that council meeting in February, is there a seconder for that? Okay, so right now then we are going to vote on the amendment. And
May I speak to the amendment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I would just say two things. One, there's the reserve that in one of the reports staff indicated you'll be able to use some of that to hire consultants and things like that, or bring on contract staff. So that we do have the capacity to add more staff. So that's there in terms of the workload. And the other piece that gives me greater comfort with my request to have this preliminary list, and completely understand it's preliminary and it can be, caveats can be put in place, that I think reinforces the need for it at the end of January is just what staff just indicated, that they're going to have that list for the January 27th meeting. So if it's going to go to the meeting with whomever it is at the province, and you have that preliminary list, then I think that would be appropriate to then share it certainly with us and the community. So I would just request that you turn down the February date and stick with the end of January date. Thank you.
We're going to go in the queue. Okay, Councillor Wolf, since it's your amendment.
I'd just like a point of clarification from staff, because staff seemed to think end of January wasn't okay. So are you saying that end of January is okay as opposed to end of February?
So through the chair, we have the tentative list that we have now. We have not had the technical working group yet, the first workshop with our area municipalities and our industry leaders. So more could be added after the fact. I think I'd have to ask Carew when the first workshop is. We are meeting with them this week just to kick it off, but we're actually holding a workshop at the end of January. So I do think end of January is tight. I also know I will likely not get a response from the ministry same day that we're meeting with them, or even the day after. So I'm just saying we may not understand the timelines fully. We still can give estimates, but that's likely the best it will be as an estimate by the end of January.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just along the same lines as Councillor McCabe, I think the information is going to be collected that's going to be provided to the province, and that it's clearly articulated. I'm certainly understanding from what you're saying. It's preliminary. There are going to be other things over time feeding into this list. In my opinion, that's totally acceptable. I think it's just getting something, and I think that with our comms team, we can make that very clear and articulated that this is preliminary, it has caveats, we're waiting on items X, Y, Z, but I would rather see information sooner rather than later. So I won't be supporting Councillor Wolf's amendment.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The dates are really close because we're talking the last week of January to provide it, and the committee day is February 10th. So that would give the time to meet with the province and give even, and with the committee that she's going to have, and we would get a more complete picture rather than sending it out 2 weeks earlier with not all the picture, and then 2 weeks later we've got the almost full picture or a lot more information. I think we could afford to wait the 2 weeks because committee is February 10th.
It's for the end of February. It's for the council meeting in February. I think that's around February 24th or 25th, around there.
But could we not bring it back to committee on the 10th?
That's not the motion. Yeah, I don't, yeah. It's either going to be January as per the original motion or February if the amendment goes through. Then we're kind of getting in the weeds with either the 10th or, yeah. So we'll stick to this for clarity. And again, because it's a motion presented by Councillor McCabe and amended by Councillor Wolf, we'll go with that there first. And if it fails, we'll bring it back up for consideration. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much. And the question I'm going to ask Ms. Shaw is actually, I think, relevant to all of these, because there is obviously some work that's associated with all of these, and some of this, I'm cognizant that some of this can be done and be best done internally, but there's probably work either that you're doing or some that's going to be talked about today that maybe you need some additional resources. And so my question to you is, do you need this council to authorize additional resources, either in terms of temporary staff potentially or contract, partners that can help you deal with a very complex and difficult but critical issue to the community?
Through the chair, I can speak to part of that, and maybe I'll defer to CAO Getsky or Commissioner Kanopka. We have started to hire some external consultants to assist with some of these asks. I think that was part of the report to lay out that we do have a series of people. Like we're hiring a consultant to help us with the technical working group to help facilitate that. It is a consultant that's worked on our water supply strategy, so it makes sense. We also are going to have some industry experts come in to assist with some of the solution pieces and moving those forward at a quicker pace. So the consultant piece, absolutely, we already have some of that underway with hiring some of those consultants. And then I don't know if we want to speak to the other piece.
Through you, Chair. So at high level, I think we are right now, we are evaluating what the resource needs will be, because I don't want to make a joke on this, but the team has zero operational resiliency or negative operational resiliency in terms of the amount of work that's being produced right now. So, because we still have to continue to run the system while we're fixing it. So we've started with a few consultants to fill in some gaps, but there are definitely some other needs. And today I know Kate is helping to assess what can be done through consulting, what can be done through temporary positions. So we're doing that evaluation right now. Some of it might be influenced by the timeline on the capital side, for example, depending on what we're able to accelerate or not. That will, because we don't want the staffing piece on capital projects to be the bottleneck, but that will depend a little bit on how quickly we can fast track some of the capital projects. But that's something we can definitely bring back to council.
Well, I guess what I would only ask then is that, you're absolutely right, Mr. Getsky, that should not be the bottleneck. And I think two very different situations. One was a public health situation. This is obviously a significant issue in terms of our infrastructure and the provision of water and so on. But there was a mode of operating that we operated in using a certain kind of, internal management structure, incident management approach to this. And I would encourage management to be taking that same approach on this issue and coming to council. And if, quite frankly, we need to, I'm of the view we need to have additional meetings. I would hope that staff would go to the chair and ask that those meetings be called, and because this is too important for the community and the messaging that's going out there in terms of being open for business and the future of our community in the short and long term, that I'd like us to take a similar approach as we did in managing that other critical situation 5 years ago.
Okay, so with that, I do have a question of clarification with staff, and it's just around the notion of having a list that's made public, and I am all for transparency, but I'm also conscious of, have we had as the governing body, been able to take a look at that list ahead of time? And I would ask if it would be appropriate for that list to come back to us in a closed capacity for us as the governing body to review it. Because I think if things are made public, the public seeing it before us, and we're the governing, people are going to come to us for answers. So just some thoughts on that. I'm in terms of this coming to council ahead of time.
So through the chair, and when we provide the list, it will be in no particular order. I mean, that is part of the process we need to do, is to prioritize these. And part of the answer of that is how quickly we can expedite them. So if we cannot get an expedited process, then that may not be one of the projects we proceed with right off the bat. So I also have a bit of concern about it, like a list of projects going out, only from the sense that we want to make risk-based decisions, not based on where they're geographically located and how that may assist with, certain projects moving forward. So we want to make the best decisions for all of the residents of the region of Waterloo, holistically.
Okay, so with that, I'd be more comfortable in looking to the main motion mover here, that we have this list, we should be privy to this list ahead of time for risk factors. And I know Councillor McCabe, you've indicated to make it publicly available, but again, if there is avenue to say this comes to us as the governing body ahead of time for us to be know, because as we know, when things go out there in the public, the stories, the narratives, all of that takes a shape of its own, unfortunately, sometimes. So,
do you want me to respond to that?
Yes, please do.
We're talking about the amendment.
I'm amending the motion. Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm just cognizant that there's an amendment to my motion on the floor. So I don't know. I just didn't know that this would be the time for me to respond to you about that piece.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to look to the clerks.
But I'll look to the clerk.
Once you get into amendment after amendment.
Yes. So, Council, I think the piece about whether or not it comes to Council first. Generally, we have avenues of making things public that don't come to Council. In terms of coming on an agenda, I mean, we're very familiar with that process. It would generally be available to the public a week ahead of time. But at the same time that Council would see it. So, this motion specifically just directs staff to make that list public. There's no mention of it coming to Council either as a part of that process or ahead of time. I will flag if the desire is to have it come on a Council agenda, that pushes everything a week ahead of time in order to get it. So to bring anything for the January Council meeting actually makes the deadline for staff the 21st, which is next week. So the time crunch pushes up, just if that's the desire. If the desire is to just make it public, then that's an easier process for staff in terms of flexibility.
Okay, all right. So, Councillor Verbanovic?
Can I just, sorry. I was going to say, but shouldn't we vote on Councillor Wolf's motion first?
Yeah, we're going to vote on Councillor Wolf's. Just see more people adding to the queue. So we're going to vote on the amendment for Councillor Wolf.
February 24th or January 21st?
Yeah, no. As February.
Sorry, February 24th is the council meeting.
Yes.
And yours says end of January. Right. But I was just curious about what.
So yours.
Said, no, just what said about there is no council meeting at the end of January. It's the 21st of January. Okay.
Okay. Councillor Verbanovic, and then we're going to vote on Councillor Wolf's amendment.
Yeah, just very, very quickly, I think what clerks just indicated is true. I mean, we do have a meeting at the end of the month. If there's stuff to share with us to get any guidance, as has been suggested, that can happen at the council meeting. And quite frankly, those things often get sent to us in the addendum agenda 36 hours before. And then if there's something coming out of that to share publicly, then that can happen by staff sharing it publicly, either email or media release or whatever. It doesn't need to be part of an agenda 10 days earlier.
Okay, Chair Redmond.
Sorry to prolong this. I just, I don't disagree with what Councillor Bavanovich has just said. I just have a concern when I think council should see it ahead of time. To see it enclosed, I don't know that the justification would be there, and that was the only thing I was going to flag.
Okay, so we are going to vote on the amendment for Councillor Wolf, and that is to change the date from the end of January to February. Do we have the council meeting date? 24th. I think that should be in there. 25th, 2026. So that is defeated. So we will now move on to the main motion, the original motion for end of January. Councillor McCabe, I would like to, and this may be an amendment or we're referring to staff. I think I'll get direction from clerks on this, but that council is provided with the list, I don't know, 48 hours before it is released to the public. And as Chair Redmond said, we don't necessarily need to go and close, but as the governing body, I think we should have advance notice of this list.
Yeah, I see that as friendly. Thank you.
So we're voting on the main motion.
So if the main motion is supported, we will get it 48 hours.
Yep. That is carried. Okay. Motion number 2.
One
Making our
down.
way through this. This is good team building exercises. Okay, what is the next motion? Okay, Councillor McCabe, your second motion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, I think this is pretty, do you want me to read the bottom part for Councillor Hunick's sake? Okay, or for everyone's sake, sorry.
Yeah.
Therefore, be it resolved that staff are directed, sorry, I'm reading off the screen. Okay, therefore, be it resolved that staff are directed to report back by the end of Q1, June 2026, with water conservation policy options for the Sustainability Infrastructure and Development Committees and Regional Councils consideration, and further, that input from relevant community partners, including but not limited to REAP Green Solutions, Sustainable Waterloo Region, Build Urban, the Waterloo Region Home Builders Association, the Grand River Conservation Authority, Grand River Environmental Network, and area municipalities is sought and included in the water conservation policy options proposed.
I'm happy to second this motion.
Oh, did I say Q1? Sorry, I misspoke. Q2. It does say Q2. Sorry, I misspoke.
Okay, so Councillor Hunick, you are seconding the motion. So it is on the floor. Councillor McCabe, do you want to speak to your motion now, and then I'll go through the speakers list?
Sure. I mean, we did hear quite a bit about the need for conservation options from the various delegations this morning as well. But I think this goes hand in hand with this resiliency piece that we need. And as I've said before, I'm concerned about, the line that we've seen in some reports that say water conservation efforts have plateaued, because there are a lot of other options that we could and should be pursuing with particularly some of our large water users. I think it was, Joseph Pupolo first thing that today said about, referencing data centers that use potable water, right? Like, probably not a great use, so to really start looking at options like that exist now, technologies, whatever, so that we can start to try and get ahead of some of the conservation efforts, particularly as summer starts to approach as well. So I'll leave that there.
Okay, and before we get to a speaker list, Mathieu, do you want to just provide some or weigh in on this request motion?
Through Chair, just a bit of a capacity question. So we don't have the staff capacity to do this, so we will have to get some consultant support. I don't know if Amy, if you want to specify anything. I know the water efficiency team is well aware of the big water users, but for broader water conservation, we will need external support to be able to bring something back.
And through the chair, I also had intentions to have this as part of the technical working group, because I do know that Lee McDermott has been working on the One Water Supply strategy, and he has reached out for volunteers from the region. So there's a lot of different options that we want to talk about as part of the technical working group as well, because I think it's a combined effort between the area municipalities and the region. We do have the conservation bylaw in the region in existence. It is in place every May till September, so that will continue. But again, the point to make is that only deals with outdoor watering. We don't have a bylaw that currently addresses industrial or residential conservation efforts. So like CAO Getsky said, we would just have to probably retain a consultant to be able to assist us with that, because the select technical staff we do have are going to be going full out on these solutions and these technical working groups. Thank you.
Thanks for that additional clarification. I think, as we said in discussing the previous motion, we do understand that you're building the plane and flying it, as the well-worn analogy goes. And I do want to be clear that to anyone listening, that we're not saying we're putting in conservation methods right now, tomorrow. Like, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about having options for us to consider, from a very large scale, to, maybe very much smaller scale. So nothing is being decided at this point. This is just for staff to come back with some options. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor McCabe. And Amy, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think this is really good. The one part I would ask that it says, further that input from relevant community partners. I think I'd like the input in writing, so that we would have it to look back and create, look at what they say, rather than just come in us trying to write and figure out, because it would be something we could draw back on. But I think it's excellent, and I think telling the people that we wanted to conserve anyways, regardless of whether we were in this situation or not. So I think this is a great piece of work. As long as I don't want them to come and speak, I want it in writing.
Yeah, and just to speak to that, this would be, the input wouldn't be as delegates, this would be as, these various groups and other appropriate partners working, at one of the tables. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Good. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James. For me, this is a critical piece of demonstrating our collaborative and good faith toward our industry partners, etc. And as Councillor Urbanovic has noted, if you need us to authorize funds for temporary staff or permanent staff or whatever the case might be to solve this issue, we can do that. So if that's what it requires, then that's what it requires.
Okay, I see no further speakers. Councillor Foxton?
Just really quickly, and I want to invest in fixing this, but I do want us to be due diligence. We just went through a budget process. So let's not just say, let's spend money right, left, and center. Let's look at what we need and do it methodically. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, Councillor McCabe, thank you for bringing this motion forward. I will say that I support it. I think this is a workable motion. It shows the need to emphasize collaboration and working together and a solutions-based approach that can come from clearly our experts, but also those that are in the community as well. And I look at it as kind of modeling the way, because we don't want to ever get in this situation again. But if we do, we're creating the framework for how we move forward, and maybe other municipalities who may be in a situation similar. So with that, we've got a mover and a seconder, and I will call you on to vote and e-scribe. Okay, so that is carried. That motion passes. And okay, we're on to motion number 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just a few moments ago forwarded to staff some revised wording. And the wording is really only reflecting the timing that Ms. Shaw provided earlier in responding to questions, and also the need to make sure that council also considers the sharing of data with industry and other community partners after staff have had an opportunity to report back on to us on the legal issue. So the motion now reads that Region of Waterloo staff make available to area municipalities no later than end of January all raw data that informed and encompasses the Agile Water Supply Peer Review and Assessment report, and also report to council by January 28th about also making that data available to industry and other community partners thereafter. And further, that in sharing the data and existing information, details also be provided of all budget approved and other planned infrastructure works, along with their respective capacity gains and associated timing to be brought online for capacity purposes. Some of that part 2, I mean, is already information that we know because it was approved in the capital budget and so on. Some of it is part of actually the answer that pertains to what Councillor McCabe asked, and it's really just providing information on budget gains and timing where it's available, and clearly, as was explained in that previous debate, this will be iterative, so it'll be shared with us, based on what Councillor McCabe asked for, but there will be changes as staff meet with provincial counterparts and consider details going forward.
Okay, so Councillor Urbanovic, you've moved it. I have Councillor Gowing will second it. Any questions regarding this motion? I am seeing none. Okay, we are going to pull this up on eScribe. Yeah. Okay, that is carried. Moving along to the next motion. Okay, Councillor Salonen, do we have a seconder for your motion, Councillor Salonen? Councillor Foxton? Okay, Councillor Sullivan, do you just want to read the therefore be it resolved and then speak to your motion? Thank you.
Not a problem. And just one update, I had asked clerks if we could just strike out the Part A, just because staff satisfied that answer today. So that doesn't need to be reiterated. So updated, that would be, actually have no preamble, so that's regional staff be directed to provide a clear written definition of what activities are currently paused or restricted, including but not limited to servicing agreements, allocations, registrations, redevelopment scenarios, and planning approvals, no later than noon on Friday, January the 16th, 2026, to regional council, area municipal councils, and the public. And that regional staff be further directed to report back to council no later than February 10th, 2026, with a decision-ready information package related to the Mannheim service area water capacity constraints, including a summary of interim operational and/or engineering measures considered to mitigate capacity constraints, including feasibility, estimated costs, regulatory requirements, and indicative timelines. An explanation of how the region intends to address and resolve water supply capacity constraints while respecting the planning authority of area municipalities, including how the regional water and wastewater infrastructure planning, investment, and operational decisions will support area municipalities in carrying out their legislated land use planning responsibilities, how growth-related servicing decisions will be aligned with approved area municipal official plans and provincial planning policy rather than used as a mechanism to direct or prioritize growth outcomes, and what actions the region will take within its jurisdiction to restore system capacity and reliability so that the area municipalities are able to proceed with planning and development in accordance with provincial legislation. A detailed work plan identifying specific dates and milestones rather than quarter-based timelines for further analysis, decision, and recommendations requiring council considerations. One little caveat on that, I'm open now that we've had other motions that are essentially asking for that work. That part can also be struck because Councillor McCabe's, yes, section D. Councillor McCabe's motion covered that. Clear identification of matters requiring council direction versus those with administrative authority. And further, that regional staff be directed to bring forward a communications plan that includes public messaging, stakeholder outreach plans, or external communications related to the Mannheim service area water capacity constraint for council to review and approve in advance of release or implementation, recognizing that this matter has significant policy, economic growth, and intermunicipal implications. Such communications reflect council direction and council accountability, and these issues extend beyond regular routine administrative communications. So I would be looking for council support.
Okay, so before we get to the speaker list, Mathieu, can you just speak to this motion, capacity, just provide some context from an administration side?
Through you, Chair, I'll try my best. I don't know if it's because we're past 5 and and it's getting a little bit harder. I'm not sure what the scope of the ask might be. For me, it feels like bring back a report on February 10th that says how we're going to solve the problem.
So that's, sorry, that's not exactly the intent. It's provide what you can given the information that you have at this time. I appreciate we're not solving the problem today or on February the 10th, but this information is the end goal of what I would like to see, but essentially bring back what you can at this time so that council better understands what decisions are coming forward or before them. And again, I appreciate the caveats that we've already established under the other motions questioning.
Okay, Councillor Hunick.
Councillor Sullivan, like you, I want to expedite timelines, but did I hear you correctly that you want one of the reports by January 16th, which would be this Friday?
If I may answer that, it's not a report. That is literally just a memo from, it would be Commissioner Regeer's department, just saying what exactly they are or are not allowing to happen right now on planning. It seems like based off of the commissioner's comments today, they already know what that is, but there seems to be confusion amongst area municipalities and the community at large as to what that is. So that should not be labor intensive, and if his staff are currently not commenting on planning projects, I would imagine that they would be able to summarize what they are or are not commenting on. It's not a formal report to be reviewed, though. It's done FYI. This is a clear definition of what we are or not doing.
Thank you. Chair James, could I ask a question of Commissioner Regier?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner Regier, is there a reason that you haven't opted to provide this information to council so soon? And what would this mean for you in the next 72 to 100 hours?
Through you, Chair James. Yes, the information that we would provide in response to this question would be to outline the advisory comments that we are providing to our area municipal colleagues in response to development applications, and the information that we presented today in this session. Perhaps we could add a little bit of additional detail with regard to our statements on the various stages of development applications, but it wouldn't be much more than what we have today provided to the committee.
Okay, and so I guess my final comment then is that I'm for the spirit of this motion, but I wonder if the timeline is too tight. I'm open to what other colleagues will say.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hunick. Amy, did you want to weigh in it? Thank you.
Through the chair, I was just, before you vote, I'm still looking for some clarification with respect to specifically what you're asking for, because there's some pieces in here about regulatory requirements, and I know we haven't met with the ministry yet. There's also pieces around estimated cost, which I think we've clarified we won't have in this time frame. Also, a lot of the report that we put forward has kind of outlined where we are to date. I think today we've talked about the technical working groups and the planning focused working groups that'll be proceeding, as well as the meeting with the ministry and getting this list. So I'm just struggling a bit to understand specifically what more than that would be required. Thank you.
Councillor Slanin, you want to respond?
Yep. So yes, I mean, it's evolved slightly from the conversations of the other motions, as well as this was written prior to the responses to committee today as well. But really looking for all of that information to be aggregated into one location and really help council and the community to understand what still needs to be done, who's under what authority in terms of what will be council decisions and what just remains decisions of staff proceeding. So it would be the best that you can, and as there is updated information for February 10th, and in some cases it would be summarizing what was verbally said here today, if that makes sense. But again, still fully appreciate the context of you will not have this fully hashed out or the problem fully resolvable. But again, kind of what was being discussed in the other motion conversations of give us timelines, we understand caveats, and things are going to change.
So through the chair, could I ask then that it be modified? Because when I see,
sure.
And maybe D was, I think maybe we did say D was removed. Okay, yeah. So it's just anytime it says, you know, detailed or specific, like again, it won't be.
I'm fine with that language being changed to where it exists to saying the most up-to-date detail available.
Okay. Can our clerk staff make necessary changes? So anywhere there is like detailed or specific, we want that removed?
I mean, either the language can be a general understanding as it is right now, that staff are going to produce the best of what they can to accommodate this. It's just to reflect essentially what Amy has asked.
Okay.
I don't know the most effective way as a motion is on the floor.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I want to make sure this motion is exactly the way it is supposed to be, clear, and come back. Okay, so we have an updated motion. Staff, I want to thank you for the time taken to do this and given the time constraints and the busyness that you all are under. So with that, we do have a motion. I've got Councillor Wolf. You are up next in the queue. We're speaking to the main motion now.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking against the motion. I think we are overworking, overstressing staff. We do not have a director. We do not have a commissioner. We asking them to run the whole water system. We're asking them to solve this problem. We're asking them to create a task force. We're asking them to meet with the province. We're asking them to do so many things. The first two motions that we've passed all are asking them for reports and time. Everything is, they want, as Councillor Ivanovic said, we want things yesterday, but we're giving them, I think, way too much pressure. Most of this information can be found in various reports. It might be nice to have it all in one space, but at this point, I think we should let staff do their jobs, let them breathe, and then when they have the information, they'll bring it to us when they're ready, when it's done properly, when there's not the risks and things that they're not comfortable putting out. And I do think that we're responsible for the wellness of our staff, and I don't think this is a good way of handling the business right now. So I'll be voting against this motion.
Thank you. Chair Redmond?
Thank you, Chair James. This is a huge issue, and I understand that everybody wants to be part of the solution. But I have to tell you, and we just have received this motion, and it's a lot. And the point was already made earlier in today's meeting that there's a difference between a direction to staff and a motion, and I find this motion very prescriptive. So I'm sure it was well intended, and I do appreciate that Councillor Salonen is willing to sort of amend it in real time, but I won't be supporting it either because I think a lot of this information is already available, and as things unfold and we get a more focused view on the path forward, there may be a point in time when this kind of accounting about the processes is appropriate, but I don't feel that we're at that juncture at this point in time.
Okay, Councillor Hunick is not here. She is. Okay, all right. We have quorum, so I'm going to call the vote with this. So we will be, you'll be prompted in e-scribe.
Not in e-scribe, but I'm in favor.
Okay, that motion was defeated. We are moving on to the next motion. Councillor Salonen, okay. We have a seconder for Councillor Salonen's. Councillor Urbanovic, and okay, Councillor Salonen, you can speak to your motion.
Thank you. And this one, I would just change the timeline again. This was written prior to committee day today. I think it can be end of Q2 instead of the February 10th date. But this one is asking about Ontario permits to take water. Just wanting to get context for what is currently taken out of our watershed and what are those parameters. Just thinking again, bigger picture as we're changing our methodology that I'd like to understand this and then perhaps advocate to the province for potential changes on these, but again, would need to know and understand who's even currently taking water out of our area. But I think that it all kind of links together as it is all part of one watershed. So this is just information exploratory, and I think is a part of the much bigger picture of having a sustainable water system, including our own water needs being taken care of before the province continues to grant permits on others drawing. So,
Amy, do you want to just speak to this?
So through the chair, I did just want to point out that the region does not have a role with respect to permit to take water other than when they request their own. So the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks is the government agency responsible for the review and the issuance of all permit to take waters. They also are responsible for ensuring that the permit holders are complying with the permit conditions, including how much water is being taken. That information is available on the province's website, so you can just click on the map, and I actually have the link that I can share. I just wanted to point out that staff currently do not have a role in the tracking or the enforcement of any permit to take water or what conditions go into them.
You want to respond to Councillor Salonen?
Yes, and that I totally understand, and that was kind of where the next steps is that if this council then decides that we want to do advocacy work to the province, again, this is recognizing that we're switching to methodology from how we look at our own water systems. So if we're switching, maybe there is warrant for the province to be switching or considering their methodology differently in water taking permits. So just wanting to have this information aggregated for all of council to see, to then be able to consider if we want to do advocacy work. But I completely appreciate and already understand that we do not have any actual jurisdiction over Ontario water taking permits.
And just to clarify through the chair, we may have to, because we have a small hydrogeology group who would probably be the ones having to do this, they're very focused on this solution problem again. So I might have to suggest again that we may have to hire a consultant to do this work, depending on the amount of work this entails, because I can imagine there's probably tens of thousands of permits to take waters that have been issued in the region of Waterloo. And so it would depend on the type of information you're looking for, how that would be aggregated. I mean, I'm just saying I don't think that that's a priority for the staff in the moment, but I appreciate that it's an ask that you're interested in.
Matthew, you okay? So I'll move through the speakers queue. Councillor Foxton?
Yeah, we should be able to get the list from the ministry for the amount that is taken, and I believe I'm meeting ministry, I think on Monday. So you got a meeting with them, Natasha? Okay. But we can even maybe pull them aside at Roma and talk to them and see if we can get the list and then advocate on that behalf, because I also want to advocate on not going below the water table for aggregate, especially at this time. So maybe we'll hit them up for both of those.
Okay, Chair Redmond.
Just further to Amy's comments, I guess the flag went up for me. It's not our jurisdiction, and I understand that. How would we assess the impact? Because that's where I went with this motion and just wondered who would do that and how would we do that?
So every time a permit to take water goes in, it's their technical staff that are doing the evaluation of the risks, and they categorize them as category 1, 2, or 3 based on risk. So they are the ones developing the conditions based on the risk. But again, they're not looking at the system as a whole. When they get a permit to take water application, they look at each individual application versus the overall impact of as many permits to take waters as they're approving.
And I guess maybe it's to Councillor Salonen then. Is that the kind of impact that you were looking at, or are you looking at sort of a system impact?
So really, I'm preempting. I think we should be advocating to the province for them to consider take water permits differently in the region, considering that we've just updated our methodology. they should also be updating theirs, but I didn't want to preempt it without having information to then actually properly speak to the province about. So I'm really looking for high-level data and then staff suggestions, because again, it impacts the water system that they are serving, people drawing and not putting back in. Like, for example, I know Nestle has a lot of draw permits, and this isn't to point them out in particular, but when water is bottled and taken out of our jurisdiction, it's not going back into our watershed. So just high level, what then we can advocate, and the reason for the Q2 ending is so that if we so choose at AMO, we could start this advocacy work with the province on getting them to change.
So I'm hearing you say the impact is on our water system that's in this motion. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, through the chair, I have my group messaging me saying, we comment on permit to take waters near our supply wells. Province allows us to provide input for consideration. It is provincial responsibility, though, to require proponents to complete cumulative impact assessments. Just so we're clear. No, it's okay. I was just wondering if Jeff wanted to provide more information on that. Jeff hasn't spoken yet today, so.
Better late than never. Through the chair, the region of Waterloo is given the opportunity to comment on private water takings proposed through Ontario Water Resource Act applications through the permit to take water process. These are typically applications that are in relatively close proximity to our well fields and generally larger water takers in that Category 3 type of territory. In terms of study requirements, historically, when there's a change in land use required, there were study requirements that could be requested and can still be requested as part of a zoning bylaw amendment or a zone change application. That's where those technical studies can be provided with the local context. In terms of actually providing the approvals to take water, that's still the province's jurisdiction. So any cumulative impacts related to other private water takers in the area, municipal water takings, private supply wells for domestic residences, that falls within the purview and the jurisdiction of the province. So in terms of that cumulative impact assessment piece, I haven't seen very much of that in my career, reviewing these types of applications at the region. To actually assemble all of that information and then try to make a detailed assessment of cumulative impacts would be quite a substantial undertaking for sure.
That I totally appreciate, and I'm not necessarily looking saying all of these water permits are causing X. However, do you think would it be fair for large scale, like high level assumptions to be made of these will have impacts on our water system? Again, I'm looking for information for council to understand that we could then, should we choose, go and advocate to the province that they undertake the actual work and change their methodology to better suit how we're updating our methodology.
Yeah, through the chair, there are opportunities under the Ontario Water Resources Act to define areas of high stress for water use. In areas where you have significant water takings and where you see mutual interference between pumping, that's certainly an opportunity. It would require advocacy to the province for sure to look into something like that. Technical information would have to be provided. But it's an option under the Ontario Water Resources Act, and in areas where we've seen mutual interference from private water users, we have been able to bring forward concerns to the province, particularly where we've seen interference with our supply wells, and they do listen to those conversations. So it's not a bad idea for sure, and something that perhaps the ministry should potentially contemplate as they're issuing permits to take water to private water takers.
Okay, moving through the list, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm just concerned about the scope of the work, and I'm not sure if we should be hiring a consultant at this point. We seem to be hiring quite a few. And I guess I would question, when with staff, if we've had a concern over a private private company person taking water near a well. How has the province reacted?
Through the chair, we've typically, I'd say over the course of my career, I've only encountered one situation like this, and it was for one of our well fields in the Cambridge area. And generally, the province required additional monitoring to be completed, further investigation to be completed. And I'd have to take that question back to staff, exactly if there was any action that was required by the ministry of the private water taker. I know up to that point where enhanced monitoring requirements were kind of required under the permit.
Okay. Right. I would hope that maybe we could talk to the minister without necessarily having all the facts and figures, since they have all the facts and figures, and just express our concern given our situation, and that, you know, should they be looking at the effect of, you know, these private companies taking water from us at this time, you know, and do that. To me, that conversation, you know, if they want the facts and figures, you can refer them to their website. So anyway, that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, through you, Chair. I have to echo the comments. I think this is a lot of work, but if we can get staff to shrink it down and give it a high level, I'm okay. But I am a huge proponent on and support of the advocacy for this. A news article just came out today that said in the last 5 years, the provincial government has given out hundreds of permits for drawing water within our region. So I think that they need to start looking at it, and we need to advocate to them. So I'm in support of that portion. I just don't want to make work project. So if this could be streamlined to just the advocacy part, I would support that.
So, Chair, I'm happy to remove this motion today and then come back with something more in the scope of what people are saying. I just wasn't certain I was going to get the advocacy go ahead without the numbers. So I will remove my motion.
Okay. So I need unanimous consent for that. We have that? Okay, we're good? Okay, so yes, and then something will come back, Councillor Salonen, around the advocacy piece. Love it. Perfect. Okay. Moving on, I think we have one more motion. Okay.
And Chair, before it pulls up, could I just ask, before we pull it up, could I ask questions and just give staff a minute to refine the wording?
Okay. You need to change the wording in this?
It's underway. I just want to give them a second to digest it.
Okay. Well, we'll give them 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. So, through the chair, I think one thing that we heard today, and I want to thank staff for all the immense work on this. I think the Agile report is really great, and I think paints a really good picture of where we're at from an engineering perspective. But I think what we heard loud and clear today is that we need to find some pathways and have some deeper conversations in the details about how we can get and how development proceeds over the immediate and short term, recognizing that there's a lot of work that needs to happen to get there. And so, Commissioner Regier, are you comfortable with the wording that we just landed on? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, through you, Chair James. Yes, I'm reasonably comfortable, because I think that I think that a good bit of this work is work that's contemplated already. I do have. I'm not certain of the outcome of that we'll be able to get to in that time frame, but I'm reasonably comfortable with the direction.
Okay, thank you. And so I'll just send this. To swap out the second part, I'll just send it to clerks to swap out part 2, and I'll speak to it.
Is it up?
Just giving clerks a second to.
Okay.
Okay, great. So motion in front of us today really is, I think the first part is work that is underway, but I think what I'm looking to have staff undertake here is have deep conversations about what types of developments might be able to be moved around in the pipeline and to help free up spaces in the interim, and where we can get creative with finding capacity in the short term. And again, there'd be a lot of work there, so there's no timeline associated to that. But I think those conversations are really important, both with development partners and staff at the area municipalities. And then the second part really just relates to having some more clarity at our February committee meeting about which types of developments and applications are subject to regional advisory comments. I think today I had asked a question about different types of development. I think if it's just really clear for the community, we understand that certain things actually can go ahead, certain types of applications, certain types of developments that the region has no say on can actually happen, and it's not nothing's happening at all ever. So I think it's just putting information about how we go forward and clarity for the community. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so it is moved. I need a seconder. Oh, absolutely. Okay, so the motion is that regional staff engage with development partners and area municipal staff to validate development pipeline and timeline assumptions to identify where additional capacity can be found to support immediate development opportunities, including the reallocation of currently unused capacity. And 2, that regional staff report to the Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development Committee in February 2026 on the types of developments and applications subject to regional advisory comments. Okay, so Councillor Hunick, you'll second that? Okay, staff, I think Acting CAO Getsky and Amy and Commissioner Regier, if there are comments that you want to make in terms of the feasibility with this and support.
Through you, Chair James. Yeah, so we've put in requests for and are in continuous conversation with area municipalities about the status of various development applications across all segments. And so I think if I understand the first motion correctly, this is to make sure that we have a good understanding of where there may be opportunities to refine our forecast for future water demand, and that will allow us to be much more detailed in the way that we respond in terms of managing risk in the approvals process.
Yep. Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah. So I'm reasonably comfortable with that, and I've lost the thread on the second one.
Just with respect to applications that are or developments that are subject to regional advisory comments.
And we've already committed to bring additional detail forward on projects that will be, or the various types of applications and how we'll be responding to them.
Okay, CEO Getsky?
Just through Chair, just a little setting expectations on the first part about identifying where additional capacity can be found. Today we're in a capacity deficit, so I want to make sure that we're not. I think we're going to be very careful about saying additional capacity can be found, because at this time we have a deficit and we're trying to catch up on the deficit.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hunick, I have you next in the queue.
Thank you, Councillor James. That was just so that I could have it read so that I knew what I was doing. We're good. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Rodriguez, for putting this forward. I'm actually have some concerns about this, just in terms of your references to the water allocation piece, because I would be, I mean, water's water. We all know we need it for our various developments in our various communities, but I'm very curious and I guess concerned about what kind of criteria you'd put in place where you could say, well, this project can go forward, but that one can't. And because I feel like we're going to set ourselves up as area municipalities for a bit of a dogfight, right? Like, how are you going to decide what Waterloo gets versus what Woolwich gets versus what Kitchener gets? And so I just worry that this is going to lead us down that path. in the middle of us trying to work collaboratively to figure out this issue. So, so I have some real concerns about that. And then in addition to, as CEO Getsky said, we're actually trying to work ourselves out of a deficit. So I don't know how we would square that circle. And without really understanding that, I don't think I can support this.
Okay, Councillor Erb.
Actually, this isn't specifically related to this motion, so it's a question I have at the end, maybe.
Okay. Seeing no further questions. Oh, Councillor Verbanovic?
Sorry, I was having problems getting it to click in. And maybe I'll just ask Councillor Rodriguez for some clarification, because I think what you're meaning by your motion is not to pit municipality against municipality, but more you're looking at there may be a project that's approved, that's out there, that the developer has no plans to build for another 5, 7, 8 years, but it's taking up space right now when we might need that space in order to move something forward, perhaps in Waterloo or Cambridge or one of the townships. Is that what you're getting at? Because that's my read of it.
Through the chair, I think that's the intention of it, that it would stay within a community. I don't want a situation where we're pitting communities against each other, but if there's a subdivision or a approval that's not happening for 5 more years, how can we have a conversation and engage with development partners to reassess where that timing is, so that when we're in a position in 6 months to start bringing development online, we can do so.
So so I guess on that note, I will support your motion, because I think it's trying to look, it's part of this discussion around looking for helpful solutions, recognizing that we're going to need to do some infrastructure improvement that's going to have some capacity implications, which may limit what we can do. But we also are hearing that we can't shut down the industry and people's livelihoods. And so if we can achieve some of these goals by actually recognizing that some people aren't moving forward, then why wouldn't we consider that as part of the mix of solutions? So at this point, I see this as information gathering, quite frankly.
Through the chair, there's no timeline associated with the first part as well, just really to start those conversations.
So I will support it based on those understandings.
Okay, Chair Redmond.
Just really quickly, I don't want to pit developer against developer either, and that kind of worries me, so I'm not going to be supporting this. And again, I think it's very well intentioned, and we may get there, but I think there's been so much goodwill from the development community, and we heard people coming forward, delegation after delegation this morning, talking about they want to be part of the solution, and this may or may not sort of put the cat amongst the pigeons, so I'm not going to support it, even though I think triaging is where we're going to have to go. I think this is where we need to be, but I would rather see people come forward and volunteer to be part of this bigger solution.
Okay, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I sort of was thinking along the same lines as you initially, and then listening to Councillor McCabe and then Chair Redmond, and listening mostly to Acting CEO Mathieu. When I asked the question about that graft, and I said, well, it looks like the 2024 applications can go ahead, and they said, no, that's not true, we're in a deficit. I don't think maybe this is the right way to go at this time. I think at some point, we may be able to say to certain ones, come forward, and others maybe take it back, but yeah, I'm sorry, Mott, but I don't know if I can support this.
Okay, Councillor Wolf. And then we're gonna call the question.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm losing it. Could we take this motion in 2 pieces?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, since that, yeah, well, clerks will need some time. Julie will separate the two. We'll vote on each piece separately.
Thank you.
What's piece 1?
So the first part, that regional staff engage with development partners and area municipal staff to validate development pipeline and timeline assumptions to identify where additional capacity can be found to support immediate development opportunities, including the reallocation of currently unused capacity. I'm thinking of something Commissioner or Acting CEO Getsky said, and that is the assumptions to identify where additional capacity can be found. I think we are operating in a deficit. Is it more to get rid of it? Yeah, is it more, I don't know, just better worded? There's lack of assumption that we're trying to find more when we're just trying to meet the capacity. So to Councillor Rodriguez, I would ask that where it says additional capacity to remove that and just say where capacity can be found.
That's fine. Through the chair, that's fine.
Okay. Is that unanimous? Is that okay?
So it's just capacity.
It's just capacity. Okay, all right. Clerks, if you could please update that. Okay, so you'll be prompted in eScribe.
My thing's not working. Oh, yes, it is.
Councillor Gowing?
I'm in favor.
Okay, so that was defeated, the part 1. Okay, so next we'll vote on part 2. I'll read that out so everyone is aware. That regional staff report to the Sustainability Infrastructure and Development Committee in February 2026 on the types of developments and applications subject to regional advisory comments. Councillor Gowing?
I'm in favor.
Okay, so that carries. Okay. We're getting to that. There are no more. Okay, so we are done with the motions. Councillor Erb?
Just have a question related to the water. We've been talking a lot today about outside consultants. This issue wasn't around when we did our budget. So is this money that we use for consultants, is that being charged to the Water Reserve Fund, or where's the money coming from?
Through the chair. So part of what the report discussed today was we have estimated about $1.3 million in additional costs. So part of how we handle that is through our Q1 reporting process. So this would be incurred, it would be a variance, we'd look at ways to mitigate it, and then we have the water stabilization reserve that would fund it.
Okay.
So that it would fall under that same procedure. Okay. And report back through our quarterly financial reports.
Thank you. Just a reminder to my colleagues that while we outsource things to consultants, staff need to supervise it, set the guidelines, and so the consultants can do some of the work, but staff also have to be involved in it, and considerable amount of time of supervision for them as well.
Okay. Councillor McCabe, do you have a question?
I do, and thank you. I just was cognizant of the fact that a number of the delegates today asked, there was a specific request from them about their participation in an industry task force. So I just wondered if staff, maybe, I don't know if that's Matu or Amy or someone wanted to comment on that. I just, doesn't feel right to leave today, not that we're done, but without having specifically addressed that question from them. So I was just wondering if if someone could respond to that. Thank you.
Through the chair, I think Amy responded to that earlier, saying that we would extend that technical work group to so today we have some industry partners that we're mobilizing, but that we'd extend it further to representatives of the development community.
Okay, apologies, I must have missed that. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to get to other business. I know there's another question, but just some of the formalities here. So for information and correspondence, the council committee tracking list is there and has been received. You've also received information from Pauline Miller, Citizens for Safe Groundwater, John Perks, Ann Loeffler, Kristen Barrisdale, and Ian McLean. And we're going to go to other business. However, Councillor Rodriguez, we're going to move your motion to council, defer it to council. And okay, Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you, and sorry, for some reason I'm not able to queue in. I'm guessing this is a non-issue, but I think it's probably best to just raise it. Like normally, because we're in committee right now, all the motions we just passed technically wouldn't take effect until after they're ratified at council, but a number of the dates that we're talking about of work being completed will actually happen sooner than that. So I'm wondering if we can just get confirmation from Mr. Getsky that the directions that we've passed today will in fact proceed. I'm assuming that's the case, but just want to make sure that we're not.
Mr. Getsky.
Through you, Chair, I'm flexible. I mean, if the clerks tell me we're good, we're good to go.
So through the chair, all of these motions will be listed in the SID summary on council. I would assume that staff would be acting on it on the ones that are appropriate, but they will be there for council ratification.
No, I understand. I understand that, but I just want to make sure the work is proceeding. I mean, if that's not the case, then maybe we need to have a special council meeting in 24 hours. But I'm hoping that the response is that staff can proceed with it.
Yes.
Lots of authority that the acting CAO has. I'm sure this probably fits in with it.
Thank you, Councillor Verbanovic. No, we will not wait for council on the 27th to start working on material that's due for the end of January.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salonen? Yes. This is where I was heading next. Okay, well. The next meeting is February 10th, 2026. I'm now going to ask for a mover and a seconder to adjourn. Councillor Salonen, Councillor Foxton. Do I have unanimous consent that we can adjourn? And, oh yes, we have an update to our schedule. We are going to be moving our administration and finance to 4 o'clock on January, what's the date? January 28th. So ANF will be moved to 4 p.m. January 28th. So that is the same night as council, but we will start earlier, okay? And the ANF agenda is fairly light, so it should knock on some wood. Okay, so with that, I think we had the mover and the seconder. It was unanimous. We are adjourned for today. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here.